Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Special Committee on Government Overreach and the Impact of COVID-19 Mandates. Before we start, a few housekeeping items. Due to the volume of testimony, hard copies will not be available for all attendees. Committee members, you should have hard copies available at your seat. Due to the nature of the material we're dealing with, things are evolving as we go through this process, so I ask for everyone's patience and flexibility on providing the materials and the order of business in which we conduct this committee. With that, we will start this morning with an overview of the federal executive orders and proposed federal actions regarding the COVID-19 mandates from the Office of the Reviser of Statutes, and Jason Thompson.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee. Again, I'm Jason Thompson with the Office of Reviser of Statutes, and we were asked to provide a brief overview of the federal executive orders and proposed federal actions regarding COVID-19 mandates. You have a memorandum from our office. Should be about the second thing in your packet. And it covers 4 federal actions regarding COVID-19 mandates that were announced by President Biden on September 9th of this year. There are 2 federal executive orders and 2 proposed federal agency actions, and we'll just go through each one at kind of a high level, and then we've provided a number of documents and other explanations in our memorandum that you can dive into a little bit deeper as you go. Let's begin with Executive Order 14042. It's entitled Ensuring Adequate COVID Safety Protocols for Federal Contractors. It essentially orders federal executive departments and agencies to include a clause in most contracts that requires the contractor to comply with all guidance for contractor workplace locations published by this new group established in the last year, the Safer Federal Workforce Task Force, which, among other things, requires covered contractors to ensure that all covered contractor employees are fully vaccinated for COVID-19 unless the employee is legally entitled to an accommodation no later than December 8th of 2021. In the memo, we essentially do a bill brief for each of the executive orders, so most of you will be familiar with that format. I focus mainly in this overview on Section 2, which is the meat of the order, requiring those departments and agencies to have those clauses in their contracts. I note that it covers contracts and contract-like instruments, and those are defined in the guidance. It covers contractors, including subcontractors at any tier, to comply with the guidance. And the guidance was, again, published by the Safer Federal Workforce Task Force and approved by the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. It applies to any workplace location in which an individual is working on or in conjunction with a federal government contract. And the guidance that was issued on September 24th of this year states that covered contractor employees must be fully vaccinated no later than December 8th of this year unless the employee is legally entitled to an accommodation. You can see the attachment to the memo entitled Safer Federal Workforce Task Force COVID-19 Workplace Safety, Guidance for Federal Contractors and Subcontractors that was issued again on September 24th. That is attached to our memorandum for your reference. And it gets into some of those definitions, what contracts this executive order does and does not apply to, and I know you're going to hear a lot more about this order as it relates to the Kansas Board of Regents, for example, later today. So moving on then to Executive Order number 2, EO 14043, requiring coronavirus disease 2019 vaccination for federal employees. Essentially, it orders each federal executive branch agency to implement a program to require COVID-19 vaccinations for all federal employees, with exceptions only as required by law, in accordance with some guidance to be published by the Safer Federal Workforce Task Force, which has been issued and, among other things, does require all federal executive branch employees to be fully vaccinated no later than November 22nd of this year. Again, the memorandum provides a little bit of a bill brief format, and we've also attached the executive order if you want to read the text of it. Essentially, it requires each federal executive branch agency to have this program that requires vaccinations for all of their employees, with exceptions only as required by law. The Safer Federal Workforce Task Force did issue their guidance on September 13th of 2021. It actually updated some prior guidance in this case, and it does state that all the employees must be fully vaccinated no later than November 22nd of this year. Again, that guidance is attached to the memorandum if you'd like to dive into it a little bit deeper and see what exactly is in there for the federal employees. The third item that we were asked to talk about is the proposed action by the Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA. On September 9th, the President announced that OSHA is developing a rule that will require all employers with 100 or more employees to ensure their workforce is fully vaccinated, or require any workers who remain unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on at least a weekly basis before coming to work. OSHA is going to use what's known as the Emergency Temporary Standard process to do this. It's an ETS, as I'll call it from here on out. So OSHA, just as a very high-level background of why OSHA is doing this at the President's direction, OSHA is the federal agency responsible for safe and healthful working conditions. The Enabling Act was enacted in 1970. It's the OSH Act, and it's referenced in the memo. Employers under that act are a person engaged in a business affecting commerce who has employees but does not include the United States, not including the U.S. Postal Service, or any state or political subdivision of a state. So it does not include the state, but it does include essentially all private employers. Under one section of the OSH Act, OSHA may bypass their usual administrative and rulemaking process to provide for an ETS, at the end that's the Emergency Temporary Standard, upon a determination by the Secretary of Labor that two criteria are met, and those are outlined in the memo. First, that employees are exposed to grave danger from exposure to substances or agents determined to be toxic or physically harmful or from new hazards. And second, that such emergency standard is necessary to protect employees from such danger. So in this case, the ETS process has been invoked, and that ETS, when published, can remain in effect for up to 6 months before OSHA shall either adopt a permanent standard or discontinue that standard. So they can act this for 6 months, and then we have to have some more permanent action. The announcement was clear that the ETS will impact approximately 80 million workers in the private sector because it's limited to those with 100 or more employees. So the smaller employers would not necessarily be covered. I caution, however, that all we know right now is that there's a draft proposal for the ETS with the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs under the Office of Management and Budget that's responsible for these regulations, but we have not seen the text. It has not been made public. And as of yesterday at 4 p.m. when I printed this off, there is no timeline for that review to be completed, and we don't have the actual rules. So we're just going on what we were told will be in them at this point. Finally, we'll move to the proposed action by the U.S. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, known as CMS. And again, much like the rules we just talked about, these rules are not out yet. But on September 9th, the President did announce that CMS was developing an interim final rule to require staff in all Medicare and Medicaid certified facilities to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Upon final publication of their rule, vaccination will be required for staff in hospitals, dialysis facilities, ambulatory surgical settings, and home health agencies, among others. The President previously announced a requirement for nursing homes, and that rule was in the process of being promulgated, but it did not reach a final interim rule before this announcement was made. So now we're waiting on both of those rules to come out in tandem. That's how the process seems to be working. As a very brief background of CMS, the Federal Social Security Act provides that healthcare facilities participating in our Medicare program must meet specified statutory requirements and other requirements that the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services may determine necessary for health and safety. Essentially, CMS issues the rules and regulations to implement these conditions of participation, and they have not yet announced enforcement information for the vaccine requirement, but they may enforce the requirement against non-compliant facilities by issuing a notice, requiring corrective action, assessing civil penalties, denying Medicare and Medicaid payments, and removing facilities from participation in the Medicare and Medicaid programs altogether. So there are potential consequences that they can use to enforce their rule. Again, we don't know how that will be done yet. The rule as of yesterday has still not been published in the Federal Register, and we have not seen the rule. But that's what we know at this point on the 2 executive orders and the 2 proposed actions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason. And while I did mention that hard copies are not available, I do want to point people to that these materials are available at ks.legislature.org. They are available online. Questions for Jason? Representative Landwehr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 4, last word on the first line of the second paragraph, should that also include Medicaid? It says Medicare, but would that also include Medicaid at that point as well?
Oh, on page 4 of our memorandum, the second paragraph about the Social Security Act providing, participating
Federal
in,
Social provides the health care facilities
Right.
participating in the Medicare.
my understanding is it is both. I'm looking to Scott to confirm yes or no. Yes,
Okay,
it does,
that's fine.
it does cover both.
I figured it did, and I just wanted to take and verify that.
Thanks for the
And so if I
clarification.
also understood you correctly, is we have not gotten any ruling whatsoever on the nursing homes, but we're anticipating, expecting what has been given to us either verbally or in writing at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, yes, the rules for implementing the nursing home portion of the rule were announced, but before that was issued, we got this new announcement about an expansion, essentially, of those rules. So my understanding is that they're both being developed in tandem at this point.
Thank you.
Representative Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Thompson. I must apologize to you, sir. Your hard work, I couldn't find it anywhere available last evening, and so I just saw it when it arrived on my desk. And if you've already covered the topic, please accept my apologies. Let's assume that CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, et cetera, that they adopt a rule along the lines of what's generally been described, and that it has enforcement mechanisms such as you have described to us some moments ago, leading up to, in fact, complete discontinuance, if you will, of Medicare, Medicaid support to healthcare providers who don't comply. If we were to pass a law, a Kansas statute, that says no employer shall require vaccinations of any employee in Kansas, period. Given the supremacy clause to the United States Constitution, what sort of an impact would that have on participating Medicare, Medicaid facilities, or for that matter, work-sharing agreements like the equal employment, like the Kansas Human Rights Commission has to investigate for EEOC complaints? Will our law trump, pardon to use the word Trump, but will our law supersede or override a federal regulation, an executive order, or a federal statute?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, good to see you as well. I'll start from this premise. We're still at a very high-level overview of this, and you've asked a very fact-specific question that I think is going to be up to a number of lawyers who do this for a living to argue about. So I'll give you the very high-level overview just from our nonpartisan perspective as your legal counsel, all right? And I'm going to try not to step in anything here. Thank you for your understanding. Representative Carmichael is an attorney, as are we, in our office. So the Supremacy Clause, as most of you know, it essentially says that if the federal government enacts a rule, with some exceptions, that's the supreme law of the land, right? And we are not allowed to do anything that interferes with that law, again, with a number of exceptions. So I think the position you'd be in would be what we found in some other states that may have this exact issue, where they have a state law that some folks are trying to comply with, and they have a federal mandate that they also have to comply with, and they have to choose. If they comply with the federal mandate, they can receive the funding, and everything is okay. But they may be violating state law, and that raises a separate issue about how that might be enforced and whether they would have an argument that they're not violating state law because of the Supremacy Clause. So that's one basket of arguments to address. The other would be probably what you're thinking more along the lines of, you have an employer who refuses, under state law, protection to obey the supremacy clause or obey the federal mandate under some exception to the supremacy clause. And then they get punished for that in some way, and that creates standing for a legal challenge on their behalf. And their attorneys would have to argue there's an exception, we're following our state law, it is not subject to the supremacy clause, and we don't have a right to be punished by CMS or by whomever is enforcing that federal mandate. That's sort of the second bucket. You've got some arguments for compliance and potential legal liability, and some arguments for non-compliance and potential legal liability. And a whole lot of lawyers are going to be arguing, you know, in each specific case, because it can be that specific to your standing, your supremacy clause challenge, what the punishment was to you. All of those things can play into the legal analysis about whether the federal rule controls or the state law controls. And so I think I'll stop there. I think that might give you an idea of where.
And I appreciate that. Madam Chair, I just one brief follow-up, if I might.
Yes,
Thank
before
you.
Representative, let me just state that we are going to have constitutional attorneys present at a future meeting date as well.
And I greatly respect the advice of our revisers as well. They are very well-skilled lawyers, and so I appreciate the additional information. The quick follow-up, though, Mr. Thompson, is didn't we have a case recently out of Kansas where the state legislature tried to impact state-based firearms manufacturers, and it ran afoul of a federal statute, and in the end, folks ended up prosecuted, even though the state law said that they didn't have to follow the federal law. Wasn't there a case like that fairly recently?
Thank you again, Madam Chair and Representative. Yes, there was a case. I don't have the name at the tip of my tongue.
Neither
yes.
did I, but I would hope that the staff could find that for us. Then that would answer my question generally. Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to Executive Order 14042 as it relates to federal contractors. First question is, does it apply to all employees of that agency or specifically those working on federal contracts or at the workplace where federal contracts are being utilized?
Madam Chair, Representative, I'm looking at the guidance because that's where the more specific rule will be. I know in the memo we say that the executive order talks about applying to an individual working on or in conjunction with a federal government contract. And I'll give the caveat that we are aware that the Attorney General, along with several other Attorneys General from around the country, just sent a letter to President Biden on this issue, arguing, not to try to restate their argument, but as I understood it, that the guidance in the executive order and the guidance in the guidance is a little bit unclear and a little bit confusing because they seem to maybe say one thing in one part and another thing in another part. So I'll have to look a little more closely at the guidance to see what it says, and maybe I'd also direct you to that document from the Attorney General. We could get that to the committee if you'd like. That was just, I believe, sent to the President yesterday, and it outlines at least one argument for what it does or doesn't say. And then we've got the guidance in front of you, and I'd have to dig through it to find the answer. So I'd be happy to do that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Madam Chair, if it would be acceptable for them to share that document with us, that would be very much appreciated.
So noted.
Okay. Follow-up question, if I may. Moving over to proposed action, I think number 3, where you were talking about the ETS. Is there any appeal process for that emergency action on a federal level, or is that left in the hands of attorneys to challenge it in court?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, yes, there should be a procedural mechanism, sort of like how we have our rules and regs process. We have emergency rules under the Kansas administrative regulations. And there is a process, I think, for public comment and challenging. And obviously, there could be legal challenges immediately after it's issued. So I think that's how it'll play out. And if anybody coming after me wants to talk a little bit about how that might happen, they may know better than I do. We don't practice in federal court, and that's where the challenge would have to be, is saying that ETS, for example, the procedure was not followed, or it doesn't meet the criteria for issuing an ETS, or that it exceeds their authority. I mean, there's a number of legal challenges, and that's after it's issued. Before it's issued, I'm sure there's a time for comment and publication and all that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jason, or Mr. Thompson, for being here. Executive orders are not law, correct?
Madam Chair and Senator, it's an interesting question because from a legal perspective, to us, they're law, right? If they were done with lawful authority, they are an order of the president under a lawful authority. We treat them as law, much like we treat our governor's executive orders as law. What force and effect they have may vary depending on the circumstance. And I don't want to get too esoteric or give you a lawyer answer, but so in a way, yes, they are law. They may differ slightly from a statutory provision, but they have the force and effect of law.
If I may, quick. But as I understand executive orders, they really apply to federal agencies and how the executive branch of the United States operates. So I guess what I'm struggling with is how can they trickle down this mandate for an agency to everybody they do business with and turn it into a law. I mean, this was not passed by our Congress. It was just an executive order. It can be rescinded by the next president. That's where I'm going with this. How do we turn this in something that's supposed to be just an order of how to operate an agency? I think it's extended beyond what it was intended to do in terms of, guidance on how to operate an agency rather than an actual law passed by Congress. I know there's a question in there somewhere, but I'm just struggling with that.
Madam Chair and Senator, I'll just say from again, I'm trying to be as nonpartisan and neutral as I can here. I know this is a hot issue, so we're stuck in the middle. The way the executive order is worded is very careful. It refers to authority given by federal law, and it does refer, in one case, to power over federal employees, which the president argues they have, and the other refers to power over executive agencies and their contracts, which they assert that they have that power. So then the enforcement mechanism comes into play. If you want to have a contract with us, you have to comply with this provision. If you don't comply with the provision, no contract, right? If that's within their power, then we have a valid executive order. If it's not, we may not. Similarly with federal employees, maybe even a little clearer, we have the power to say our federal employees must meet this standard, and the federal employees who choose not to meet that, they may have some accommodations required by law, which is something we're going to address later today, by the way. We have another memo on that, and Scott Abbott from our office will talk about that after the Attorney General. But if the president has that authority over the federal employees, that's a valid order, and there may be some challenges to it, but that's where we are. They've at least tried to couch it in terms of this is authority we have, and here's how we're going to use it, and then the challenges will come after that. I hope that helps.
I think it does. I mean, but I guess it wouldn't apply necessarily to a state. The state has its rights to make its own decisions.
And Madam Chair and Senator, yes, that's where it gets a little bit interesting, is when a state entity has a contract with the federal government and how that interplay of state sovereignty and other rights plays out. That gets even more complicated than the Supremacy Clause analysis I was giving you before. Those are the kind of cases that go directly to the Supreme Court of the United States, right? Because it involves, a state against another state or a state against the federal government. I mean, those are serious cases with a lot of constitutional arguments that our office just isn't prepared to answer, especially not at this point. But
Thank you,
I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Jason, if you would stand by for a moment, in order to accommodate the Attorney General's schedule, he is going to make some remarks to us via WebEx. So are you there, Mr. Attorney General?
Madam Chairman, I am. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, welcome to the committee.
Very good. Chairman Erickson and committee, thank you very much, and thank you for accommodating this sort of long distance quick introduction. We have our Solicitor General, Brant Lau, in the room with you, and Brant will be testifying on my behalf so he can explore some of this much more deeply. I apologize I can't be there today. I'm at the Law Enforcement Training Center in Reno County, and at 11 o'clock here I'll be addressing a group that we haven't had the privilege of hosting in Kansas for 10 years. I'd committed to it some time ago, so my apologies. But I did have a chance to listen to the discussion so far on the revisor's briefing and the questions, and I might, Madam Chairman, just offer a couple of additional thoughts that might be helpful to the committee in terms of what we've been doing at the Attorney General's office. And a couple of points that might be helpful to you as you explore what, if anything, you should or may be able to do. First, let me go directly to the vaccine mandates, and to be clear, the federal vaccine mandates, which are legally very different from, for example, a state mandate or a private mandate of an employer that of their own volition is interacting with their employees in an at-will employment state like Kansas. But we're looking particularly at the federal requirements, the ones that Jason laid out, I thought, very effectively. I've already said publicly that once the OSHA mandate it actually exists, once it's published, the rule is promulgated, I'm anticipating that we will join with several other states in challenging it in court. The only reason I hedge that at all is obviously we want to read it and see what it says. Perhaps there's something that they'll come up with that we hadn't anticipated, but at a conceptual level, we're having trouble figuring out how this ETS authority can possibly be lawfully applied on these circumstances. And I would just say in a very general way, the ETS authority has been used very sparingly over the history of the Federal Act. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe that courts have struck down the exercise of that authority more often than they've upheld it. And this is a particularly expansive, it appears it's going to be a particularly expansive use of that authority. So we anticipate challenging it, but we can't do that until it actually legally exists, and that won't be true until it is published. The second is the federal contractor mandate, the one that, as Jason correctly points out, derives from President Biden's Executive Order 14042. His description at a very high level with Senator Thompson, I thought, was really sort of an excellent conceptual analysis here. The president has authority over federal agencies, and he has used that authority to instruct federal agencies to insist that on future contracts that they enter into with whoever, with covered entities, they include a provision that requires those entities to oblige their employees to be fully vaccinated. So that's sort of the conceptual mechanical approach here. We don't think that works as a matter of law, but I'm quick to say it hasn't been tested on these facts before. I said publicly earlier this week that we anticipate challenging that exercise of federal authority, and I do anticipate that we will challenge that exercise of federal authority. I think it will happen rather quickly, but we aren't in a position to do it as we sit here this morning. And there are reasons for that. I want to be quick to say that Kansas is not the only state in this circumstance. This is all moved very rapidly. We're only a month and a half out from President Biden's initial announcement that he was going down this path of trying to order several different vaccination mandates. And while 6 weeks is a lifetime, if you're an affected employee, whether at one of our manufacturers or one of our universities or elsewhere, it is lightning speed in the legal world, especially when there are fairly novel issues being presented. So we've been in close contact with my counterparts in other states that have similar concerns, and I expect you'll see many of us working together to challenge the authority upon which this federal contractor mandate rests. With respect to the CMS mandate, again, Jason accurately described it at the conceptual level. We're waiting to see what it actually looks like. I don't know about all of you. I know you talk to as many people as I do around Kansas, but I'm actually hearing more concern from the affected community about the prospective CMS mandate than I am about the others, which is not necessarily reflected in the news coverage or the public commentary. But there are a lot of healthcare providers in our state, including long-term care providers, who are very concerned about the effect that that mandate may have on their ability to sustain operations. The communities are divided. There are some in the healthcare community that strongly support that mandate as a matter of policy. There are others who do not. And just looking at it from a broad level, it seems to me, from the folks I've heard from at least, the ones who are most concerned are those providers that already were on the verge of survivability. They can't get employees, they're hanging on by a thread, and they're worried that if a federal mandate requires them to do things that result in another 4, 5, 10, whatever the number is, employees leaving, and particularly in this marketplace, that they'll be in a position that they can't continue to operate, which obviously in and of itself has an adverse effect on the population of Kansans they serve. So I think that's one that is particularly concerning and has perhaps not been focused on as much yet as the higher profile OSHA and federal contractor mandates. But I think its day is coming, assuming the federal government does proceed to publish it. And I'll leave the federal employee mandate alone. That's one that is a general matter. It's not obvious to us that there's a rule for the state of Kansas. That's a relationship between the federal government and its employees. And while there obviously will be Kansans affected, because there are many Kansans who work for the federal government, it's not obvious to us that there's a state role in between that employment relationship. Just a couple of other things I might add, backing up from that, Madam Chairman. I thought Representative Carmichael's question was in some ways the one, it introduces the issue that you're going to be wrestling with, I suspect, throughout your work, not only on this interim committee, but I would imagine in the next legislative session. And that is, what is the scope of federal preemption of whatever actions the state of Kansas may wish to take as to some of this, or anything you may wish to enact as to some of it? Jason's certainly correct. The concept is easy, that federal law trumps state law, but the unpacking that and applying it to individual circumstances is very, very difficult. It's always fact specific or circumstance specific. There's an enormous body of case law, as you would expect in a federal system of dual sovereign governments, as we have in the United States. And it goes back to the founding and continues to today. The state of Kansas argued a preemption case at the U.S. Supreme Court in the fall of 2019, where there had been an argument made that a law enacted by you all in the legislature was preempted by federal law. And in that case, we persuaded the court that that was not the case, that the two laws could peacefully coexist. And that's always what a preemption fight boils down to. So, not to kind of get down in the weeds on preemption analysis, but as a very general colloquial manner, as I look at preemption cases that often come in front of us, I always sort of initially screen them with a two-question assessment. Number one, as a threshold matter, is this a valid exercise of federal power? Did the federal government have the constitutional or legal authority to do what it has done that's in conflict with state law? Because if it doesn't, then you don't have a conflict and there's no preemption analysis. If it does, then you have to go to the second question, which is the state action, the state enactment, state statute, state whatever, is it actually contrary to or in some manner in conflict with what the federal government has done? And that's usually a very finely parsed analysis. So a pretty simple concept. It's going to, I think, invade almost everything you look at. in the course of your work. So with that, Madam Chairman, I think I would stop the monologue and again, just want to thank you for accommodating my logistical challenges today. And Brand, who is a better lawyer than I am, will be available to delve into these things in more depth if that's helpful to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. We look forward to seeing you at hopefully at a future committee member, and thank you for taking time to visit with us today.
It is my pleasure. Thank you. And thank you for doing this work. It's such an important subject. There's a lot of new ground being plowed here right now. And I think it's really important for states to be looking at these issues. So thank you.
Madam Chair, would the Attorney General care to answer any questions this morning?
At this time, his staff will be available for questions. We have extended an invitation for the Attorney General to come at a future date. So at this time, we're going to let him go to accommodate his schedule. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder to the press, please stay behind the tables and not behind legislators. We'd appreciate that greatly. Thank you. With that, we're going to resume questions for Jason. Since we put him on pause, I believe we have some additional questions. Senator Thompson, were you finished with your questions?
I might wait until the Attorney General's people come up and ask. I've got a couple questions there.
Okay, very good. Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And this might be a question I'm going to ask of you, Jason, and when the Attorney General's staff comes up. Similar, it's striking me that obviously if you're in favor of what the federal government has done, we kind of just jump to this supremacy clause. But it's clear, dealing in this, that clearly there's going to be wide litigation of all aspects. And so until that is done, really, for example, that Representative Carmichael's insinuation that the supremacy clause is the end all, that's actually just one opinion of how it may or may not apply, and we won't actually know the answer to that until I think the term uses the testing of the facts, if you will. Is that correct? That we really don't know the application until this has gone through litigation?
Madam Chair and President, I think that's fair. I think that's what the Attorney General was saying, and I appreciate his very kind words about the presentation. Yeah, I think it's very fact-specific, right? We need to see the application of, one law and the other law and see what happens. We have a pretty good idea sometimes. Things look very obviously, the legal challenge is more obvious sometimes than others. So there may be an argument for that, to be fair to Representative Carmichael's point. Again, we're trying to be in the middle here. So you may have some obvious calls where most lawyers will tell you, yeah, you're going to lose. To say a state law, right? And you'll have some less obvious ones where we'll advise you, you've got a pretty good argument. If that's the will of the body, go for it. And let's have it out in court, right? You've heard that from our office many times.
By the way, I appreciate that because just, as a simple layman, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. But I think, and I even if you conceded that most lawyers were on a particular side going into litigation, unless you're willing to concede that Republicans are always right in Kansas because we have a majority, there's still a question to be answered. So obviously there's a question, so I'll get into my more specifics because we keep doing, I understand where you're at because we keep going, can we do this? Can they do that? Can we do this? The truth is we don't know until it's litigated. I think, which goes to the rationale I think they have of this super compressed timeline, right? December 8th, right? It's before most legislatures all come back in, before anybody can deal with it. So the coercion is in effect until the questions can be answered. So I'm going to jump back to, I think it's the first one on the contract law. I noticed in there it said, I think the way you phrased it, unless an employee is legally entitled to an accommodation. How are they defining accommodation? Is that left to the states, what that accommodation is?
Madam Chair and Mr. President, we'll get into this more later with the memorandum from our office that Scott Abbott's going to present. But essentially, there are federal law parameters. That's what that's referring to. There's certain things required under the Americans with Disabilities Act or Title VII of another act that may come into play. And I think that's what that reference is meant to be, just to incorporate other law. And If I could take 1 second to address the expedited timeline, that reminded me that I misspoke a little bit on the ETS. Part of the reason the ETS process is so quick is because there is no public comment period. Essentially, they issue it, it's for a short period of time, and you can challenge it, but it comes out more quickly because it doesn't have to wait on all of the comment and other things you get with normal federal rules and regulations. So I wanted to correct that to not cause any confusion. So.
Actually, that brought up another question in my mind, but I might save it for later, because it seems to me then you could, every time there's some new variant, you could propagate a new rule, and every 6 months you're requiring everybody to vaccinate to the new variant as it, so that might need to be looked at. My second question is on that accommodation. I mean, under the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, is it not fact, or I guess I would think a majority of attorneys, even constitutional, would have the opinion that under the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment, the federal government cannot entangle itself in defining what my personal belief is. Would you agree with that?
Madam Chair and Mr. President, with some very limited exceptions, I think your statement's accurate. I'm not a constitutional scholar on that issue, but yes, and I think, again, not to defer too much to Mr. Abbott from our office, but I think that's what the memo shows, is that there is a deference to sincerely held beliefs, and it's based on that constitutional aspect, but also a statutory aspect. And so I think you'll see some of that reflected in the law.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, the Attorney General made a comment. He said, is it in conflict with what the federal government has done? And in relation to that, and I know all this is supposition, which makes me wonder why we're doing this at all right now. But so when we look in the context of vaccines, the federal government has taken a very strong position of making vaccines available, of promoting vaccinations. So is that what he's referring to when he said, is it in conflict, talking about when this goes to be challenged, is it in conflict with what the federal government has done?
Madam Chair and Senator, if I understood the piece of the Attorney General's testimony that you're referring to, I think the analysis he was getting into was we'll have to see what the federal rules are on these two that have yet to be announced, and see what potential state law is that's in conflict with that before we know what the challenge, what the parameters are of the legal arguments about whether there's preemption, whether there's supremacy or not. The only one we know for sure right now about are the two EOs, right? We have an EO that does have guidelines and is being implemented by contractors. And I think you're starting to see some of the challenges be raised, one of which is the letter from the Attorney General and other Attorneys General that we're providing to the committee at the chairperson's request. And so we've got that, and we'll get that to you. So we do have some idea of what that argument's going to be about if we start having an issue of a conflict of laws is the question there. But I think what he was referring to is we need the rules on the ETS rules, and we need the CMS rules, so one from OSHA, one from CMS, and then we need to see what law is being applied by the state and what law is being applied by the federal government and how those interact, because that is the key to the analysis about whether one is supreme. And that's just one piece of analysis, right? There's a separate piece of analysis about whether the federal government had the authority to begin with. I think he also referred to that, right? So if you have standing to challenge their authority to do the action, that's a different legal challenge than an exception from the Supremacy Clause, for example. So there's a number of avenues here, and I think his point was we have to see how it plays out because each of those cases is very fact-specific. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And so not looking at the process and whether the federal government has stayed on the same, has promoted the same issue about vaccines from point A to point B to point C, or it has, it doesn't seem like there's been a variation here. It may, but that has been the process all along.
Madam Chair and Senator, I think I understand a little bit more what you're saying now. I apologize. I sort of rambled about another answer. That may be one factor in the analysis of whether, for example, the ETS procedure was authorized in this case, right? One factor in that analysis is what is the harm, and what is the risk, right? And is this an appropriate response? And one piece of that analysis is, you know, how dangerous is this? How many folks are vaccinated? And that might be where that comes in. But as far as, I don't know, I'll probably just stop there, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to appear on WebEx today due to a prior family conflict that was scheduled prior to this committee meeting being scheduled. Thank you, Mr. Revisor, for appearing in committee today. I'm hearing from constituents that when they are trying to respond to the executive orders and how it applies personally to them, and they are asserting exceptions, if you will, or accommodations required by either Title VII or the American with Disabilities Act, and they are being, their religious beliefs, their commitment to their religious beliefs are being in question and being inquired about by their employers. You, as the revisor, a member of the revisor's office for the state of Kansas, do we have anything currently in Kansas state law that would be helpful to those Kansans who are asserting under federal law their Title VII or their American with Disabilities Act, or quite frankly, their First Amendment rights to not be inquired about by their employer? Do we have anything currently in law that would be helpful to those folks?
Madam Chair and Senator, I usually say other Madam Chair, since you're my judiciary chairperson, I have it. I'll basically defer at this point, if I could, for Scott Abbott from our office, because my general understanding is that we do have the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, but it is very similar to those other federal acts in many ways. And so inquiring about the authenticity of your belief or the validity of your claim for an exemption is built into some rules and regs and other pieces of law, and I think Mr. Abbott will get into that a little bit more than I can.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate that, and appreciate the opportunity to question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Landwehr, then Senator Thompson, and then we will move on for the sake of time. Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is probably not a question you can answer today, but I think it's a question that we have to have out there as the written rules come in on the ETS and from CMS. Is there any recourse from a state that is damaged by, let's say, CMS? And my specific would be nursing homes not having staff because they refuse to get vaccinated, which means they may have to close the facilities, which would indeed harm some of our most vulnerable individuals in the state. They would pay the price. So like I said, I'm not expecting you to answer that, but I think that's a question I want us to keep at the top of our list, that we have to understand that, because right now we already have a shortage. We can't afford to lose any staff in our nursing homes. Thank you.
Senator Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. We have in law right now, Senate Bill 159, which we passed in this previous session, that prevents anyone taking state money, any agency taking state money from requiring a vaccine passport. Therefore, the way I understand it, would not be able to ask any individual whether or not they were vaccinated. Some of these entities are approaching this as, if you refuse to answer, you are assumed that you're unvaccinated. In other words, you're guilty of being unvaccinated, quote unquote. How do we enforce something that's already in law? Why is it not being enforced? How do we do that?
Madam Chair and Senator, I'm aware of the SB 159, the budget bill, the proviso that you're talking about. Thankfully, I don't want to put too much on Scott Abbott from our office, but he is on Ways and Means and Appropriations, knows a lot about that proviso and how it interacts with this issue of vaccinations. Just from my very high-level perspective of what I've had to deal with in getting some of these questions, the language is fairly narrow to using state funds for requiring vaccine passports, and the way you interpret vaccine passports has a lot to do with whether you're asking for that or asking for some other affirmation that you received a vaccine, whether you can accept certain other documents instead or take someone's word for it. It doesn't necessarily even get into the issue you're talking about where you say, if you don't tell us, we're going to assume you haven't, right? That more probably gets into what Scott's memo talks about and what Mr. Abbott will talk about a little bit, where if you want an accommodation, you have to request it. If the employer has the policy, it's on the employee to assert, I deserve an exemption. And then there's a process for how that plays out with some various legal parameters for what they can and can't ask, what you have to say and what you can avoid saying, depending on whether it's a religious exemption or a medical exemption. There's kind of different parts to it. And so I don't want to get into it too much, but that's the 50,000-foot view that might help set it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Jason, and we will be hearing from Scott here shortly. Next, we have Brant Lau, Solicitor General, Office of the Attorney General. Welcome to the committee, Brant.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Attorney General's office. This is the point in my presentations where I would often say, may it please the court. I know I'm not in front of a court today, but you'll forgive me in advance if I occasionally say Your Honor or Justice or Judge. It's just a force of habit with those of us who practice law. I'm here today to discuss the law and the vaccine mandates that have been put in place by the current administration in Washington. As the General outlined to you, we're looking at three essential pillars of President Biden's September 9th announcements. The first, and perhaps the broadest, is the OSHA mandate. As everyone has indicated, it's not yet been issued, and of course, you can't sue an idea, so there is currently no litigation regarding the OSHA mandate. But it does, on a preliminary analytical basis, raise a number of issues. First of all, it's being implemented by something that you've heard about called an emergency temporary standard. That standard allows the federal government to go around and not use the normal procedures under the Federal Administrative Procedure Act. That law requires notice and comment before a rule is typically made. In this case, the ETS allows the federal government to not have a notice and comment process, but in its place, there's a special review process. So when that rule is issued, states or other aggrieved parties will be allowed to file petitions. And in this case, you don't go to a federal district court, the lowest level of trial court in the federal system. You can go directly to a United States Court of Appeals. We anticipate that there will be any number of cases, petitions, filed in the various U.S. Courts of Appeals. And then there's a separate statute that will require that those cases be combined in one of the circuits in which the cases have been filed. What would be the standards for a challenge to this ETS? Well, the statute requires a very high standard for the government to issue, in this case OSHA, to issue an ETS. It requires that there be a grave danger. It requires that the hazard involved be a new hazard, and it requires that the measure put in place be necessary. And history shows us in the 9 previous instances of these ETSs being used that that's a very high standard. I try to avoid citing specific cases when I appear in front of the legislature, but I did put one case into our testimony. It's the peach growers case from the Fifth Circuit in 1974. This law was just passed in 1970, so that was one of the early applications of the ETS standard. And there the court took a very close look at the record that was contained in the ETS to determine whether there truly was a grave danger from a new hazard and that the measure enacted by OSHA was necessary. In that particular case, the measure was struck down. It involved exposure of farm workers to pesticide residues, and the court essentially found that the danger was not grave enough, and that the hazard was not new, and that a normal rulemaking process, not an emergency rulemaking process, could be used. I believe, as the general mentioned and I alluded to, the OSHA has a relatively poor record when it comes to litigating ETSs. It's been used very few times since 1970 and before this year. Only 9 times. 6 of those were challenged. 4 were rejected. 1 was upheld entirely and 1 partially. So I think it's fair to say that the litigation, when the ETS is issued, does present potentially an uphill battle for the defense of the OSHA mandate. The second is the federal contractor mandate. This is the only one of the 3 where there's actually been an issuance of a legally enforceable document. It begins with the executive order issued by President Biden, and then various functionary levels of the federal government have issued a guidance document, and then there's actually been proposed contract language issued by agencies of the federal government. As the Attorney General mentioned and others have mentioned, he joined a letter, a coalition of attorneys general that was just released yesterday. There are a number of issues with the federal contractor mandate. First of all, if you look at the progression of documents implementing the mandate, there's a fair amount of vagueness and inconsistency about the scope of the mandate, what consists of a covered contract, how broad it should be interpreted within an organization, and by that I mean the covered employees versus employees who may work in the same facility. And then there are issues about its application to future contracts or existing contracts. There are also issues about the application of the Federal Procurement Act, which we believe is the actual legal basis for presidential authority to issue the executive order. There are also issues about the Emergency Use Act. That's the act upon which some of the vaccines were authorized for emergency use, but it does have a provision saying that nowhere else can the federal government require people to use the vaccines if they're only subject to an emergency use. Of course, at this point, one of the vaccines has now been fully approved. The others are still subject to the emergency use. So we are in the early stages of litigation regarding the federal contractor mandate because, as I mentioned, it's the one in which we do actually have something issued. The first lawsuit was filed, I believe, last week by Arizona, where they amended a prior filed complaint to raise issues about the federal contractor mandate. A lawsuit was filed by the state of Florida just yesterday, and as the general referred to in his testimony earlier, we are working here in Kansas with a coalition of states, and I expect you will be hearing more about that very soon. Finally, let me address the Medicare and Medicaid mandate again. This is a mandate that's not been issued. When it is issued, we expect that it will be issued through something called an interim final rule. This is somewhat similar to the ETS of the OSHA mandate, although the interim final rule is a procedure actually under the Administrative Procedures Act and not separate from it. The Administrative Procedures Act allows federal government agencies, again, to avoid normal notice and comment in certain emergent situations, but requires that they show good cause. So you can expect that when the interim final rule is issued, the parties will be looking at it for a potential challenge under the Administrative Procedures Act and whether it adequately articulates a grounds and basis for the new rule subject to the arbitrary and capricious standard. Finally, there may be constitutional issues relating to the CMS standard. The The United States Supreme Court has articulated in several cases that there may be potential limits on the federal government's ability to attach strings to federal spending. Perhaps the most prominent case is South Dakota against Dole. In that case, federal highway funds were conditioned on states raising their drinking age to age 21, and the U.S. Supreme Court upheld that restriction, notwithstanding the fact that Congress didn't have the organic ability to regulate the drinking age under the 21st Amendment. There might also be issues raised about the authority of the United States government to impose these types of mandates. That was an argument that was much discussed in the Affordable Care Act cases, National Federation of Independent Business against Sebelius. The court there actually found that the Commerce Clause did not contain the power to allow the federal government to order citizens to buy health insurance. Now, the act was upheld on a different legal basis, but that was an important holding of the NFIB case. So again, we're waiting for the issuance of the Medicaid mandate. More to come on that issue in a litigation context. Finally, a couple of issues that have been raised that are worth noting. There are, for individuals subject to the mandates, various exceptions that are previously well established in the law. There have been references here to the religious exception and to medical and disability exceptions. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, in its role enforcing federal discrimination law, Title VII, has issued a number of guidance documents about how those exceptions interact with COVID vaccine mandates. In fact, they issued a new one just this week. Finally, the Kansas budget proviso. Of course, a budget proviso involves the spending of funds. So we anticipate that there will be issues about whether state funds can be spent pursuant to the budget proviso to enforce provisions of the federal mandates that may require individuals to show proof of vaccination. There will be issues about the definition of a vaccine passport. There will be issues about an exception that's contained in the proviso for federal law requirements. And there will also be issues, as has been referenced here earlier today, about the preemption of state law under the Supremacy Clause by the federal mandates. I believe that covers the ground in terms of the legal issues that we are considering in connection with the vaccine mandates. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Brant. Questions for the Solicitor General? Yes, Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I am looking at your other issues specifically and the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission and their guidance on evaluating how this process occurs, can you elaborate further? Where can I find that information to specify what is and what is not allowed when questioning somebody's medical exemption or religious exemption?
Sure. In the guidance document that the EEOC issued just this week, they go through the steps that an employer should use in evaluating a claim of a religious exemption. And I think it's fair to say that it is a delicate process, but it's one that has to occur consistent with the law. So the typical legal term that you hear us use, and I believe we used in the testimony, is a sincerely held religious belief. So if the employer of its own accord has information inconsistent with the employee's claim of a religious exemption, the employer would be able to pursue that and ask questions. So I believe the EEOC refers to it as an inquiry process. I believe the EEOC guidance says that a religious exemption must be based on a religious belief and not simply a political belief or a personal belief or a matter of conscience separate from a religious belief. We don't have any reason to believe that the employee is not invoking a sincerely held religious belief, shouldn't pursue that inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, would it be possible for legislative research to distribute, locate and distribute that document released from the EEOC? Okay.
Yes, we'll get that from research.
Thank you.
Representative Carmichael, then Senator Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. LaRue, first I want to start out with a compliment for you, sir. My wife and I spent a quality hour, hour and a half night before last watching the replay of your argument regarding Senate Bill 40. It was a fine piece of appellate advocacy on your part. I'm glad I was not, though, sitting in your chair as you heard repeated questions, but my compliments to you on your legal work. The Attorney General.
Thank you,
Sir,
Representative.
and I mean that genuinely, as a friend
for
and a
those who don't
colleague.
know,
It was, go ahead, please.
What Representative Carmichael is referring to is an argument I presented in the Kansas Supreme Court on Tuesday of this week, where the constitutionality of SB 40 was drawn into question. And that's a case that has percolated up through Johnson County and went directly to the Kansas Supreme Court because it involved the constitutionality of a state statute. And we had the oral arguments in that case on Tuesday morning. So thank you for your kind words.
And Mr. LaRue had what we lawyers call a hot panel, to say the least. Attorney General referred to State versus Garcia. I don't think he said those very words, but that was the case. I believe he was describing Supremacy Clause. And I think we understand that there are some areas of endeavor where the federal government has occupied the entire field, and hence states cannot interfere. And I think a fair reading of State versus Garcia would say that identity theft, even in association with folks who have entered the United States without authorization, is an area where the state could enact supplemental legislation, in this instance, an identity theft statute. There are also, of course, though, I believe you understand, Ms. LaRue, cases where a state statute may be in direct contravention, if you will, to a federal statute. And there's some other exceptions, as the Attorney General alluded. But that caused me to think about the recent efforts on the part of the state of Kansas to invalidate federal election laws that the courts, at least, have said prohibit providing proof of citizenship. And most recently, we've sent $1.9 million to the ACLU, let alone the expenses of your office and Chris Kobach's office when he was Secretary of State. This type of legislation, a tax, if you will, litigation over Supremacy Clause matters costs money. You, as Solicitor General, I think, are responsible for appellate advocacy on behalf of the Attorney General's office. Do you have any estimate as to how much money in legal fees that the state is going to incur as we start down this road of challenging federal mandates, perhaps litigating over the anti-vaccine passport statute and others, keeping in mind that we haven't even gotten to any new legislation which we might introduce or pass that would be in contravention of federal law? How much money, tax money, are we going to spend on this, what I believe to be jousting at windmills?
Sure. I can't give you an exact estimate of a dollar amount, except to say that my anticipation is that we will do it with existing resources, our existing staff. There would be no increased amount there. And in addition to that, we do try to handle all of our cases economically and efficiently, and that's part of the reason, for instance, in some of these cases, that we work together in a coalition of states, because it spreads the costs and expenses and working together with other people.
And Madam Chair, the follow-up, with your permission, of course, is the Attorney General's office, though, has finite and limited resources in terms of the number of lawyers you have and the number of hours there are in a day. And so could we at least agree that when your lawyers take their time away from prosecuting murderers and rapists and instead want to joust with the federal government on Supremacy Clause issues, that means we have less legal resources in your office to pursue crime.
Well, respectfully, Representative, no, we can't agree on that. Our Solicitor General Division doesn't prosecute crime. Our Criminal Division handles criminal matters, and they aren't involved in these cases. So that's really not the way our budget or the office is constructed or works.
We could further disagree about that, Madam Chair, but I appreciate your courtesy in allowing me to ask the questions. Thank you.
Senator Thompson, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say that there's nothing more important than defending states' rights at this point from unlawful federal orders. Comirnaty, which is, I believe, the FDA-approved version of the Pfizer-BioNTech shot, actually is not available until 2023 in the United States. And according to the FDA, is legally distinct. I've got the document right here. So can we really say that the Pfizer shot is FDA approved when it's not even available in the United States right now?
Senator, it sounds as if you have more information on the facts of that subject than I do, so I wouldn't be able to respond to that.
Okay. With regard to the religious test, Kansas Bill of Rights, Section 7 says, nor shall any control or interference with the rights of conscience be permitted. Could not someone who's being forced to face a religious test have a sudden epiphany? Some people convert to religious beliefs all the time. It could happen yesterday. So any test that they are being asked to take regarding whether or not they took a vaccine previously, whether they believed a certain thing 2 days ago, really, in my mind, doesn't stand up to this test. How would you respond to that?
I think there is a legal aspect to that is correct. And in fact, in the EEOC guidance from just this week, they refer to the possibility that someone has experienced a recent religious belief as a factor that should not be held against the person asserting the religious belief. So yes, I believe that the primacy recency issue is something that is worthy of consideration under that under that exception.
Thank you. One other last question with regard to the OSHA. Isn't bringing OSHA into the fray an admission that there is danger in the vaccines?
How do you mean that?
In other words, if someone says, well, we'll cover any potential danger from the vaccine through OSHA, isn't it a de facto admission that there are, in fact, dangers with mandating the vaccine? And there's all sorts of documentation that shows that there are dangers. So, I mean, to me, we have all sorts of grounds to fight this matter, the fact that the emergency authorization requires, and this is from the FDA, it says a qualifying criteria for emergency use authorization of the vaccine is that no adequate, approved, and available alternative is there. We could go all the way back to the EUA in fighting this. In other words, the emergency use authorization itself may or may not be legal because there were and there are available remedies for fighting COVID-19 prior to the existence of the vaccine. So I'm just pointing out that there's so much information here that we have not considered in this fight. I'm just trying to look for anything we can use at the state level to fight this and give people personal liberty. And I guess the question goes back to, isn't it a de facto admission that the vaccines are dangerous if we're talking about OSHA in a vaccine mandate?
So here is the way the legal process will intersect with the issues that you have raised. When OSHA issues their ETS, they will be required to state the reasons why they think that the ETS is proper, why there's a grave danger, why there's a new hazard or harm, and why the vaccine mandate is a necessity. And then when the petitions for review are filed, the states or individuals filing petitions for review will have the opportunity to respond to those with the kind of factual and policy information that you've articulated. So I would expect that it would become part of the process, because that part of the legal process involves a direct challenge to the rationale for the new rule.
So we would, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So we would actually, at that point, start looking at the safety and efficacy of the vaccine itself. That would be part of the argument?
I would expect that challengers to the rule would submit factual information, studies, medical studies, scientific studies, known information about the vaccines, their effects, to make sure that they're part of the record that the court would use to evaluate whether a vaccine mandate was something that the federal government should have or could have required.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Petty, then Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned about the case of Florida peach growers versus the U.S. Department of Labor, and concerning farm workers' exposure to pesticide residue. I'm going to make some assumption here that it was a health issue, that either they were became sick with possibly cancer or died. Would that be correct?
The argument was that there was a risk of that from a newly introduced pesticide, as I recall the case.
So I would assume when we talk about vaccine mandates, and we talk about that, we have to consider the number of not only Kansans but United States citizens, over 600,000 that have died since COVID-19 of 2020, that would be a factor.
I would expect that a fact of that nature would be part of the arguments presented to the petition court, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Miller, then Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General, and it's pronounced Lao, is it not?
Lao rhymes with cow, which is helpful because I was born and raised on a ranch.
Both your testimony dated today and the September 16th Attorney's General letter, we've had a lot of discussion about the religious exemption, but there's actually a huge exemption, even though it's shortly described on both these documents, or submit to weekly testing. So it's not a hard vaccine requirement. You have the alternative to submit weekly testing, and certainly I think you'd agree if you're at a workplace with unvaccinated people, it would add you some level of comfort to know that they had been tested and found to be negative for COVID. Am I correct that that exemption, again, I recognize we haven't seen the final orders, which might lend us to call this the Overreaction Committee as opposed to the Overreach Committee. But everything I've seen says that it is intended to include that very huge exception, correct?
One of the things that we do know about the OSHA mandate from President Biden's directive to OSHA is that it's to include an option for testing. Now, one of the legal issues that we're examining or thinking about is the fact that the federal contractor mandate and the CMS mandate, it's not clear whether that will also be included, which could raise some sort of consistency issues across the spectrum of the various federal mandates.
Senator Warren, then lastly, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lau, for your testimony in committee this morning. Thank you also for clearing up with one of your prior answers to the prior question about the different roles that the Office of Attorney General plays, both in prosecuting crime and then also for standing up for state rights and for citizens' rights within our state. Appreciate your response in that regard. Regarding the ETS, and you had talked earlier also in a response to a question that if either the state of Kansas or different petitioners are going to petition for review of OSHA policy that comes out through the ETS process, by the very use of petitions for review to put forth, you had said, facts and the status of what's happening in the number of cases and things, by using the process of petition for review, isn't it the usual process for OSHA to go through a more open rulemaking process before the rule comes out and before the requirement is put in place by OSHA that in this instance is being circumvented so that entities or states who want to challenge the rule have to go to court rather than participate in the rulemaking process where facts can be brought into play, facts can be presented to OSHA regarding what's happening before the rule is made?
I think the short answer to that is yes. The OSHA mandate is being proposed under a different administrative procedure than would normally apply to a rule that they issue. Normally, there would be what's called a notice and comment period where any interested party, having been given notice of the proposed rule published in the Federal Register, could then submit comments about whether they think the rule is a good or a bad idea. That process doesn't occur in the case of an ETS, an emergency temporary standard. The law provides, because the argument is it's an emergency, that the agency can go ahead and issue the rule. It has to provide some explanation for it. But then the rule would be challenged immediately, if it is to be challenged at all, by a petition in a U.S. Court of Appeals. Now, that's different from the normal process in several respects. First, at the end of notice and comment rulemaking under the normal process, when the rule is issued, interested parties are then allowed to petition for judicial review. Here, you go straight to the judicial review process, and the petition for judicial review is filed in a U.S. Court of Appeals. Sometimes in the other process, the process can begin in the U.S. district courts, so that's also a potential difference.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. And Madam Chair, if I could have one more question. We've talked about First Amendment rights and religious exemptions, and you've talked a little bit about how it sits right now if there are persons who are hesitant to get the vaccine for other reasons. Do you see that Title VII or the ADA or some other either state statute would have some protection for those Kansans as well?
I expect these arguments to play out in individual lawsuits brought by affected employees. And in fact, you're already seeing, I think it's fair to say there are probably at this point hundreds of those kinds of lawsuits where individuals are invoking either the federal First Amendment or the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, things of that nature. But in terms of direct Kansas rights, you would be getting into all sorts of issues there about the Supremacy Clause and preemption. Certainly Kansans have rights. I believe one of the senators referred to the Kansas Bill of Rights, Section 7. Kansans have those rights, but you're going to have an issue there when that's in conflict with a valid federal law. Of course, in many of those cases, the individuals are also challenging the validity of the federal employee mandate, the part of kind of the fourth one of the mandates that we really haven't taken a deep look at. But I think you will see a great deal of litigation by individuals challenging the federal employer mandate.
And as a state, we have the obligation to take into consideration the supremacy clause and the preemption doctrine and things like that as we look at when the rule does come out from OSHA, what exactly it says. So thank you very much, Mr. Lau, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lau. My mind's going to, it seems like there's some clear distinctions when it comes to penetration of my envelope, if you will. Like, I know there's some case law around the 14th Amendment, mostly with like searching, like they can take the DNA off my coffee cup, but they can't take my blood, right, without a court order. And so it appears to me that law is so crystal clear that that's a breach, that we're moving to kind of this coercion of action so it appears voluntary, right? That's kind of what these mandates are doing. We're creating a mandate so it appears voluntary. But, and maybe coercion's not the word, but certainly intimidation would be that. Financial consequence, right? The loss of a job, but then relates to my ability to have a, you know, a home or a car or a family. You know, is there an avenue inside there, or do you feel this is completely distinct from that bodily autonomy 14th Amendment right? Because now we're in this kind of coercive environment. I don't have an application there to apply. And whether that coercion is, it appears to be predominantly financial, right? I'll take your job, I'll make you pay a higher premium on your insurance, I'll make you take a test, all that seems a little odd, because if you're the unvaccinated person, assuming you don't have your own antibodies, you're the most at risk anyway, right? Everybody else is vaccinated, so what? And so it doesn't make any sense to me, but it appears to be a financial coercion. Do you think we're fully seated in this body of argument, or is there any connection back to that bodily autonomy argument with the 14th Amendment?
So there are really two aspects to the potential challenges to the mandates. And up until now, what we've been discussing are challenges based on whether the federal government really has the authority to issue the mandates under the OSHA Act or the CMS law. But the question that you're asking goes to a different aspect, and we expect to see those challenges occur as well. And that's whether individuals have a right not to be subject to a vaccine mandate. So I actually have a case for you, and I would commend it to you. It's a 1905 case called Jacobson against Massachusetts. It's been much discussed. In Jacobson against Massachusetts, the Massachusetts legislature had passed a law saying that local health bodies could require vaccination for smallpox. And in this case, Mr. Jacobson refused vaccination, and he was prosecuted to pay the fine of, I believe, in 1905 dollars. It was $5 for refusing the vaccination for smallpox. The case goes up to the United States Supreme Court, and Justice Harlan writes a decision in which he finds that it was constitutional for Massachusetts to require that. It wasn't a violation of the liberty interest under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Amendment. A few thoughts about Jacobson, which has been much discussed by lawyers in the context of the issue that you raise. It's a 1905 decision, and therefore it predates the great explosion of individual rights that we saw in the decisions of the United States Supreme Court really starting in the 1960s. It also predates the full incorporation of all of the rights in the Bill of Rights to be applicable to the states. So Jacobson came up earlier this year in the United States Supreme Court in the context of a COVID restriction related to religious services in California. And the Supreme Court actually went back and forth in several cases that were actually not on the argument docket. They were on what is sometimes called the shadow docket, or I call it the motion docket. And there, I think it's arguable that the Supreme Court backed away somewhat from the Jacobson case. And so I think the legal analysis is, if this were 1905, there would not be a strong argument that there's an individual liberty interest, but that we have to look at everything that's occurred since and these recent hints from the U.S. Supreme Court. And I think that probably where this will come to rest is you will see claims raised essentially based on rights under the Bill of Rights. So you will see free speech type claims or freedom of religion type claims that may result in carve-outs from the Jacobson standard, or maybe even some sort of, as you've referred to, an individual bodily integrity right. But that's a difficult case to argue, in my view, because there's really not a direct provision of the Constitution that establishes such a right. And we've seen that in any number of other cases that frankly have generated a great deal of mischief in the law. So I think it's a delicate area that is evolving. There is some old case law. I would cite you to another case actually from that era, the steamship Britannia case. Was a case where the Supreme Court dealt with the issue of quarantines and found that it upheld the validity of quarantines under the Constitution. It's an interesting case that involved a steamship that had hundreds of folks immigrating to America, and it stopped at the screening port and then was headed from the screening port 2 days into New Orleans. And in the intervening 2 days, the New Orleans authorities decided to enact a quarantine. And it was challenged and made its way to the U.S. Supreme Court and was upheld. And the court found that indeed the quarantine could be imposed. And in that case, the steamship had to change course and go to Florida and discharge its passengers before it returned to New Orleans to discharge its cargo. So the older cases, early 1900s, in general upheld quarantines and the smallpox vaccination requirement of Jacobson. How those cases would stand up today, I think, is an open legal question.
And lastly, before we move on, Representative Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. Helpful information. Now, if the emergency orders are issued, you file a petition with the Court of Appeals, Federal Court of Appeals. I would imagine there will be a number of those filed in different circuits. You mentioned that then they could decide whether one circuit would make that decision, and what is the process there? How would the Supreme Court assign a circuit to hear it, or would it, instead of having conflicting decisions from a number of Court of Appeals, and then normally the Supreme Court would then take that and grant cert to it. But, so what is that process?
Sure. The process here uses something called the Judicial Panel on Multi-District Litigation. And when there are 2 or more petitions filed in separate circuits, the Judicial Panel on Multi-District Litigation randomly draws to determine which circuit will get all of the cases.
Okay.
And the cases are then all assigned to that circuit.
Thank you.
It chooses only among the circuits where cases have been filed.
I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Brent. Appreciate you being here. Next, we do have Blake Flanders, who's the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Kansas Board of Regents, and his team on WebEx. Blake, are you there?
I'm trying to unmute. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to the committee.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair Erickson and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present today virtually from Wichita as we're going to be celebrating the inauguration of Dr. Mumma. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be virtual and attend that event. After hearing some of the conversation this morning, I would just say I won't be able to speak to any of the legality of the executive order, just to the impact on our state universities and the educational, higher education system. In my testimony, I did present a timeline that is really a very aggressive timeline. September 9th, President Biden issued the executive order. 24th, the Federal Workforce Task Force guidance was given. And then what I did not include is on October 8th, we met with the Attorney General, knowing that this might have some impact on our universities. In mid-October, we had notifications to the universities on contracts. And so then later, October 21st is when I issued the memo. I would tell you again, a relatively aggressive timeline, because the expectation for these contracts is that the deadline for full vaccinations is December 8th. And so if you back up the date for both shots, you can see that that's very, very soon. In the memo that I issued to the universities, I asked them to look at the contracts, determine their impact, and see if that impact, if it would be necessary to make these accommodations and to fulfill this guidance. And 3 of the universities have said they have contracts in excess that they feel like we need to sign and we need to move forward. I'll let you know the impacts. Those are the research universities primarily. The regional universities are not yet affected. Our regional universities are Fort Hays, Pittsburgh State, and Emporia State University. Now, what I would say is we do expect guidance from the Department of Education either next week or the week following, and just as speculation, if they include the receipt of federal financial aid as a contract and have that same requirement, then that will include not only our regional universities, but it would also include the community colleges, the technical colleges, and the independent colleges in the state higher education system. I asked the universities just to give a real high level impact of what this would mean. The value for the mandated contracts for the 3 research universities, and this is just per year. So some of these contracts obviously are more years in the contract, is about $328 million. We do expect that if we lost these contracts, that they would just go to other states. That probably, if you were a professor working with the agency, you may just go apply at another university in another state and take that research with you. If you look at the total, which could be subject, Wichita State be approximately $132 million. Kansas State, it looks like $154.8 million. That's just so far. KU totaled all of their federal contracts, including grants. We don't know if all of this would be subject, but it totaled $991 million, so almost $1 billion that potentially, at the end of the day, could be subject to that. It also, we know we're not alone. I saw the Kaiser Foundation said 1 in 4 workers say their employers are going to require them to get the vaccine. And, you know, so that would also then, those industries that are impacted, it would also impact the student employees that we have in internships at those manufacturers. And many of those are on the innovation campus at Wichita State. I had Wichita State really take a look at what's this mean for the university. They really know that it's at least 1,300 individuals, including the student employees, that will be impacted and would lose their jobs. We know that about 4.3 indirect jobs come as a result of every research job. So really, we're talking about 6,000 jobs, both in the public and private sector. I don't have the job counts for all the universities, but much of the federal research funding is spent on salaries and people. And I would expect those, if we lost out on these contracts, that they would leave the state because, as you know, many of the states want to be competitive in the aerospace area anyway. With that, I might just stand for questions.
Thank you, Blake. Questions? Representative Owens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here to allow us to ask you questions, sir. I am in receipt of the vaccine religious exemption request form for Kansas State University. A couple of questions, if the chair might indulge me. First of all, is the Board of Regents at all involved in any standardized religious exemption request form, or is that left to each individual university?
That's been left to each individual university. I believe some of those were copied based on some federal forms as well. So documentation that you have previously refused to be vaccinated under a religious exemption, although after hearing the discussion today, I would imagine that that might be in question. And I would just tell you, with the aggressive timeline and the nature of this, we're learning as we go as well. And so we're just doing our best to implement this so that we can retain these contracts.
I understand. Going forward, as I look at this document, and specifically from K-State, it quite literally requires you to bare your soul and dive deep into your religious beliefs, your history. Do you know if the folks that are writing these are in receipt of the Equal Opportunity Employment Oversight document that we discussed earlier that specifically details what is and is not required in these documents?
I do not. I can ensure that they receive that documentation.
That's great, and I appreciate that. I specifically want to read this section under L2 under this document that was released by the Equal Opportunity Organization that specifically says, generally under Title VII, an employer should assume that a request for religious accommodation is based on sincerely held religious belief. However, if an employer has an objective basis for questioning either the religious nature or the sincerity of a particular belief, the employer would be justified in making a, and I emphasize, limited factual inquiry and seeking that information. Because if not, they would be in violation of religious discrimination. It appears to me that a 3-page document certainly isn't limited in nature and certainly doesn't operate under the assumption that these accommodations should be based on that sincerely held religious belief. I would like to ensure that this document is given to these universities, because my concern quite specifically is that by asking all of this information, you're actually creating a situation where you're in violation of religious discrimination in lieu of simply just getting the information you need or the universities need to approve said exemption. And I believe the same applies as I was looking at the medical exemption form that Kansas State University has promulgated as well.
Thank you. We will send that to the universities.
Thank you.
Representative Miller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Follow-up to Representative Owens' line of inquiry, I would imagine that religious exemption form was created prior to any discovery of COVID-19, given that there are existing state mandates for vaccination on campus. And I don't know how many, but I know of, as an outgrowth of House Bill 2396 in 2006, and the President Masterson, Representative Landwehr may remember that, given that they voted for that mandate. But is that not a form that was created independent of any COVID discussion?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. I'm almost sure this was an existing form. We have the meningitis mandate that's in state statute.
That's the one I'm referring to. Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the document that Representative Owens has referenced, and it's dated 10/21/21, and it says originally created 10/21/21. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Representative Miller.
Well, I do know there's a religious exemption that corresponded with the passage of the meningitis vaccination mandate previously passed by the legislature. There is a religious exemption in there, so this may have been created for this particular mandate, but I would imagine there's one that exists consistent with the previous legislation mandating the meningitis vaccinations on college campuses relative to housing on those campuses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony here this morning, sir. Has the Board of Regents given any direction to the various entities it oversees throughout the state regarding liability for possible religious discrimination under Title VII with the use of that form that Representative Owens was discussing?
The answer is no. The Board of Regents has not yet met this month for a business, we did not have a business meeting in October, and so that opportunity will be in November. And I think some of this, at least to me, is new information, and as we receive information, we can make adjustments to the forms. As I said before, and you saw the aggressive timeline, we're just trying our best to implement this because December 8th for our employees is a very tight timeline.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could, with another question, based on your answer, it brings up a couple of concerns for me. I've been hearing from Kansans who have college students. I have a college-age child as well, and very concerned about the mandates, especially in regard to SB 159 that we talked about earlier, and the budget proviso regarding vaccine passports and things like that. I'm curious that with all of this going on, that our Board of Regents didn't meet in October, especially with the impending December 8th deadline, especially with students now having to decide what they're going to do about what their university is required. Can you talk about why the Board of Regents didn't meet in October to address what I consider, and a lot of Kansans consider, a very pressing issue?
Yeah, at present, this does not apply to students. Only students that would be working in those internships where I believe candidly, it might have already fallen on the company. So as an example, if an aviation company in Wichita had federal contracts and had to have their employees vaccinated, then any employee, whether it be a student or anyone, would have to be vaccinated. But there isn't a plan to have any vaccine mandate for students.
Even those students who do work in those internships that the mandate would apply to?
those students would, if they're an employee, they would have to be vaccinated.
Correct. Is the Board of Regents discussing mandating a vaccine for all of its students, even those who aren't employees under federal contract?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just, kind of a comment, Mr. Flanders, is I would highly encourage our universities and KBOR to really take a look at these forms, because I think that they have actually overstepped some major privacy bounds. And it's definitely something that I think at some point that this committee is going to definitely have to take a look at. And it would be nice to perhaps see that this process simplified, because I don't think that the employees should be asked some of these questions. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Flanders? Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up to what Representative Landwehr mentioned, within the document that we're going to ensure that you get from the Equal Opportunity Employers Organization is their example of a religious accommodation request. And quite literally, it is very simply, please identify the requirement or the policy that conflicts with your religious belief, which of course it's a COVID-19 exemption. The only question that they ask is, please describe the nature of your religious belief and how it conflicts. Very simple. And then finally, what accommodation or modification are you requesting? To me, that is very clear, very straightforward, and certainly not as intrusive as what I'm seeing that has been delivered to us from KU and K-State. Now, I'll give serious credit to Wichita State because all three of these documents have been provided to us by research, and thank you for that. Wichita State does just that. Please explain your belief and any additional information you'd like for us to have. That is the extent of what should be required for somebody to obtain the religious exemption, not a full justification of why, when, how long have I believed this? Have I received any other vaccines? If you have, well, why didn't those apply? And on and on and on. Because it appears to me that our universities would just as soon fall in line and do what they're told by this administration than they are to make it a process by which people can be exempted by this for religious or medical reasons. Thank you.
And I will note that Mr. Flanders did let us know he does have to leave at noon. So with that, Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Representative Landwehr. It seems like, I mean, I don't know why HIPAA doesn't apply to all of this, but it seems like HIPAA would certainly apply to some of these medical questions and why they would need more than just a doctor saying he can't get this or she can't get this for medical reasons. I don't know why you need to dive any deeper than that. And I would like to know who's making these decisions. Once an employee fills this information out, who is it that gets to decide whether or not I have a religious exemption? And I mean, who's playing God here? And who's going to be, do they have medical staff that review these things if you ask for a medical exemption, or is there just a board somewhere saying yes and no based on whatever? Thanks.
I just want to remind the audience, please, to not have any outbursts or comments during testimony. Mr. Flanders, do you have any final remarks before I know that you need to depart?
Well, I just appreciate the feedback from the committee, and candidly, we can look at these forms and take that feedback. I appreciate knowing that. I guess I'm hearing from the committee that the Wichita State University form is one that the committee approves of, if you will. And I just appreciate the feedback today. Thank you for allowing me to present virtually.
To clarify, that was just a comment from the committee. We have not approved. This committee is not officially approved of any form. That will be a decision to be made later. So just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders. Committee staff has provided us with some documentation during testimony this morning. You have in front of you 2 letters that were sent to President Joe Biden, also the forms that we just discussed as far as the universities and their exemption documents. Thank you, staff, for that. With that, I am not Patrick Mahomes, but I am going to call an audible. Lunch is here for the committee and for staff members. You may pick that up in 352 South, which is just out the doors behind me. If it pleases the committee, we've been hearing a lot about Scott Abbott and the material that he's going to be presenting to us. If it pleases the committee, I would like to be back at 12:30 rather than 1 to accommodate that and to hear from Scott. So we will recess until 12:30. Welcome back. We're going to go ahead and get started. Committee members. Welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We are going to hear next from Scott Abbott regarding religious and medical exemptions from employer vaccination requirements. Welcome to the committee, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I was asked to spend a little bit of time today going over kind of the legal background that governs a claim of exemption from an employer vaccine mandate, either on religious or medical grounds. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time doing that. One thing to keep in mind, and as you've kind of already discovered in your discussions this morning, is that these determinations are very fact-specific. They are going to depend on the nature of the mandate, kind of the nature of the employment, the employer, the work being done, the person involved. All of these factors kind of will go into the determination of whether accommodations are required to be provided and what those accommodations might look like. So first, I'm going to discuss the religious exemptions and the legal backing for that. There are provisions of federal and state law that govern this kind of track of requesting an exemption from these types of requirements. First, under federal law, you've heard some discussion this morning about Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which generally prohibits discriminating against an individual based on religion, among some other grounds, but most specifically relevant to this discussion is religion. Title VII and regulations and guidance by the EEOC are kind of very broad in their definition of religion and what qualifies as a religious observance or practice. So Title VII itself defines religion as all aspects of religious observance and practice, as well as belief. And regulations issued by the EEOC kind of expand and provide more detail on that definition to encompass moral or ethical beliefs as to what is right and wrong, which are sincerely held with the strength of traditional religious views. You've heard some discussion also this morning about the EEOC guidance document that was issued by the EEOC kind of in response to some of these federal mandates. I think Representative Owens already found it. I think copies are being printed now to be provided to you. There's also a link in the memorandum that I provided to you. Page 2, footnote 5 is a link to that website if you'd like to read it electronically. So, to assert a Title VII claim of religious discrimination as a basis for getting an exemption or accommodation from a vaccine requirement or some other similar requirement, the employer must first assert that right. They must inform the employer that they need an exemption or accommodation from the employer requirements due to a conflict with that person's individual's religious beliefs. Once an employee establishes that there is a conflict between their religious beliefs and the employer's requirements, generally, the employer must take steps to reasonably accommodate the religious beliefs of the employee to try to reconcile the conflict that is occurring between them. However, this is not an absolute requirement. Title VII specifically provides that an employer does not have to provide a reasonable accommodation if the employer can demonstrate undue hardship on their work in providing those accommodations. And again, kind of what I began this discussion with is this is a very fact-specific determination based on what those accommodations might be, what the employer might have to undergo, what the accommodations would look like. There is case law, specifically from the U.S. Supreme Court, defining this, may have held that requiring an employee to bear more than a de minimis cost is an undue hardship. So again, that's going to kind of go into the individual details of any individual's assertion of Title VII rights. So that guidance document from the EEOC, that website, kind of elaborates on these requirements and these provisions of law in the context of COVID-19, and specifically the recent requirements announced by the Biden administration. They offer some details of possible accommodations in the workplace that are specific to COVID-19, including things such as requiring the employee to wear a mask, to work a staggered shift, to make changes to the work environment, permitting telework if feasible, or reassigning the employee elsewhere in the organization. The EEOC also provides some factors that may be considered in evaluating an undue hardship and whether an employer would bear an undue hardship in providing accommodations. kind of including the proportion of employees in the workplace who are already vaccinated versus those who are partially or not vaccinated, and their contact with non-employees, customers, things of that sort, where the risk is just unknown of what transmission may occur. So that kind of covers the broad overview of Title VII religious protections. State law also has some provisions that address many of the same points and use a lot of the same language. The Kansas Act Against Discrimination, which I'll discuss here, as well as kind of hit on in the medical exemptions portion, includes a lot of the same language as Title VII, especially as it pertains to religious discrimination and the principles that would apply in the case of these vaccine mandates. The Act Against Discrimination applies to any person in the state employing 4 or more persons, as well as the state and all political and municipal subdivisions of the state. The Act Against Discrimination doesn't define religion, but kind of has a lot of language around the discriminatory acts it describes are prohibited that really closely track the Title VII prohibitions against religious discrimination. It prohibits the same conduct plus some other actions that aren't covered by Title VII that aren't really directly relevant to these vaccination mandates that you're discussing today. The Act Against Discrimination doesn't include the specific undue hardship language as an exception like Title VII does. However, there is a provision in the prohibition against an employment procedure or practice that results in discrimination. So think of something that is discriminatory or affects somebody with religious beliefs and its effects as opposed to being facially discriminatory. Requires that procedure or practice be without a valid business necessity. So it's not the undue hardship language of Title VII, but kind of gives that avenue of an exception or some determination by the employer of whether they can or cannot provide employees or an accommodation to employees. So that covers the religious exemptions portion of the overview I have. I can pause for questions there, or I can continue on to the medical exemptions portion.
We can go ahead and pause for questions. I'll take questions on religious exemption. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. What if there was no prior notification by an employer? Say all of a sudden, you got this COVID-19 mandates coming up, and all of a sudden, just because of an executive order that's going to be issued, an employer decides at the last minute, you've been employed there for 35 years, you never were notified of this before. How does that play in?
Sure, Senator President Masterson, that would kind of, I'm going to probably repeat this a lot, of the kind of fact-specific determination. It wouldn't just depend on the notice given. A lot of other circumstances of how the employer could make accommodations of providing that notice. I would say that there are provisions in Title VII and the Kansas Act Against Discrimination about retaliation. So if that case happened where maybe an individual didn't have an opportunity to assert that they have Title VII protections or that they are experiencing religious discrimination under those acts, there are provisions that would kind of protect them from retaliatory action by the employer kind of during the pendency of that determination.
One last, which trumps which? I mean, we've got constitutional protections from religious liberty, and then you've got all these statutes and everything else. Should the constitutional rights not trump any statutorial?
Sure, Senator President Masterson. So there's kind of 2 levels of analysis we've been talking about today. The kind of more of what you focused on this morning was the validity of these actions, and that's kind of where whether they are constitutional or not would come into play. You know, a determination of whether a mandate is constitutionally permissible or not. The analysis I have in this memo and kind of the focus of my discussion is on assuming you have a mandate in place, kind of what protections are in place at that point. So, you know, a lot of the protections in Title VII and the Kansas Act Against Discrimination are kind of based on constitutional protections of the free exercise of religion. There's kind of that those two steps that you kind of have to look at. And like I said, the focus here is on you have a mandate in place. What are the procedures that apply at that point?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair.
Apologize for that absence. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had actually looked forward to being called upon by the President of the Senate, but I guess I'll have to delay that opportunity, hopefully for the rest of my life, Mr. President. I'd like to direct your attention to the concept of a religious belief as opposed to a sincerely held religious belief. Let's assume that I showed up here today not wearing any pants or underwear, exposing myself to the public. And I say to my employer, the Lord came to me this morning and said, John, don't wear any pants today. Let's even go a little farther. Let's say I just made that up just because I wanted to come to work without any pants. How does an employer differentiate between a professed religious belief and a sincerely held religious belief?
Sure, Representative. Madam Chair. So I think you got into kind of the crux of asserting this belief that there are two aspects to it, the sincerity of the belief and that it is of a religious nature. As I think the Solicitor General mentioned earlier, and as is laid out in guidance by the EEOC, there are some provisions that kind of speak to a limited factual inquiry of what the nature of the belief the employee is asserting and whether they are entitled to protection under Title VII, and what accommodations must be given in that case. Again, being a very fact-specific determination, it does kind of limit an employer to the extent of which it can dive into those beliefs and whether they believe those beliefs are reasonable, those types of things. Those are not what an employer is left to determine. It's whether they are sincere and whether they are of a religious nature.
And just a brief follow-up. So do I understand then that within the limited scope or sphere of inquiry, that an employer may make some inquiry to determine whether or not my decision not to wear pants this morning was fraudulent, that it had nothing to do with my religion, I just didn't want to wear any pants today, as compared with inquiring as to whether I in fact have a sincerely held religious belief. It sounds to me like the employer, K-State, KU, whomever it might be, does have some authority to inquire beyond just me saying, it's because of my religion I didn't decide to wear pants.
Representative, Madam Chair, yes, without getting into the specifics of the validity of any of the university's policies on this matter, generally, yes, an employer can make that limited factual inquiry to determine the sincerity and the religious nature of an employee's
Thank you very much
beliefs.
for your very helpful and diligent research. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for saving that imagery till after lunch. Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I mean, like every good attorney, right, would you let it go to kind of the ridiculous, right? Although I could see Representative Carmichael joining a cult that didn't wear pants. But obviously you're showing up, that in a case like that, it's like showing up drunk. You're disruptive, you're indecent. I mean, that's just, it's not even the same thing, right? So we'll regress. But it does come to a question, who is it that can be an arbitrator of someone's individual belief system, right? And what that is. And so I think that's why we're finding a vein in which, because we've had mandates over the years. So I'm getting the sense that a mandate, quote unquote, in and of itself is not the issue, but the accommodation to certain individuals. And so how broad is that? I mean, I think those are the terms, reasonable accommodation, undue hardship. They do seem to be specific to the facts, but what I see, and this is where the assumption goes to the right? The assumption should be to the person's individual belief. So it feels like, is there any broader definitions that have been applied? I suppose we'd have to go to case law, and again, that's fact specific. I'm starting to talk myself into circles, but around reasonable accommodation outside of, beyond the assumption that a person is sincere?
President Masterson, Madam Chair, I think you're exactly right that you would have to dive into case law and look at it on a case-by-case basis of instances where what the accommodation being requested was and whether that was reasonable kind of in the context of the employer's business to begin with. So unfortunately, beyond kind of, I gave you the statutory framework, the language that Title VII uses and the EEOC uses in investigating and enforcing these actions. Beyond that, it really is going to come down to the specifics of the situation.
In that, and I know you haven't reviewed all the cases, does it appear deference is given to the assumption as it comes into defining reasonable accommodation?
So I think, first, the EEOC guidance itself kind of lends that way of couching it in terms of a limited factual inquiry into the sincerely held religious beliefs being asserted. There is case law speaking to the issues of, there's precedent saying that just because an individual is not scrupulous in their observance of those religious practices or beliefs, that doesn't forfeit their claim to sincerely held religious beliefs and the protections that are afforded to them based on that. So there is some general guidance kind of in that vein, but again, you're going to have to dive in.
And it would also not show that it has to derive from kind of a traditional religious entity or institution, that it's down to the individuals.
Sure, and I think the EEOC regulation I referenced and cite to kind of lends to that of including moral or ethical beliefs that are held with the strength of traditional religious views. So it is a very broad definition.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other additional questions for Scott? Seeing none, thank you, Scott, for being here, and thank you for being flexible.
Madam Chair, I do have the medical exemptions portion to cover still.
Oh, okay, please proceed.
Okay. So the second track that I have to discuss this afternoon with you is the medical exemption track, somebody claiming an exemption or requesting an accommodation on the basis of a medical condition that would preclude them or complicate their ability to get a COVID vaccination as required. Again, there are two tracks. The federal law, the applicable statutory scheme is the Americans with Disabilities Act. And then in a few minutes, I'll talk also about state law, the Kansas Act Against Discrimination. But federal law, the ADA applies to private employers and state and local governments with 15 or more employees. And then there are also substantially similar requirements that apply to the federal government under a separate statutory scheme. But those are kind of implemented and interpreted in a very consistent manner. So for purposes of a lot of this analysis, they are the same. So the ADA prohibits an employer from discriminating against an individual based on disability. And disability is defined by the ADA to include a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities of an individual, a record of such an impairment, or being regarded as having such an impairment. And then there are some criteria laid out in statute about what being regarded as having such an impairment means. ADA also defines major life activities to kind of have a broad scope in what a major life activity entails that a physical or mental impairment might affect. They include things that include but don't limit, or not limited to, caring for oneself, performing manual tasks, seeing, hearing, eating, sleeping, walking, standing, lifting, bending, speaking, breathing, learning, reading, concentrating, thinking, communicating, and working. And again, that's not an exhaustive list. It leaves open that there are other activities that could be included. So the link there is that a medical condition for which a COVID-19 vaccination would cause a substantially limiting impairment may constitute a disability under the ADA that would afford an employee to protections under that act. Similar to Title VII, an employee with a disability must inform the employer that the employee needs an exemption or an accommodation based on that disability from the employer requirement. So the ADA allows an employer to use qualification standards, employment tests, or other selection criteria that apply to all employees if the standards, tests, or criteria are job-related and consistent with business necessity. So that kind of places some criteria on the employer in determining whether they can impose those requirements. Similar to Title VII, the employer must provide a reasonable accommodation to the employee if the accommodation does not impose an undue hardship on the employer's business. However, there's another level to this analysis in the ADA compared to Title VII. An employer may decline an accommodation to an individual who poses a direct threat to the health or safety of individuals in the workplace. And then the ADA goes on to define direct threat to include a significant risk to the health or safety that cannot be limited by a reasonable accommodation. So kind of just some more elaboration on what is a reasonable accommodation and what an employer may be required or not required to provide. The same guidance document from the EEOC that I referenced earlier and that you've been discussing this morning also has some guidance that applies to the ADA context that are specific to ADA and not just to Title VII. So that same document kind of has a lot of information on that. And then state law, the Kansas Act Against Discrimination applies to this context as well. A lot of our discriminatory employment practice protections are found in that act as opposed to being kind of split up like the federal law. Again, it uses very similar language to the ADA, and a lot of that analysis is going to be the same. The Kansas Act Against Discrimination defines disability the same way that the ADA does, and also includes the same standard as the ADA for those job requirements, tests, standards that are consistent with business necessity and job related. So that analysis would also be very similar. The Act Against Discrimination itself does not address the direct threat issue, that kind of elaboration on what is a reasonable accommodation, but there are rules and regulations adopted by the Kansas Human Rights Commission under that act that use that same direct threat language as the ADA. So again, it would be a very similar analysis based on whether the claim comes under the ADA or the Kansas Act Against Discrimination. So Madam Chair, that concludes the background information I have on medical exemptions, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Scott? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott. With regard to this ADA, that only applies to people with disabilities, correct?
Correct. But again, if you look at the definition of disability and especially the definition of major life activity and kind of what a condition that substantially impairs that might be, that can include a pretty wide array of conditions.
So what protections do healthy people have by, I know we're talking about vaccines today, but say a mask mandate, for example. What about these mandates creating an impairment for them? What kind of protection do healthy people have? For example, masks. One doctor told me that just a short period of time wearing a mask can increase the amount of CO2 you're inhaling to levels that exceed what OSHA considers to be safe. You're actually impairing someone's health. So healthy employees are being introduced to a health hazard. Is there a similar law or act that would protect those healthy employees?
Senator, Madam Chair, so I think kind of similar to my answer to your previous question on the religious exemptions, you're looking at kind of a number of different issues being involved. In the case that you're describing, maybe there would be question as to the validity of those requirements in the first place. You know, you've discussed OSHA requirements, CMS requirements, other federal requirements that are being handed down. As far as the ADA's protections itself, again, it's going to be a fact-specific determination. In your case, perhaps the individual's condition could be classified in a way that would be a disability under the ADA that would afford them those protections. But if there is no disability as defined in the ADA would not apply.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And picking up where the senator just left off, and then hopefully we'll get to address HIPAA here in a minute. But am I correct that under the ADA and the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, in order to be a protected person, I either have to suffer from a disability that interferes with one or more important life functions or words to that effect, or that I have to be perceived, if you will, and you use the actual correct words, as suffering from such a disability. The classic example being the airline pilot's case who said they were being discriminated against because their uncorrected vision didn't meet the employer standard, but when they wore glasses, they could meet the standard, and hence they had no protection under the ADA. Now, there were some subsequent changes by Congress after that. But as a conceptual matter, the ADA really only comes into play if you have a disability as defined within the Act or you're perceived to have such a disability. Am I generally on the right track there?
Representative, Madam Chair, yes, and I think the words specifically were being regarded as having a disability.
Correct.
And then there's also the third criteria of having a record of having a disability. So yes, those are the three avenues by which a person would be entitled to protection under the ADA.
But if I don't have any of those factors and I just walk in and I say, I don't want to take a shot, the ADA doesn't really afford me protection in that circumstance, does it?
I think if we are starting from the assumption that whatever claim is being made is not a disability under the ADA,
Right.
then correct.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to address the HIPAA matter. As I recall, my friend Chairman Tarwater, I think, made reference to the Health Insurance Privacy and Portability Act, or Portability and Privacy Act. I can't remember which way it goes. But as I understand that law, it doesn't really afford me privileges, demand accommodations, et cetera. It's a law that has to do with my medical records, who can see them, and making sure that they're available to other healthcare providers, but it doesn't really confer specific rights on me as an individual, as I recall. Now, I may have overstated. Maybe you can help me with that.
Representative, Madam Chair, so I think the scope of HIPAA is the information itself that is held by a covered entity, which generally speaking is a healthcare provider. In cases of insurance companies, self-insurers, employers, sometimes they get implicated by those paths. But yes, generally the rights protected by HIPAA, specifically the privacy rule, is the privacy of that information that is held by those entities.
It's not so much what can I, as an employer, even if it, to the extent it applies to employers, it's not so much what can I ask, rather it's I've got to keep it secret and confidential if I'm covered by HIPAA.
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment, and the EEOC guidance specifically goes into, and case law and regulations all go into the issue of a disability-related inquiry is what it's called under the ADA. When you can ask certain questions, the types of questions that can be asked, but generally, yes, the ADA would allow an employer to ask questions to determine, you know, similar to asking questions, the limited factual inquiry in the case of the religious exemptions, the disability-related inquiry allows an employer to kind of ask questions on a limited basis of what the nature of a disability may be and what accommodations may be reasonable.
Thank you for your help, and thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I want to look just briefly back at the ADA and the Kansas Act Against Discrimination, and the category for someone to fall within the protections of those acts, the category specifically being regarded as having an impairment. Do we have any case law or interpretation regarding that definition in view of this scenario that I'm going to describe? And it is this, that when it comes to the mandate to be vaccinated against COVID-19, if you have not been vaccinated, are you being regarded as having the impairment of having the COVID-19 virus? That would be my first question. And then if you are being regarded as having the impairment of having the COVID-19 virus because you have not been vaccinated, then do you fall within the protection of the ADA and the KAAD? Would be my first question.
Senator, Madam Chair, I am not aware of any case law interpreting that provision or any guidance by the EEOC that would speak to that specific situation.
Thank you. Could it be, though, that if you are an employee and you haven't received the vaccine, or you're not getting it, then you are being regarded as having the impairment of COVID-19, and you can't be treated differently because of that perception. Is that how the ADA would apply, or in the KAAD would apply, or it would not? And I know we're not sitting here in a court of law, and this is a discussion, but.
Senator, Madam Chair, that's a pretty specific application of that provision that I'm not aware of any kind of analog in case law or other situations, so I don't think I'm prepared to kind of speak one way or another of whether it would apply.
Thank you. And supposing that it does apply because you're being regarded as having the impairment of having the virus because you haven't been vaccinated, then can we have the federal government treating you differently from those who have been vaccinated and requiring that you get vaccinated, first of all?
So I think starting from the assumption that that does fall within the definition of a disability as you've described, and that the employer's actions fall under those categories of conduct that are considered discrimination, then yes, I think if assuming both of those are true, then the ADA protections would apply.
And thank you. I want to be clear that I am not saying that you have an impairment if you have not been vaccinated. I am simply talking within the definition of the ADA and the KAD, that if you are being regarded as having the impairment because you haven't been vaccinated, then these other questions follow. So I want to be clear that I'm not making personally that assumption, but if the federal government were or an employer were. And then I guess if you do fall within the ADA and the KAD, so long as the employer treats you no differently than those who are vaccinated and unvaccinated, then the employer would be complying with the ADA and the KAD. Is that kind of where we would be?
Senator, Madam Chair, yes. I think once you've established whether or not something qualifies as a disability under the ADA, the next determination is, was the employer's conduct discrimination or not, to require accommodations under the ADA.
And again, this is all in light of the federal mandate, which we don't really have the OSHA rules or the language yet. So this is all kind of presupposition. And again, even presupposing that an employer would consider it being regarded as having an impairment if you haven't been vaccinated. And again, it's not my position that you have an impairment if you haven't been vaccinated, but just looking at what an employer may or may not be looking at. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, for the questions and for your testimony and answers.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've been talking a lot about the ADA, and just for a layman, I mean, it pertains to medical exemption. I mean, it seems to me, are there not valid medical exemptions kind of outside the ADA, someone who's immune depressed, taking chemo, but isn't, or is that, maybe that makes you qualify under ADA, but are there, because I know there are individuals that are applying for these exemptions because of medical conditions. I know some even familial history, right, from genetics. A parent or somebody had a very bad reaction to the shot, so they had, I think, legitimate fear that they may have a similar physical reaction, and we're trying to seek. Are there applications of medical exemption outside of that? And I think the secondary question to that is, I think, was an unanswered question from Chairman Tarwater this morning. Under current practice, kind of who's playing God? Who's the decision maker of that?
Madam Chair, President Masterson, so I'll answer the second question since it's a little bit more straightforward, and it's kind of the same process as we discussed under Title VII, that, you know, the employer or the employee has to assert that they believe they are entitled to accommodations under the ADA. And getting to some previous questioning, there is kind of a limited ability of the employer under the ADA to ask questions and ascertain kind of the nature of the disability. and what accommodations may be reasonable or appropriate under the circumstances. And then ultimately, if they can't reach an agreement, it's off to adjudication by the EEOC and ultimately a court of law. But kind of that threshold determination would be the relationship between the employee and employer to make that determination. And I'm sorry, I knew I would do this. Your first question.
It was to the, immunocompromised, someone has familial genetic issues. Is that their claim through ADA? I mean, how does that apply?
So again, not getting into the specifics of any particular medical condition, but the definition of disability under the ADA is very broad, that kind of covers a very broad array of medical conditions that may be entitled to protections.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then, if I work for, say, the state agency and I apply for medical exemption and my doctor says, yeah, he's got a heart issue or whatever it may be that he's concerned that this could exacerbate, how do they say no to something like that? If a doctor has agreed that this could kill me, how would they possibly be able to say no?
Representative, Madam Chair, so I think that ultimately goes back to the previous question from President Masterson about the determination of whether a disability exists in the first place. And again, I'm not going to make any judgment as to whether something qualifies as a disability or kind of tell you whether the ADA would or would not apply in a specific situation. But ultimately, like I responded to President Masterson, that's going to be a determination between the employee providing that documentation, asserting that they have a disability, asserting that they are entitled to accommodations under the ADA, and the employer to respond accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, I would like to request from staff, if I could, that we discussed previous to lunch that our region institutions are enforcing the vaccine mandate, and they're allowing medical exemptions and religious exemptions. I think that this council should be updated on how many requests have been made and how many have been granted, because these requests and decisions are going to be made during this process. And so it would be good to know how many are actually being approved and not approved. And since it's been determined that it's not a HIPAA violation to get this information, maybe they could provide the committee with the actual forms that were sent in so that we could look at them and see why they're approving or not approving these exemptions. And secondly, I had a question on SB 159, if you'll allow that. Okay, given that our state institutions they use state money, and the Appropriations Act is what it is, and how is K-State and KU and Wichita State asking for this information when we've told them they can't ask for a vaccine passport, and vaccine passport is defined as written or electronic, any written or electronic documentation of an individual's COVID-19 vaccination status. So they can't ask for that. And it's in number 2 here, it says requiring an individual to use a COVID vaccine passport within the state for any purpose. So how are we even asking the question? How are we doing that? It's illegal. And why are we allowing it?
Representative, Madam Chair, I think Jason alluded to this kind of analysis earlier when he was asked this question of it really depends on the nature of the information being asked for and how it's being provided and whether that falls within that definition of a vaccine passport. You just read out that there's kind of a specific set of guidelines of what is a vaccine passport.
Any documentation of the vaccination status is what a vaccine passport is. So why can't we just say we have it? There's no documentation there. Yes, I have the vaccine.
I can't really speak to an individual's decision to provide truthful or untruthful information.
Well, I'm asking how we can ask for it. Why are we making our employees submit this paperwork when it's illegal? All we have to do is ask if they have been vaccinated.
Madam Chair, I don't think I have anything to add to that framework of, is it a vaccine passport, and is there another way to get that information that would not run afoul of that provision of law?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Scott? Seeing none, I tried to get you down earlier, Scott, so thank you for that. Next, we have Eric Stafford with the Kansas Chamber of Commerce. Welcome to committee, Eric.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Happy fall, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Listening to the testimony at the office and then eventually in person here this morning, a lot of what we wrote in our written comments and what I plan to speak about today has been covered, so I probably won't go on as long as what I intended to, but we'll kind of pivot and adapt our talking points a little bit just to address some of the comments that have been made this morning. So Eric Stafford, Vice President of Government Affairs with the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, here today to speak about the business community's perspective on vaccine mandates, and just start by overall saying we don't support any mandates, we don't like any mandates. So this one is no different when the President issued his executive order in September. So good breakdown by the Attorney General this morning. You've got the OSHA exemption or the OSHA mandate dealing with businesses with 100 or more employees that their staff must be vaccinated by December 8th. To Representative Miller's point, or submit weekly tests, okay? So the one thing I do want to mention, there's the OSHA mandate, but there's also the federal contracting mandate. So if you want to contract with the federal government, and I think this is what Mr. Flanders was getting to earlier, you have to comply essentially as a provision of your contract with the federal government. There are no exceptions, no weekly testing exemptions. Your employees must be vaccinated, and that flows down to other subcontractors as well. So that is probably more broad-reaching, but it's also, from what we've heard from our members and what they're hearing from their attorneys and others, probably viewed more as just a contract clause that you're not going to be, or you're going to have a harder time getting out of, compared to, does OSHA have the authority granted by Congress to issue a vaccine mandate? That one's probably a little bit more up in the air, according to the input that we're getting from our membership. So because of that federal contracting provision, this will apply to more businesses than just the 100 or more employers across our country. There will be small manufacturers, small businesses, mom and pop businesses who serve as subcontractors to a contractor, a prime contractor of the federal government, and they will be forced to comply as well. So I think it's important, and thanks to the feedback from our membership who helped us really focus to stress that you have kind of two sides here that operate a little bit differently, but the goal from the Biden administration's the same, is to get people vaccinated, okay? I will say, just this morning, I was reading an article that was published 2 days ago from Reuters that the federal government's looking to, that they have said that there's potential flexibility in the December 8th deadline. The spokesperson said this is about getting people vaccinated, not costing them their jobs. That ambiguity, on top of the legal challenges, there's some uncertainty that rests there. We did on Tuesday morning, myself and Alan Cobb, our president and CEO, offered public comments to the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB, in opposition to the mandate, expressing some of the same concerns we'll talk about today, or that you've heard today from previous speakers. Just again, to show and do what we can for our membership to express our opposition to government-forced mandates on private businesses. The feedback we've received is that, employees have essentially three options. They can get vaccinated, they can file for religious or medical exemptions, as the previous speaker just talked about, or three, they can find a new job. But our employers who, and two, let me say, I'll be getting to our survey results that you'll see in our written comments. Our membership, from the feedback we were getting last session on this, is we're taking an approach of educating our employees and leaving it up to them on what to do and what's best for them. Alan and I and all of our staff, we have a pretty good pulse on our membership. We talk to them regularly, have a pretty good idea of where they are. But when this mandate came out, we wanted to survey them too to get a little bit better understanding of how they're treating the COVID vaccine among their employees. And I say all that because they're also taking the approach too. It's like as they're educating their employees, even under this current climate where there is a federal mandate pending, they're telling their employees, just don't sit back and do nothing. If you don't want to get vaccinated, you feel free to, we don't want to lose you. And that is a fear. That is a fear that's going on that we are hearing from all of our members is it's uncertain what the impact will be, but we have a workforce fear because we already have openings. And if we're going to lose more people because we fall under this mandate either from the OSHA side or the federal contracting side, what's that impact going to be for our business? So that is real, but they are saying to their employees, don't do nothing. If you do nothing, then we're going to be forced at that date in December or whenever, if they're going to be flexible with it, that we'll have to let you go if you haven't taken any of the actions that they're encouraging them to take. Some other feedback we got, that the difficulties to attract and retain talent have been exacerbated prior. They were an issue before the pandemic. They've been an issue that has become front and center during the pandemic from the business community standpoint. We all know about the issues that were happening with the unemployment benefits and whether to extend them or expire them early, and you had a different variety of how the states were handling that. But there are workforce shortages in every industry. I just had somebody make a joke this morning about it when I was purchasing a morning coffee, where he said, it's not like we don't have a plethora of employees and they want me to do this because they think I have all the time in the world. And that was the employee who was saying that to me. So it is real, so last week, or I guess it was a week and a half ago, like, let's get this survey out. We kept it short, just really 3 questions to just say, where is our membership on this? So as of Wednesday, when I knew I had to get my testimony typed and finalized, we had 70 responses, which is pretty good for surveys out of our 500 plus members, 510, 520 members. 70 responses, pretty good. And I bullet pointed what the survey results are so you can see those in our written comments. But 97% of the respondents are letting employees make their decisions according to their own personal beliefs and or consultation with their physicians. Only 3% have mandated vaccines for their employees. We did not ask business industry makeup. We did not ask business size. We did not ask, will you fall under the federal mandate or are you a federal contractor? We didn't ask anything. We just wanted to, how are you treating the mandate? How are you treating the vaccine among your employees? The next question that we had, the second question was, this virus has had ebbs and flows and, peaks and valleys, and the numbers go down and then they go up in July and then they're back down, and then we hear about Florida, but then we hear about New York, and where is this all thing circulating at? If your company is currently not requiring employees to get the COVID-19 vaccination, is it something you may consider in the future? 26% did say yes, should the trend of COVID-19 cases change in our community, we may revisit the decision not to require the vaccination. 74% answered no, my company will not revisit the decision to not require the COVID-19 vaccine. Question 3, what best describes your company's option on the proper response from government as it relates to the COVID-19 vaccination? 6% said government should mandate. 77% said businesses reserve the right to individually determine what's best for their companies, employees, and customers. The 17% other, that's basically just people I was going to say a bad word, complaining through the comments when we leave a section open for other. I censored those out of the survey, so you don't have to read them, but it was entertaining. In closing, and this is something that you know, when Alan and I have met with our members or elected officials talking about this, we're not in a position to serve as a law enforcement agency or an enforcement agency to ensure that somebody's doing something or not. And the more burden that you put on businesses, the more costly it is. And if they don't want to do the vaccination and they want to do the weekly testing, is that on the employer or the employee? You know, we've all known that it wasn't specific to Kansas, but, you know, we went through a rough patch where there was very short supply of tests available. We had a hard time within our membership from the retail side of their pharmacies being able to get access to COVID tests. So if the COVID testing or weekly testing is going to be an option, is that are tests readily available? What happens if there are not tests readily available? Some other questions we brought up to OMB when we testified or I don't want to say testified, presented public comment Tuesday was who's responsible for any liability issues related to a vaccine mandate where an employer says, I'm sorry, you have to be vaccinated. What happens if something happens to that employee? What happens if an employee gets sick? We have liability protections in place today for businesses that the legislature passed and Governor Kelly signed into law. Those expire March 2022. So there's just a lot of uncertainty that we have with this in place. It'd be our preference that we continue to let the private sector determine what's best for them. Each manufacturing entity, each retail entity, each hospitality, restaurant, hotel, healthcare, every sector is different. Every business is different, and each circumstance is different. And we believe that we can fully trust our membership to determine what's best for their employees and their customers and continue to educate and talk about the value of vaccination and allow their employees to do what's best for them. So I think I'll close with that. Happy to answer any questions that you all have, but the biggest takeaway, I want you to know that the sentiment of our membership continues to be let them decide what's best for their business, but also to clarify that there's kind of two angles here that we're looking at from the federal government. And in conversations that, and I was guilty of it too, saying, you know, yeah, we've got the OSHA deal and we've got, you know, federal contractors and subcontractors fall under, and that it was in one of those conversations. They said, well, it is important to point out and separate the two, that even though it's kind of all under the same umbrella, they're treated in different ways. That, you know, if you want to, you have the right to not contract with the federal government, but if 70% of your business is whatever, paper plates, I don't know, then you're gonna have to make a tough decision on what's best for your business. But it's a contract clause, basically, in the eyes of the federal government. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today and provide input. As always, we're happy to be a resource from the Kansas business community and provide any information that you all have. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Eric. Questions for Eric? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Stafford, I want to hone in momentarily on the responses to question number 3, and first say that I'm surprised that 6% thinks the government should mandate something. I would have thought that would have been 0. But as to the 77% that reserve the right, and your stated position that your organization opposes all mandates, would that include the mandate from state government that a employer could not choose to require his employees to be vaccinated?
Yeah, Representative, we did oppose legislation last year on that. We essentially kind of view that as a reverse mandate, that you know, again, let businesses decide what's best for them. So it's kind of two sides of the same coin.
Laissez-faire, 100%. The second question, if you were all-powerful, let's just say you were president of the Senate, and you could get any legislation passed to address the concerns of your organization, what would you have us do?
On anything?
No,
just
no.
COVID?
Well, we already know you pretty much get anything you want, but on this, as to your concerns on this issue, what should we do to address your concerns within our legal limits? You're only president of the Senate. You're not king, okay? But legislatively, what can we do as a Kansas legislature to address your concerns?
Nothing.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank you. That's enough.
I would say if there's concern over this federal mandate, if, you know, you guys pass resolutions to the federal government all the time, whether it's, you know, defending Israel or whatever it might be, that you guys have done, you know, something along those lines would be sending a message that we'd prefer this. The federal government's asked the states to manage COVID up until this point, right? So I think if states continue to manage COVID, let them continue to manage it and let businesses decide what's best.
Agreed. We can scream and holler, but from a practical aspect, we're very limited, even if we're president of the Senate.
Yeah, and litigation's going to work itself out.
Right, but that's not what we do.
Correct. Well, yeah, federally, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm encouraged to hear the level of authority conceded to the Senate president. With that, Senator Thompson.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, we have to kiss his ring every day, right? No. Just a little joke. No, sorry about that. Quick question. Two questions, actually, Eric. With regard to the, thankfully, there's a large majority of the businesses who are allowing their employees to make their own decision. I'm very happy to see that. I want to hone in on the 3% that mandate the vaccine, the 6% that say the government should mandate. First of all, are those who are mandating it willing to accept the liability? Or did they answer that question? In other words, you mandate it, you sort of addressed it.
Yeah, no, good question, Senator. Thank you. I will say we didn't ask that. And that's the point, when I did mention that, that's one of the questions to OMB that we posed. What happens if somebody has an adverse reaction, and they are rare, but what happens if somebody does have an adverse reaction through an employer-based mandate? Even pre-Biden administration mandate that was issued in September, what happens there? And I don't know. My guess is, again, there'll be litigation. Yeah, we did not ask that follow-up question. You know, I don't, and again, it was entirely anonymous. I have no idea what industry sector that they come from. Could be healthcare that falls in that 3% or 6%. It could be somebody who just philosophically believes it, even though their businesses might not be. They think that businesses should be mandating it. So not too sure, but yeah, I mean, mostly our membership is you know, we'd prefer to be left alone as much as possible on all fronts with this and let us decide what's best, so.
And one last question, thank you on that. One last question, within that group, do you get the sense that they are strictly following numbers from CDC or the NIH, or are they, do you know if they're considering any outside sources of information? Because there's a lot. And, you know, what sources of information are they looking at, you know, from an educational standpoint?
Yeah, as you said, there's a lot of information. In a matter of 45 minutes, I think I saw one tweet citing a report that vaccination helps reduce transmission, and then 45 minutes later, I see Bloomberg tweet a report that says there's no difference between vaccination and transmission rates and unvaccinated. So there's so much conflicting information out there in today's information world that it's confusing and it's hard to sift through. So I don't know what sources our membership goes to for making their determinations. I think it's just more philosophical as business men and women and owners and officers of their companies that they just prefer to figure out what's best, because again, each circumstance is different. One question that was posed to OMB that I think I put in our written comments today is, does the 100 employee threshold, is that nationwide? Is that per facility? Is there a grave danger presented as the standard is under OSHA? I think that was discussed this morning from maybe the revisor's office and the definitions from OSHA. The grave danger, is it a grave danger to employees when you have 70% of your workforce working remotely from home? And so nobody's in the office right now. So those are the points we wanted to stress to the federal government, that you have not issued a rule yet. We're 6 weeks away from this coming out. There's a lot of questions that exist from our membership's perspective that are not answered, and hopefully I was forwarded, Randy Stuckey with Grain and Feed sent me an article the other day that was speculated that the ruling could come out today. I mean, could be news dump Friday, that OSHA issues their final rule or issues the rule today. Haven't seen anything officially. I kept checking prior to coming up here, but also seen some information through groups on trying to get further clarification on religious and medical exemptions. Just as employers trying to understand from an HR perspective, how do we accommodate those requests, how do those requests need to be filed, et cetera, just to ensure that employers kind of have everything in a row from a liability standpoint as they deal with this from their employees.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a point of clarification, we don't have to kiss the Senate President's ring. Just want to make that very clear. No.
Too late, Senator Thompson. Okay. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of areas of questions. First, with respect to the survey, I think you had approximately 70 responses?
As of Wednesday, yeah.
How
about
many?
A week and a half.
Sure. How many members do you have?
Billable invoices were 525, somewhere around that, but that includes, PepsiCo that has Frito-Lay and all these other companies underneath it. But in terms of billable invoices, we might have one invoice for somebody who has multiple entities within the state.
You have in excess of 500 employer members, and 70 of them self-selected to participate in this survey. Would that be a fair description?
Yes, sir. And I know our communications team has sent a follow-up email maybe yesterday just to get a little bit more participation.
And you don't purport to say that this is in fact a scientific representation, if you will, of the membership. Rather, this is what the people in the last 3 days have let you know.
That's a really good question because I failed to mention, I'm sorry about that. Every year we perform our CEO poll. We perform it the week after Thanksgiving. That is a scientific survey. I would agree with you. This one was not. It was just one of our membership. The survey that we do for our CEO poll, 300 random businesses selected from across the state, designed to be geographically, industrially, and size of the employees representative of the state of Kansas. As we testify before you throughout the years, we always cite our CEO poll depending on the topics that we're using and the sentiment of the business community. That scientific poll, we are working right now to finalize those questions for our polling firm. We want to ask these similar questions to the business community in that one as well to get a comparison of where our folks, because that one has a lot more educational and healthcare makeup than probably what our membership does. But yeah, to your point, I'd like to compare the two, and I failed to mention that in our comments.
And I look forward to that comparison as well. Madam Chair, with your permission, the other area that I'd like to inquire of Mr. Stafford about, I'm an employer, okay? I have a law office. We're probably a federal contractor now as I start thinking about it. We're not under a collective bargaining agreement. My respects to my friend from District Lodge 70, and I invite him to come organize my place of business. We'd like to have you in the house. But when you say that we oppose mandates, I think the chamber opposes governmental mandates as opposed to me as a private employer saying, if I have an outbreak of COVID in my office, a cluster, if you will, I'll lose customers. I won't be able to service my clients. Employee absenteeism is expensive to me, very much so in a small business. And so if I want to make a business decision in my own independent business that says we're going to all wear masks and we're all going to get vaccinated, and if you don't want to do that, then we're going to help you find another job somewhere else where you can exercise those rights, if you will. I assume the chamber doesn't object to me as an employer mandating that my employees take steps to maintain what I believe is a safe workplace and allow me to have reduced absenteeism, increased, hopefully, profitability. The chamber doesn't object to me as an employer telling my employees, we're all going to get our shots, do you?
Absolutely not. No, and I was hoping I'd be clear about that no, we're talking government-imposed mandates. We've said all along that our employers have led the effort to be safe and create safe environments for their customers and their employees. I mean, even early on in the pandemic. No, I don't disagree with that at all.
And so to follow up on what I think my colleague, former Senator Miller, asked you a few moments ago, you've also, the chamber has also opposed governmental mandates that would tell me as a private employer, I can't require shots and masks.
Correct. And two, take COVID out of it. We have companies that work internationally, and if you're going to have employees go to Africa or Asia or wherever, that there's a high risk of, name a deadly infectious disease, and we need you to get vaccinated prior to traveling there. If the employee does not want to, well, okay, that's fine. You don't go on the trip, or might have to accommodate you to another job or help you find another job.
Same's true of a flu shot or whatever, I take it. It doesn't matter from your perspective whether it's COVID, influenza, rubella, typhoid, or whatever. The employer ought to be able to make a decision as to whether or not they require vaccination of their employees. I think that's the chamber's position.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last question. Does it matter that these are emergency use authorization and not actually FDA approved? I know they talked earlier about Comirnaty, or how it's pronounced. It's not available in the United States, not emergency. It's not even in factor until 2023. Mandating a vaccine, well, it's not even truly a vaccine, for employees under that sort of use, is that a concern for those who are mandating it?
From our membership's perspective, that hasn't come up. It hasn't. I mean, I think that there's been a lot of discussion about that, that hasn't been something that's been brought up from our membership's perspective.
Thank you.
Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for being here, Eric.
The real Senate President.
Yeah. I apparently have a whole lot more power than I thought I had. So to preface, you said 3% of the businesses that have said they're mandating, although I think they're probably your larger employers, right? Your federal contract guys. So it's a lot of people we're talking about. So I don't want to say I'm broad brushing, but I do want to touch on it seems to me you're uncomfortable. You don't want to be the middleman coercer, right? You're being coerced by the feds. I'll pull your contract. You can't have money, but you're the middleman coercer then to the employment base. I'm being mandated, therefore I'll mandate. But you're okay with being the primary coercer if you're a business that wants to force mandates. And how do you look at employees that, because you use the example of somebody maybe needing to travel overseas. But what about the employees that have been in their normal course of business, been working for an employer for 20, 30 years, that normal course of business? That almost goes to the contract law here, and then about employment contract, and then middle of the road, you cross the, it crosses a line when you're breaching the envelope of the human body, right? I mean, so, and now you're mandating something that's not in their normal course. I actually get if it's choices. You're hiring me new. If you want this job, then it's going to require you to be vaccinated with this, and you make those choices. Because I'm struggling with the whole, well, if you don't like it, you can get another job, right? It's, you don't have a constitutional right to a job. Well, I don't have a constitutional right to a home or a family, I suppose, either. But if I impede that person's right to the job, I could eventually affect the fact they have a house or a family. And so there needs to be a window in there somewhere. I'm not for mandates either. I'm probably nobody more free market, less government intrusion than myself. But it feels like we have a line here, and where constitutional rights of the individual may at some point conflict with that of the business entity, because a business in and of itself doesn't have a constitutional right, right? But the individual, however, does. And so how would you
I
respond?
think economic prosperity is in the Constitution, Senator. So I think there is a constitutional right. As me as a business owner, I own the business.
That is for the individual, Eric. The pursuit of happiness, that is the individual. That's not your entity.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, but the business owner has just as many constitutional rights to keep his business open as you do as an employee to work for that business, right?
So, no, I don't agree with that. I don't have a right to how my business operates. I'd hope that I could operate that way, but that's not a constitutional right.
I didn't say success. I said to have your business. You don't have a constitutional right to success.
Well,
but that's why most employers, Senator, are not mandating, because they don't want to be in that position.
Right.
They
So
don't.
that's what I'm talking about, middleman coercer.
Yeah.
You don't want to be there.
They don't. And
because in that scenario, you are also, though, coerced. So, but down to the employee level, now that's the individual. That's the guy I'm worried about that doesn't appear to have an off-ramp. Now, I'll concede, we didn't appear to have a big problem with mandates until we did shut off all the off-ramps.
Are you coerced as a bar owner when you tell your wait staff that we might cost ourselves $200 here, but we need to stop serving that guy and his friends because they've had too much to drink?
No.
You're coercing that employee. You're costing them more money, their constitutional right to earn, but you're making the decision of what's best as the business owner for your business for potential liability. I think the same could be said, and I want to use in this example nursing homes, because we know that this disease largely impacts elderly people and people with underlying health conditions, right? If I'm a business owner who owns a private network of nursing homes that cares for these individuals, and I need my staff to be vaccinated to do anything I can to help reduce risk for our customers.
I think you've already passed the assumption. The assumption is I need to have all my staff vaccinated to do that. Right, you're at the point of that point. I mean, there's natural immunities, there's all kinds of other options, if you will, not to mention the exemptions we've been talking about, religious exemption, medical exemptions. I think what I'm hearing, the problem is people have cut off all the exit ramps for people that have legitimate exemptions.
But how do you as a business owner, and I think maybe you're assuming that I'm not taking qualified immunity or natural immunity into this calculation, because I think that's probably something as a business owner, if I was a business owner, I'd be looking at as well. But that's, again, between the business owner and their employees, and there's various circumstances versus a blanket, you have to do it no matter what the circumstance. That's, again, I think our membership has been they're reluctant to get in there. There are HR professionals that are saying, do you have the right as a business to do it? Yeah. Just probably best to not.
No, I'm actually, I'm encouraged the fact only 3% of those are. I'm not trying to lay this down on you, but I think there's a lot of questions that are broader than just, do you or do you not? Can you, even as a business then, mandate to the level that I'm injecting something that's objectionable, particularly in a post-knowledge, not a foreknowledge situation where I have had a long time employment in normal course, and I have to decide between my livelihood and my pursuit of happiness and whether or not I take something that's objectionable to me in some way. So, and I'm not expecting you to have the answer to that. I think it's not as clean as it appears to be.
No, this is, and yeah, Senator, it's so true. This is very gray. And it is very complex. And again, that's why, in our view, a black and white approach of a mandate, we have to do this as the employer community for our employees, not the right approach. Each circumstance different. So totally agree with you. Agree that there are some blendings of personal liberties at stake here, but they're issues that have been present before that employers have had the right to pre-COVID. And this is just bringing those issues up. Yeah, so thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Eric, thanks for letting us grill you.
Par for the course, Senator.
Just the beginning, I guess. I just want for you to clarify, I know this has been asked, and I guess I'm asking in the same way. You have a member of the chamber that comes to you and says, for the good of my business, I think it's best that I mandate my employees to be vaccinated. I'm asking for guidance. Does the chamber provide that?
Legal guidance? No.
But what kind of guidance?
I don't know how to phrase that. I don't want to call it philosophical guidance. No, we'll advise them as best as we can. But again, if it's their desire to have their employees masked or vaccinated or unvaccinated, that's their preference of what they want to do. They have the right to do that. Customers are free to choose too. That's the element that's been at place too, and business owners are well aware of that. Business owners are well aware of the free market of competition, that people can choose based on behavior and actions, that they will shop with their wallets. And we've made those decisions personally. My family has over the last 18 months. People are free to make their own decisions, and business owners, they want to offer protections, they want to respect everybody's decisions, I think they're struggling to do as best that they can in these difficult times, just like everybody else, and trying to find what the right approach is. But yeah, businesses, in our view, are free to Representative Carmichael's points. If you want to have masks, if you want to have vaccinations, the businesses they were working fine without the vaccine mandate. They were addressing their employees. In our view, they're managing everything to the best of their ability for what's best for their company. Yeah, you take that right away. What if you guys said you can't have masks for employees? Or it's the opposite side too. We don't really want that either, because each circumstance is different.
But you just made a comment. You said they were doing fine without any mandates. Well, but we have a lot of evidence out there that that's not necessarily true. That we have had outbreaks. We have had, almost 700,000 people in the United States, over 700,000 die. So there are reasons to address that COVID-19 and the Delta variant are real. So you have a business that's a member, they're looking for guidance. So the guidance that Chamber's providing, is it do what's best for you and your customers? Is that it?
Yeah, if they're looking for more concrete questions or, we're not gonna, I don't know what type of, I think they're asking what's allowed, what's not allowed. We were providing guidance responsive to government actions based on what counties have mask mandates, what counties don't. Businesses aren't at fault for the clusters and infections. I think that's maybe assumed in your statement there. That's the thing. This virus is going to ebb and flow, just like all viruses do. And whether, you've got California and New York that have some of the strictest standards right now for COVID, and then Florida that's got raked over the coals in July for having the highest rates in the nation, and now they're lowest in the nation. So it's a virus. It doesn't make any sense, and I think sometimes we try to play God a little too much that we can actually control things, and a lot of it's out of our control. And if you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't, but don't freak out if somebody asks you to wear a mask either, because that's their right to do, because they feel like that might offer a little bit of protection for customers or employees or whatever it might be. So I think that's, in terms of what type of guidance are we offering, it's informational sources we serve as an information source for our membership to let them know what's happening within the state of Kansas in terms of government response. We've shared in the past that we were heavily involved working with the governor's office daily when all this first started happening, because we were hearing different stories from our membership. And I gave the story almost a year ago to Representative Owens when we were talking about the lockdowns. And I think, folks, we look back, hindsight's 2020, were lockdowns effective? No, but nobody knew what this was in March. I didn't want to be in the State House in March of last year, I promise you that. But you learn from it, and the reason why things evolved to the way that they did in Kansas for the statewide lockdown is because we had members with multiple locations who had one county health official saying, you got to do certain things this way, and then another one saying you got to do things this way, and then a third one saying, even though you've bought all the PPE, you're not essential and we're going to shut you down. It's like, well, no, we're a manufacturing distributor. We are essential according to DHS list, Department of Homeland Security's critical infrastructure definitions. We are essential. And so you had this patchwork of enforcement from local health officials that made zero sense. You out here need to take all of your customers. You can't have more than 50 people in your store, and you got to space them out 6 feet apart standing outside and have the staff manage that. Well, no, we don't have the staff to do that. That's not our job as employers to enforce that. But then in another county, no restrictions along those lines. So you learn and you adapt, but I mean, yeah, we are here to serve as an information source and let you all know when we're having problems with enforcement or government issues that are coming out through the pandemic that we feel need to be resolved. So I guess I hope that summarizes well what we do for our membership and kind of the role that we play. We want to serve as the information source between the business community and you guys and share what our members are telling us. But, they want to be, they've been making their decisions, masks, no masks, plexiglass, social distancing, and everything's fine. I mean, you see people milling about, going out to dinners on Friday and Saturday night, and I mean, I think the public's kind of determining what they're willing to accept. We all know COVID's been around for almost 2 years now, and if you're choosing to go out, you know the risks, and you know whether you feel you should take precautions or not. And
well, I would say that we have vaccines, we have access, prevalent access in the United States to vaccines. We have, 3 different ones to choose from. We have boosters now. So we have a lot of, information that we didn't have 20 months ago, and we have ways to deal with it. So you're absolutely right. I mean, I always refer to it as being the armchair quarterback, to look back and say it should have been this way. We didn't know what it should have been because we hadn't been through it before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we do have vaccines, and they are playing an important role. I mean, they are. I think it's very clear. I know there's concern over what the impact, health impact and whatnot based on, there's concerns over flu shots. I mean, we got sick this year getting our flu shots, and there's always a potential risk for anything that you're putting into your body, but at the same time, there's definitely the benefit. I mean, the vaccines are working. They are. It's unfortunate, people say, don't make this political. Well, government's involved, so it's going to be political. Again, our members have been educating their employees on vaccinations, what they felt like that was, this summer, as they were rolling out, the vaccines were rolling out, that was a better approach than mandating it on their employees. And they saw a lot higher participation.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make it quick. Mr. Stafford, is Kansas an employment at will state?
Yes, sir.
And does the Kansas Chamber of Commerce support the at-will employment doctrine?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you. I guess it goes back to the educational sources provided employers, for example, and what kind of access they have to. I was told yesterday by somebody who works on the inside of the pharmaceutical industry that, and this is a quote from him, someone who's vaccinated with no symptoms has the same viral load as somebody who's unvaccinated presenting with symptoms. So this is new information. You said, well, we didn't know anything last March. We have evolving information showing the efficacy or lack thereof of the vaccines and the safety or lack thereof of the vaccines. I would hope that employers who are mandating this would be open to reviewing their decision whether or not to vaccinate or mandate a vaccination for their employers or employees.
And I think they are, and I think that's why they largely have said, I mean, that's why we phrased the question the way that we did, where we had 97% say that they feel like it's best to their own employees' personal beliefs in consultation with their physicians. I'll tell you guys, I asked my physician at my annual physical in July, I need your honest opinion, doctor, do I need to get vaccinated or not? This is a guy I've been to since I was 14. I'm surprised he's not retired yet. But he said, have you had COVID? I said, yeah, we had it in January. He goes, the studies I've seen, you know, your immunity is lasting just as long, if not longer, having natural immunity. You know, but I feel like if you need it for work or travel, it's safe, go ahead and get it. But right now, I mean, unless you have to, don't. Well, you know what? We continue to make our personal decisions, decided what's best. We ultimately did in the fall, but again, it's those decisions. Our membership, I think, largely wants it to be left to the individuals, their healthcare professionals, but they should also reserve the right, if it's best for their circumstance, that they need or feel like they need their employees to be vaccinated, that they make that decision as a business owner. So it's been we've had that right in the past with religious and medical exemptions for employees before. We included information, I can't remember if I cited from the CDC or wherever I pulled into our testimony last year, citing some case law and some guidance from the federal government, how they phrase it. But we have that. I can get it for this committee if you need it. But kind of how employers have had that right in the past to require vaccines for their employees. So that is not something that has been new to COVID. To Representative Carmichael's point, if you didn't like the decision being made by the employer, you're free to go find a different job somewhere else. It is a employees market right now, as we talked about with workforce shortage, and that is no different whether it's COVID related or just demands because of lack of available workers.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Eric, I have a couple of questions. Earlier you mentioned that there's always risk with a flu shot, a COVID, there's always risk. Who should determine whether someone should assume that risk or not?
Well, I think we're knowing that risk that's out there today. I mean, watch Thursday Night Football and how many pharmaceutical ads are you going to see where they list off 15 possible side effects of a drug, but we're still taking them. So the individual's assuming that risk today. Now, are there legal ramifications that we could potentially be getting into that I don't know? I'll defer to an attorney and let them answer those further. But I think as consumers today, we are all individually assuming those risks based on known risks through trials, through the FDA process. I understand that this one has the emergency declaration from the beginning, but I think they've all been FDA approved. It came about through a little bit different circumstances, as Senator Thompson alluded to earlier. So I think individually we're all accepting those risks today.
I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that they're FDA approved for emergency use, not for permanent use. But if a business takes a risk, who reaps the reward of that risk?
The owners and the employees.
So with risk, would you say it's fair to say with risk comes responsibility?
Always.
So if the decision to take a risk, someone is coerced into taking a risk, who should take responsibility for that? The person who is coerced or the person who did the coercion?
Well, they're coerced to take the risk if they want to maintain employment of their choosing for their employer or declare a medical or religious exemption, or they're free to choose a new job somewhere else.
Okay, just wanted to clear that up. You said that the chamber worked closely with the governor's office at the beginning of the pandemic. Did the chamber take a position on the governor's decision to lock down businesses?
We were involved, I'll repeat this story from what we told last year. We met with the governor, I think it was around the 10th or 11th of March. Myself, Alan, Scott Schneider from the Restaurant and Hospitality Association, Dan Murray from NFIB. We met in the governor's office with her, Will Lawrence. I can't remember if Tim Graham was there or not. First words out of the governor's mouth, I don't want to close businesses down, don't want to close restaurants down, because states had already started doing that. We said we appreciate that and would firmly agree. When the cases started coming to Kansas, cases started going up. I think by this point we're probably mid-April, so maybe 3 weeks later to 4 weeks later, when cases were increasing and you started having counties individually determining who can be open, who cannot be, what rules businesses have to follow. That's when we had conversations with the governor's office saying a statewide approach is probably best. And if we're going to go down this path, from membership feedback, utilize DHS definition of critical infrastructure, which is very broad when you look at it. Because of the fact that we wanted a uniform approach to how our government, in what we felt was going to be short-term, would handle this pandemic. So that's when the governor issued the statewide steps and critical infrastructure definitions. I can't remember what they called it in Kansas specifically. I don't know if it was critical infrastructure. Maybe it was. Maybe they just cited DHS. I'd have to go back and look. But that's kind of how everything evolved, is because we started getting that patchwork approach. Yeah, if that answers your question, Senator.
Yes, thank you. So what I'm hearing you say is that business autonomy is subjective, depending on short-term or long-term. So I'm not quite sure how that is being consistent with the chamber's position as it relates to an employer mandate on vaccines.
Say that again. I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, from your recollection of the chamber's position on the governor's lockdown of businesses, you said that there was support for a uniform approach because you thought it would be short-term, et cetera. Therefore, business autonomy is subjective, depending on conditions. So can you tell me why the conditions are different under those circumstances than what we're talking about in this committee?
They're different because we're dealing with something that we didn't know anything about at that time, and that was the approach. So President Trump didn't have the authority to issue lockdowns in states outside of the travel bans, right, that he issued from Europe and China and all that. This was all managed by the governors, and the governors started taking this approach. And if this is going to be the approach, our view is, here is what the definitions should be instead of county by county approaches to this thing. So do we support the ability to have lockdowns in the future? Do we want that to be what happens and that become the norm? Absolutely not. This should be extenuating circumstances, and nobody knew what this was. Nobody knew how deadly this thing was or how it would impact us at the time. So, and I said it back in September of last year. We can Monday morning quarterback this all we want, but April of last year versus October today, we have 2 years almost to learn how this is impacting everything, and we didn't know. What are we looking at? Are we looking at a 5% death rate, 10% death rate of this thing? We didn't know. And so that's, we can second guess what the right approach is to managing this at the beginning, but we've learned. We're not going to back away and say we made the wrong decision then, because we didn't know what we were dealing with. But if we're going to operate under this fashion, here is what we need to ensure remains in place for just essential function, so we can get food and gas and whatever we need. But that's why we also supported Senate Bill 273 that was vetoed by the governor, which provided small business relief for those who were economically harmed when they were told that they had to stay closed, but somebody else could be open. So we know that there are businesses, especially in the restaurant and hospitality industry, that suffered economic harm. We should be using some of these federal COVID dollars, the $1.2 billion that we're getting from the state, for small business economic relief, if they can prove that they actually suffered economic loss. If you got a PPP loan for $250,000 to manage your payroll and your income ended up ultimately being the same, you didn't suffer harm economically. But if you suffered $300,000 of economic loss and you still have property tax bills and payroll and all that stuff to maintain, let's try to help those small businesses out who were impacted. So we get that the decisions that were made had consequences in hindsight, but we can question everything now. I think that's where we're at today, is because sometimes people refuse to acknowledge that mistakes, not necessarily mistakes were made, but we learn and adapt, right? So we learn and adapt, but sometimes the strategies don't match up with what we continue to learn and what the science shows us and all that. But anyway, I'm getting off of vaccines, so here to talk about vaccines.
I appreciate that, and I don't have any further questions. I would just state that I don't think that using COVID funds from the government for a problem that they created is appropriate. And I believe that constitutional freedoms aren't subjective or dependent upon a situation. So with that, any other questions for Mr. Stafford?
Well, Madam Chair, if I could, is using COVID funds for businesses who are harmed by government, is it better to have government just spend that money on whatever they want, or is it better to help the businesses who were economically harmed, who suffered?
Mr. Stafford, I believe in the free market and letting the market determine that. So with that, we will move on to our next conferees. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Cornell Beard and Sean Junkins from the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you for having me. Sean ain't going to be here with us. His wife came down with COVID, so he won't be here today. So yeah, I am Cornell Beard. I'm the president and director and business rep for the Machinists Union, District 70 in Wichita, Kansas. I'm here mainly to speak and kind of repeat some of the things that my membership have been saying and what my membership, what their thoughts are right now.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please speak a little closer into the microphone so those online can hear?
Gotcha.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, like I said, I'm here to speak on behalf of my membership. They've given me a few things that they want said, and that's what I'm going to express, and then I'll give you my opinions on a few other things. So, I've been a union member for over 33 years. I first started out in meatpacking, Dodge City, Kansas, where I graduated high school. And I learned to work hard, worked out on the farm, you know, throwing hay bales, all that good stuff. So I know how to make a living. If I didn't have this job, I'll figure it out. But a lot of people don't have that luxury. And then here we are passing a mandate. But I've never seen our country so divided over an issue. You know, it's not that I'm not paying attention to politics, but this one here is just right up in your face. And, you know, I'm very disappointed. I'm not in this position to tell anyone they should or shouldn't have the vaccination. I personally don't care who has the vaccination, to be honest with you. We as a nation look to all of you to make sure our rights and the Constitution stay protected. In this day and age, it seems the appearance is, from my membership, that you all are concerned about yourselves. That's what I hear every month that I get up to the microphone in front of my membership. What is the state of Kansas doing? Is anybody filing anything? Is anybody doing anything rather than having town hall meetings and discussing it? Who's doing something? Even if it fails, at least we know something was done. That's the way that's the perception. I'm not saying that it's true, but I'm here to let you know what it is. I'm not shooting for one of y'all's positions, so I don't have to be careful what I say. In this day and age, you know, like I said, their concern is you're out for yourselves. Our membership, sit out here and wonder, why isn't our elected leaders of Kansas standing up for us? Why are our leaders okay with the executive order that that does not apply to them? That itself goes against the Constitution. It is unbelievable to me that the President of the United States portrays himself and says our country was built on union labor, but then turns right around and passes a mandate that's going to devastate that very group. The President included are supposed to be here, the President's supposed to be here to bring us all together, not continue to divide us. What we see as a working class is our government, for some reason, exempt from this vaccine mandate. This leaves us with a feeling of more mistrust, and the government and all of you have, it gives us, mistrust the government, and that all of you have said, oh, well, you know, to the rest of us. Using a quote from Kim Wong, Executive Director of UCLA Labor Center, quote, when union membership is down, economic integrity is in it. Inequality is up. Economic inequality is up, end quote. Since the first day of this executive order was mandated, I witnessed countless union members stand up for what their constitutional rights are, and some are going to walk away from their livelihood, their careers. You spend 30-something years in a facility, and then somebody tells you that you got to have a vaccine to stay there. I think that's the most unfair thing ever. This executive order is dismantling manufacturing and the middle class. So I stand here today in support of all union members and Americans across the nation, our bodies, and our constitutional right to choose whether or not we get the COVID vaccine. And I was debating if I even wanted to say this, but here's something here. I think a lot of people have been okay now with having a mask. So if you're not vaccinated, you got to wear a mask. In my opinion, that's the start of a huge problem, because now we're basically saying you're the modern day Jew. You're going to wear that star and you're going to wear it, and we don't give a damn if you complain about it or not. We all know that you can catch the virus with the vaccination. We all know you can pass the virus with the vaccination, and the same without it. So what's a mask going to do? All we're doing is pointing out those folks who took an exemption or don't agree with it, and we're going to make you our new poster child to poke at. And it really isn't even about the shot. It really isn't. It's about the mandate. It's about our choice. Single-handedly, overnight, we lost our choice. So in our meetings that we have with the company under effects bargaining, we sit there and they say, well, we really didn't have a choice. We're a government contractor. I said, bullcrap. You had a choice. You chose the money. It's a crappy choice. You want to stay in business, or do you want to accept it? Do we want to eat, or do we not accept it? It's the same thing. We got to have money to eat. But my biggest thing that I want you all to take from this and me being here, and thanks for allowing me to be here, is that our employees need to see something. I'll tell you, I was a big fan of Governor Kelly. She walked the strike line with some of our flight safety guys. I'm on board. But I had the ears of over 20,000 voters in Wichita, Kansas, that listen to something that I say every week. Guess who's going to want to be my friend come election time? But she just lost me because I haven't seen crap. And all I'm telling you, word is, anybody that runs against anyone currently, we're voting for the opposite guy. That's what our membership's saying. I'm begging you guys, do something. File something. I mean, we can have meetings all day, but until something gets filed, nobody really knows, even if it fails. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Audience. Audience. I will remind the audience, I know that this topic evokes a lot of passion, but this is a legislative hearing, and we will conduct ourselves with the decorum fitting for that type of hearing. So please, no outbursts from the audience. Thank you, Mr. Beard. Questions? Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Cornell, for coming up. I feel like we're in this upside-down kind of world, right?
We are.
My dad was a Beechcrafter for 40 years, right? And so the union has a role, and it's been interesting to me to see the union typically does support the Democratic Party in that.
Yes.
But as you look, because I I feel your frustration, right, that nothing feels like it's being done. And part of that is just the topography of the political system and actually the schedule in Kansas, right? So as you use your voice, I would guarantee you there's probably a majority of this committee that if unilaterally could do something, it would have already been done, right? Just like you see in the, Governor DeSantis or Abbott or those that have the executive branch authority. We, as a legislature, are out of session. It takes 101 people to agree to come in, and that's difficult, as hard as it is to believe, to get all those people to say, it's never been done. Matter of fact, it's so difficult, never been done in the history of Kansas. That's the only other mechanism. The governor can call us a special session, or I can get 101 people to agree to come. And we've been having trouble reaching that bar. But I can guarantee you this, when January comes and we are backed by the Constitution, something is going to happen. Problem is these time, that's why they're pushing these early time dates, December 8th and all that, because they know there are a bunch of states coming back in January that have, it's like when you got divided government like we have, right? We have to wait till our turn and so that's why we called this meeting. We want to hear this, right? Because we know that's the sentiment in the general public. But we need to hear this, because what we would do is come in and have this type of hearing then. That's why we're having it now, so we can prep it ahead of time.
So can I ask you this? So
absolutely.
But don't you all, you say the majority of you don't agree with it. Don't you all have the power to put pressure on Governor Kelly to do something?
Yeah, and we've sent letters, done resolutions, and that doesn't, we can't force any action is what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a majority on this committee that would be doing things already if you had unilateral authority, but that's kind of there's yays and boos about a republic, right? Mm-hmm. We have to have our time and that time is coming. And so that's why I'm glad you're here, to hear those sentiments. So please use that voice to assure your people that we are, and I hope you heard that in the questions we ask. We are very interested, but it is an upside down world of who's supporting what. I've never seen it like this before, but this is nonpartisan, I can tell you that. And my mailbox has never been fuller. So I hear you, and we're going to respond to this in some way. And that's what I want you to reassure your voice. But I get the sentiment, because when you're sitting out there and you're going to work every day and you don't know the legislative schedule and who does what, it's easy to feel nothing's happening, but I can assure you something is going to happen.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing is come January, it's too late.
It's not too late, Cornell.
No, for our
hang
membership, they have to choose by the 8th.
Well, hang in there. There's rumblings that they're going to delay that date a little bit. Hang in there. And believe me, we'll be even looking at ways, there's nuances in that, right, it's not necessarily retroactive, but there could be consequences for decisions made in the past, if you will. And so hopefully we can get to a point we can cool some jets off as it pertains to Kansas businesses that will help do this. So hang in there.
Representative Lantware.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate you being here today. Mm-hmm. Would you mind if I ask you what party you're affiliated with?
I am a born and raised Democrat, but I am a very, very conservative one.
The reason I ask that is the last couple of weeks, as I've talked to different people or I've watched what the media is reporting, it's all you Republicans, I'm a Republican, all you Republicans want to kill people, all you Republicans don't want the vaccine, all you Republicans don't want the mask. And I keep telling them, I talk to a lot of Democrats, I have a lot of Democrat friends. They're saying the same thing that I'm saying. And so I appreciate you standing up here today and sharing that with us from especially an organization that is normally viewed as just being all Democrat, all with one party, and just being followers. I appreciate that a lot. I was intrigued with the opening comments on your written testimony. If you have ever made the statement, you do not want to work with anyone that isn't vaccinated, you are preserving and perpetuating the ideology of a modern-day racist.
Yes.
And you're right. And I thank you for saying that. I was called a racist yesterday because of my opinion on CRT and DEI. And sometimes I think that racist term, people don't realize that it's a much broader term.
Absolutely.
And as you said, it's a modern day.
It is.
So
It is.
it's to the point to where this is racism against the modern day Jew, which is anyone that disagrees with. So thank you very much for what you had to say. But I would say your membership's family, membership's friends and neighbors, they need to be making calls to their elected officials, and they need to be making calls to the governor of Kansas. Thank you.
We have been, trust me.
Representative Owens, then Representative Miller.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Cornell, thank you for being here. I've never been more pro-union in my life. I'll be totally honest about that. You know, a day when John Carmichael and Eric Stafford agree on something, and the majority of the Republicans agree with the unions, you know we're in an upside down world, aren't we?
Right.
And I can promise you one thing. I would walk right beside you and walk right over to Governor Kelly's office and demand her to do it. I would take 20,000 of your friends with us, as would the majority of the people in this room and the majority of the people who work in this State House. But the problem is we can't force her.
Well, we're going to be here tomorrow.
And that's awesome. And I want this place loud and proud, because the fact of the matter is, if I could, if he could, if she could, we would. Okay? These are people that want to preserve these jobs in Kansas. We want to push back on what this president is doing and his administration. We wish with everything we had that we had that magic wand or that magic bullet, and that is why we're here. We are seeking every professional, every opportunity, every statute, every resource to find out what can we do so that we can take action to do exactly what you want us to do. And we stand beside you in doing that.
I would encourage anyone that has free time, every second and third Saturday are our union meetings. Just give me a call and come and talk to us, because the one thing I believe that we're failing at is communication and us knowing what exactly is going on. So you sit here and you'd explain it to me. If they heard it from one of you, they'll get it. They'll get it. But believe me, we've been putting as much pressure on Governor Kelly as we possibly can. But, you know, and that's the thing. We don't want people to think that, and I don't want people to think that I'm against the vaccination. I'm not. But I'm against losing my choice. That right there is, I can't stand for it. My membership can't stand for it. I can't be in this position and say nothing about it. I have friends, I have people that I thought were family to me that are forgetting the fact, they're letting that wedge issue come in there and talking about, you know, you're only supporting the people who aren't vaccinated. What they don't realize is I'm actually fighting for you as well. Your choice just happened to be the vaccination.
Totally agree with you, and would love the opportunity to come visit with you and your people. We'll get in touch after this is done.
You got it. You got it.
Representative Miller, then Senator Warren, then Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for your testimony. You raised the question in your testimony, what is a mask going to do? And I do not pretend to be an expert. I remain wide open to hearing from experts and seeing the research, but I would call your attention to a recent article. Actually, it was October 27th. Kansas students 4 times as likely to get COVID at schools without a mask requirement. I'm not making the argument. I'm simply calling that as one publication you might want to review.
Right.
My question for you, based on your testimony, I was left with the impression that somehow you thought Governor Kelly had in place some vaccine mandates. Did I understand you correctly?
No.
As far as I know, the governor has not issued any vaccine mandates.
No. But the governor hasn't stood up and said that us losing our choice is a bad thing neither.
But we haven't done that yet either.
That's why I'm here.
And you did hear the representative from the chamber, the summation of his testimony was he didn't believe there was anything we could do as it relates to those mandates that are being currently suggested.
Well, that's where me and the chamber are going to disagree, and that's why I don't go and meet with those guys, because
Then that leads me to my question.
Yep.
What is it that you think we can do?
fight,
Pardon?
fight, fight, even if you lose.
What kind of fight?
You got the power to do anything you want.
No, we don't. That's the problem. I do understand people think we do, but I'm really want to drill down to some particulars about what exactly it is you believe we have the power to do. Because if we have the power to do something, I'm open to hearing the arguments for and against doing that.
Okay, so sitting here, I heard it said it's not really even a vaccination. I heard it's not legal. I heard it's not FDA approved. I sit here and heard all of that, but what the hell are we doing if it's not? That's why I'm here. See, so now if I take this conversation right here back to my membership and I tell them, you said, what do you think we can do?
That was a question. It wasn't a statement.
Right. They're going to lose their minds.
Because I asked a question? Because I asked for particulars?
No, because do you believe you can do anything?
I want to know what it is you think we can do, so that I can hear the arguments for and against doing it.
Well, do you think you can do anything?
I have not heard today a suggestion of what the legislature can do. I've heard the Attorney General suggest that he may go to court, which he has the power to do, and I appreciate that. We don't.
If I may interject here, please. The purpose of this committee is to determine exactly what we can do. And so at the end of this process, that is the goal, that is the purpose, that is the charge of this committee. So that remains to be seen.
I agree, and I'm asking this conferee, based on his testimony, exactly what it is he thinks we can do.
I think that you should be able to file something. See, I'm not a politician and I'm not an attorney, so that's why I count on you as my representative to figure it out. So you sit here and you ask me, what do I think you should do? I think you should get off your ass if you're really asking me. That's what somebody do something, rather than sit here and ask me what I think you should do. That's so irritating for me because I don't know. That's why I'm here.
We need to make sure that we keep the conversation respectful, please.
And you do understand the governor has not issued any mask mandates as well?
I didn't say she did.
Well, again, I just want to make sure that was clear, because you inferred through your testimony, at least I received it that way, that somehow she was responsible for some of these things.
Nope, not responsible for any of it.
Okay.
But not doing anything as well.
Okay. Again, thank you for your testimony.
You got it.
Senator Warren, then Senator Thompson, and Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning, or excuse me, this afternoon. I apologize. I'm not able to appear in person due to a schedule conflict prior to the meeting being set with family. But I want you to know that I am honored to serve on this committee. I'm honored to hear your testimony. I'm honored to hear that you are speaking up for 20,000 of your colleagues there. And if you don't know this, I am the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And when we are back in session, I believe that the results of our special committee meeting in the interim might be coming through to what you're asking for. Some results, they might be coming through Senate Judiciary Committee. So I'd be happy to meet, you said either the second or third Saturdays with your members. I want to hear from you, not that you all have a solution, but what your concerns are, because I have been hearing, I think, the same concerns from my constituents and other Kansans. We have got to stand up for our individual liberties. We have to stand up to the overreach of the federal government. So I know you've been asked, what specifically do you have in mind? But I think more what you're asking for us is, stand up and fight and win and do something, put something in place that can ensure that our Constitution still matters, that our Constitution is not in tatters because of, as we've heard earlier, certain circumstances change or the culture changes. But no, the Constitution is what the Constitution is, and it remains there to protect our individual rights and our individual liberties. So I think, is it true, sir, may I ask you, I think in the last 22 months, at least I know over where I represent, people have come to learn and to realize that state and local government also has a big impact on their daily lives. Is that kind of what your membership is talking about the last 20 months?
Absolutely, absolutely. We discuss this every month at our meetings. We give them the phone numbers, all the contact information for everyone that represents us. We encourage them all to make phone calls and send letters. We try to keep them all educated on what's going on. We, as a district, we hired our own attorney to try to fight this mandate. And that's the thing. In a bigger scheme, just being a little old District 70 here in Kansas, it's going to take more than just us to win it. But if I'm the one that has to step up and fight, even if I lose, I can sleep. I can tell my membership that I fought for you. I done exactly what it is that you wanted. We didn't win this time, but we can keep it. We can deal with that. But to say there's nothing you can do, I don't want to hear that. My membership doesn't want to hear that.
Well, I hear you, sir, and I hear I would assert we have to be effective in how we fight, and we have to be smart in how we fight and how we do it. So you can find my contact information at the Kansas Legislature website. Like I said, I am chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I will be working closely with our Senate leadership and with members of this committee to let's do something before it's too late and our constitutional rights are gone. So thank you very much for taking the time away from work, right? I mean, you got to go earn a living, and here you are having to do this because of government imposition. So thank you for your time and your concerted effort and for speaking up about it. I appreciate that.
You got it. Thank you.
Senator Thompson, then Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it very much, and I hope you heard Senator President Masterson and Chairman. We are looking for solutions. We want to help. We really, truly do.
I'll definitely let membership know that.
Yeah, and my one regret about your testimony is this. There's not one single camera from the media in here recording it.
Absolutely.
There's nobody here to listen. And the only way the public in general is going to understand the groundswell of anger and resentment over these mandates coming down from the White House and from other officials is by hearing the voices of people like you and everybody who's going to testify yet this afternoon. And I hope we'll get some of that media back here to record some of that. And thank you very much for your comments.
Well, thank you. And if I can get a copy of that somehow, they'll definitely get it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to caution my friends that amongst outbursts from the gallery, discussion of marching over or going over to the governor's office, discussions of bullets, and discussions of fighting have had serious and deadly consequences. So I hope folks will attempt to moderate their words, even if some representatives think it is funny. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I haven't heard that. So.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Cornell, thanks for being here. You know, I've been a union member all my teaching life, so I understand that. But I did have a couple questions for you, and I'm a strong supporter of Governor Kelly. I think she's been doing a lot for our state, and sometimes we don't like what it's being done, or we don't think it's being done the right way. but that doesn't mean it's wrong. And her job is to be concerned about all Kansans, not just a isolated group of people. I wanted to know, does your membership want to get a handle on COVID?
Yeah,
Does your
absolutely.
20,000 members want to
Absolutely.
get a handle on COVID?
Absolutely.
Okay, how? How?
By whatever works.
What's working?
You tell me.
You tell me.
I haven't seen anything that's working.
Really?
Yeah.
So there are we're a country that has enormous access to vaccines. We have Pfizer, we have Moderna, we have J&J. We have access to vaccines, better than at almost any place else in the world. So are you saying that your membership does not believe that vaccines can help?
I believe my membership believes vaccines don't work. It's not a vaccine. So I'll give you an example. The only people that have died under my membership are the people who are vaccinated from COVID.
And how many people would that be?
There's about 15 that I know of.
Do you know how many people have died across the United States from COVID?
I know how many people have died from alcohol across the United States
Do you know
as well.
how many people have died from COVID? We're not going to have a challenge back here. We're just talking about COVID, not alcohol.
Well, because you don't want to have a challenge don't mean I don't want to.
Yeah, but you're changing the subject. Let's stick on this subject. Let's
I'm-
talk about COVID.
I'm reeling you in a little bit because you want to throw the numbers out about COVID
Well,
deaths.
you brought up a number
But
with your
there are a
membership.
lot of different things that cause deaths too, just as many as COVID. But
Over
there's not an executive order on
700,000
those.
have died in the last 20 months from COVID. Over 700,000. Did your membership want their children to be in school?
I could go online and
Does
find
your
some numbers
membership
to
want
help
their
me as
children to
well.
be in school?
Do what?
Does your membership want their children to be in school?
Of course.
Okay, so we have to look as a society at measures that work.
Right, yes, we do. We agree
And so we have been doing that as a country to look at ways that work. And vaccines work. That's why we do have our children in schools. That's
vaccines
why
work.
we do have a control on the numbers.
We agree
That's why
again.
they are going down. But there's going to be this difference of opinion. You're being applauded here by some of my colleagues. And I'll say it's because they like what you're saying. And that's fine. That's where there's a difference. But we have to work with these differences to come together and to agreement that we're not going to get a handle on this if we aren't all going to go down a path together that's going to work. And, you said, okay, you mentioned that your employer, and tell me again who your employer is.
Machinist Union.
And so you're in the Machinist Union, but who are you working for?
The Machinist Union.
Oh,
I'm the director for
You're the
Kansas.
director. Okay,
Yes.
but your union members work for who?
We have 15 different contracts. We have Textron, Spirit,
Okay, so it's
Sherwin-Williams.
mostly aerospace,
The
a lot of
majority,
aerospace.
yes.
And so every one of these companies are mandating vaccines?
Yes.
And they're mandating vaccines because they have federal contracts?
Yes.
Okay. And so your membership then doesn't like having them, some of them, I don't know what percentage, some of them don't like having the mandates for vaccines, correct?
Correct.
But they do like having a job and a paycheck.
Correct.
Is that correct? So they're being put in a position to have to make a choice.
Yes.
Okay, that's valid. That is valid to say, we don't like this, we're being put in a position to have to make a choice. I guess you're asking us as a legislative committee, not in session, as the president said earlier, to do something overriding that we really, at this point, this committee is looking at vaccines overreach, and that's the kind of the name almost of the committee. But we, as a committee, won't be making any legislative ruling until we come back in January. So the information that you're providing, you, just as I do, have to continue to look at both sides. And so I'm just going to tell you, for me, as a legislator, and I live in an urban area, I'm seeing that vaccines are making a difference. They're getting kids in schools, they're letting me go out and go shopping and not have to wear a mask all the time, and they're letting people to have more of a normal life. So it's having an impact that wasn't happening 20 months ago. So just saying vaccines are a problem isn't a solution. They have to be part of the solution. I want you to look at both sides of it, not just one way.
Always do.
Okay. And some of the people that are here in this body right now talking about how they're going to be your friend and on your side, they're also running for office, another office.
Yeah.
And that's a factor as well.
Get it.
So,
But again, I don't really care about that.
yes, you do. You're making an impact on that. Yeah, you do, really.
Well, that's up to them. But all I'm saying
you're saying
is,
you're going to talk to 20,000 people. It's
Absolutely.
not just up to them. So that's
Absolutely.
why I'm saying, look at the whole picture. Look
and
at the whole
believe
picture.
me, I am. That's why I'm here.
Representative Lantware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost don't know where to start now. We know that because of the pandemic, and we've all agreed, what happened in the beginning, nobody knew, reactions were done. Hindsight is everything. We know people that have lost jobs. We know people that have lost their businesses, their homes, and loved ones. And one of the words that I just heard in conversation here, Madam Chair, was we all need to go down a path. Where have we heard those words before? Well, recently I heard them on a documentary about the Germans and what happened to the Jews.
Yep.
We'll take you all down a path. Now, do I believe that that's what we're trying to do? I hope not, because this is America and I don't want to lose hope in it.
Yep.
You know, I may not live long enough, because I am in the senior years, to know what all the side effects are going to be with the vaccine or with COVID, but my kids and grandkids will. And that's who I fight for, as well as my constituents. We have people that are struggling with mental health because they're scared to death. They're scared to death of the vaccine. They're scared to death of COVID because that's been instilled in them. And the sad thing is, in my conversations with an infectious disease specialist here in Kansas, COVID's probably not going away. We're going to be living with COVID, so we have to figure out how do we live with COVID. We don't realize, most people don't realize, and this is a new thing that I learned in having a conversation with him, we're actually on the 5th or 6th generation of COVID. We call it a strain when we're dealing with the flu, as we know every year, when we go to get a flu shot, it's different every year because they're trying to gamble and decide which strain is going to be the one that attacks everybody that year. COVID's going to be the same thing. We're going to have to figure out what are those strains. We hear follow the science. Well, it's tough to follow the science when we don't have enough science yet to follow. Are we getting there? Absolutely we are.
Yes.
And I'm like you, I'm not opposed to the vaccine. I got the vaccine.
Yep. Same here.
But it's my choice on something that people have made folks scared of, because there is a database out there that collects adverse effects, but it's voluntary on COVID. And some of it's kind of scary stuff if you go out there and look at it. And I'm sorry that because some of us are agreeing with you that others in this room think it's political. I don't have to speak to fake like someone. And for those that know me up here, I'm pretty blunt and to the point, and I either like you or I don't, usually.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to get along with
Same
everybody.
here.
Like I said, I've got some very dear friends up here that we don't agree most of the time, and even some of them in my own party. but we work together. We come together.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, we are seeing adversarial roles because people like yourself and others that are saying no and wanting to stand up and say no are fighting against folks that want to make you do something.
Correct.
Pfizer's actually getting ready to run a test. They're asking for 65-year-olds and plus to enter into a test of a mRNA flu shot. The FDA is just looking now, I believe they had earlier this week, their public hearings on the regs on whether or not it'll be eligible for 5 to 12-year-olds.
Yep.
I heard earlier that, it's because of the vaccines that we're able to get our kids back into school. But last time I checked, I don't see any school out there that's mandating a vaccine. So how do we know that all those teachers that our kids are coming in contact with are vaccinated?
Right.
We don't.
That's right.
We didn't think that if you got vaccinated, you could get COVID. Well, guess what?
Exactly.
We know that you can.
Exactly.
In the last month, I know of an individual that was in the 55-plus range, vaccinated, healthy, COVID, died. Another one that was 70 years old, had had a 5 bypass a year ago this time, was able to get one of the treatments, the Regeneron infusion. You have to do that within X number of days. He's still alive. So we don't know yet. We don't have the science that says, why does it impact one person worse than another? Had my son's family of 10, 6 got COVID. 4 didn't. Why? We don't know. And in that family, it went all the way from a 1-year-old up to a 30-plus. But yet we had 2 1-year-olds and a 3-year-old that didn't catch it. So we still don't know. So it's difficult for us to follow the science. So for those of us that have said that we would be happy to meet with your folks, I can tell you that I've never been invited by the unions to come and speak to them.
Well, we need to change that.
I am always willing to speak to folks. I take that back. It was the unions. The first year I ran for office in 1994, the teachers union in Wichita sent me an invitation, and then when I showed up, they were shocked and said, "Why are you here?"
Yeah.
I said, "Well, I came to prove to you that I'm not as bad as you said I was in the letter you sent out."
Well,
and I wanted to meet with you. I wanted to talk to you. I want to hear your things. I have family members that are union members. Am I supposed to dislike them because they're union? No, I don't care. That's what they chose to do. And Wichita is an aircraft manufacturing company, whether we like it or not, folks. We all like to fly, and I tell you what, some of the things that come out of the aircraft affects a lot of other things in our lives besides just the planes that we fly. There's a lot of things that occur there. So I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I'm just, I'm frustrated with some of the rhetoric that comes out of this rather than us dealing with the facts. And the senator's right. We can't enact a law until the session comes to pass, and then we still got to get a governor to sign it. We couldn't even get the agency heads that have all been appointed by the governor to run the agencies to even come and speak to this committee today. Secretary KDHE couldn't make it. Secretary KDADS couldn't make it. Secretary DCF couldn't make it. None of them could make it today. Why? We don't know. All we want is to come up with answers and do what it is that we can do, what we can find to do legally, and help support our constituents. So I want to thank you very much for being here today, standing up for your members, and I'm going to look forward to that invitation.
You'll get it.
Probably with Representative Owens and a few others.
You got it.
Thank you.
You got it. That'd be even better.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We're going to move on. The next portion of our agenda are the public comments. Before we start with that, just a few guidelines here. We're not going to have questions after each conferee. We're going to wait. We will limit testimony to 3 minutes per conferee, and we will have a timer here. We want to hear from each and every one of you, and I wish we had an unlimited amount of time, but we will need to limit you to 3 minutes. And again, I know that this evokes a lot of emotion, but just know when we have outbursts, when we have that, it just takes time away from us being able to listen to you. So let's please move as quickly as we can and give everyone a chance to speak. Committee, before we start, I do also want to call your attention to the written-only joint testimony from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment and Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services in your packet. Finally, I want to apologize in advance if I butcher the pronunciation of anyone's name. That's not intentional. So if you could pronounce your name correctly, we'll try to get it right the next time. So with that, we will start with public comment. And first is Senator Karen Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for letting me be here. I think that one of the representatives on the committee had a question for the last conferee. I don't know if you want to defer back or not. Representative Tarwater had a question.
We will move on at this point.
Okay.
Is that okay, Representative? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman and honorable committee members, including the Senate President. I am so glad to be here today to stand and to request that you take immediate action regarding the mandates and trying to block them against COVID-19. You know, there's not anybody in here that doesn't think COVID is serious and can be deadly. We all know that. And the discussion on the vaccine should be between a person and their doctor, not their employer or their government. Government has mismanaged this outbreak all along. It has stomped on our freedoms. Government shutdowns were a failure. They have destroyed lives and businesses. Dr. Fauci has contradicted his own statements. A new drug technology is being used in this vaccine, and it's rushed to market. It's no surprise that there's a lack of trust in this. I would like the last conferee and all of the conferees that are standing against these mandates to know that there are legislators and people in the state of Kansas that are standing strong with them. And we are offering suggestions on what to do, not just to complain about it. But the hypocrisy that government is mandating this is beyond belief when they're allowing illegal immigrants, welfare recipients, Congress, and others to be excluded from the mandate. The hypocrisy. Also, the governor of California was going to mandate anybody 12 and over have the vaccine mandate, while his own daughter did not have the vaccine. The hypocrisy. Many of us have vaccines. This isn't about vaccines. This is about the fact that a vaccine has been rushed to market without being tested, is being forced upon us without disregard to our health or our religious exemptions. Throughout history in our nation, we have been able to have religious liberty and health freedoms. We have always been able to apply for those exemptions. Today, we are not being allowed. I am asking that you take immediate action on COVID-19. I am asking that you author legislation. This committee author the legislation, have the hearings on it so that when we are in session, we can go directly to the committee of the whole. We have passed the committee process. We have expedited this possible legislation. I join with so many. That's one request I have. The other I have is to ask the Legislative Coordinating Council to look in and seek legal counsel as to statutory authority of the LCC so that they can find out what they can do within their parameters. Instead of sitting and waiting, let's take immediate action and get that done. The other thing that I request that this committee do is that we encourage, implore the Attorney General to file lawsuit as soon as possible, as quickly, and that we join in amicus briefs along with that lawsuit. That we speak out as legislators and as authorities to help stop these mandates. The last thing I would ask is that this committee, and if you want all legislators, I'll be more than willing to sign it. I've spoke privately to U.S. legislators, but that we make a formal request of our U.S. legislators to block any of these mandates. There are actions we can take, and I hope that we take those. You guys play a key role. May God bless America, and may God bless you as you stand against these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll be glad to stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Alicia Straub.
Thank you, Chairwoman Erickson. I'll make this brief, and thank you, committee members, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate your time and commitment to supporting the freedom of all Kansans to determine what is best for their own health. I am here today to advocate for the freedom of every Kansan and every American. Over the past almost 2 years, we have seen the overreaction, I'll say it again, the overreaction to COVID invade our nation, imposing on our individual liberties and destroying our economy in the process. We cannot allow unconstitutional mandates, vaccine mandates specifically, to further damage the lives of Kansans by threatening their jobs. When considering public health policy, we as elected officials, including the President of the United States, we do not have the power to infringe on individual God-given liberties. We cannot force someone to quit smoking, lose weight, or consume a healthy diet for that matter, let alone force them to take an exploratory vaccine against their will. These vaccine mandates not only violate individual liberties, they violate religious freedom. We as senators and representatives in Kansas took an oath of office to uphold the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Kansas. We are the lawmakers, not Joe Biden. As 19 Kansas legislators have already submitted a petition to Governor Kelly's office, it is past time that we all 165 of us, 125 in the House and 40 in the Kansas Senate, do our duty and come back to Topeka for a special session to stop these mandates. I pray that you all may find the courage to stand for freedom. Thank you for your time. I'll stand for questions as necessary.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Marie Hand, and following Dr. Hand, we'll have Greg Short.
Chairman Erickson and members of the committee, thanks for listening. If I'm a little nervous, I heard just the other day that one fellow physician of mine in Kansas is perhaps having their license, looked at to be revoked for speaking against vaccine mandates and possibly talking about the many repurposed drugs that are available that we know worldwide exist that can treat this disease early. So I think that one thing that could happen would be to have the fear of physicians who are looking at this and understanding it and looking at worldwide data, that they not feel afraid, or that they understand that no one's going to take their license from them for doing their job. So when I'm a graduate of the University of Kansas and went to KU Med School, graduated in 1990, did internal medicine residency also at KU, and I have spent the last 22 years in the emergency department at the VA in Wichita. So when the pandemic was breaking out and we were looking at people dying in Wuhan on the street, I was pretty afraid. So last minute in March, when I knew that people were coming from South Korea to the United States from a patient that I saw and being coughed on all the way across the Pacific, I thought, well, here we are, it's coming. And so we went on a trip to Hawaii and just to get some sun and be with the family because I thought I was gonna come home and get really sick and die. So when we were there, people heard about Dr. Didier Raoult, who came out with a very preliminary early study of hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. And I was amazed. I said, oh my gosh, this is incredible. The viral load plummets in a week. This is great. We've got something to treat this with. And so I waited. I heard that I had looked it up on the CDC website. They were promising a study to come out. And I knew, well, there's plenty of cases in New York. They can do a study pretty quickly. And I waited for the rest of March and April and May. And in June, I'm like, where's the study? I called the CDC, and the answer I got was, oh, we couldn't do the study because no one would sign up for it. That was the beginning of all of the baffling ways that the federal government has mismanaged this and not cared about human life. And that's what I want to say mostly, but really to say that we are going to give mRNA vaccines now to children, we need at least 30 years, before we say this is safe for children. Thank you, thank you. I have a lot more to say.
Thank you, Dr. Han. Next, we have Greg Short, followed by Sherry Graham.
Good afternoon, Chairman Erickson and committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Short. I was born and raised and educated in Kansas. I've been married for 29 years, and I have 4 children, 2 of which are serving in the United States Marine Corps on each side of this country. One of those was 4 weeks ago required to get vaccinated under threat of dishonorable discharge. So I'm employed as an engineering sponsor for Kiewit Corp, based out of Omaha, Nebraska. We're one of the largest engineering and construction companies in North America, and I work in Lenexa. We have about 1,300 people in Lenexa, and last week our management told us that about 25% of our people had either not notified them of how we were going to be, of our vaccine tracker of their status, or had said that they would not be vaccinated. That's 300 people in Lenexa. For a large corporation. It's about 6,700 if you take all of our staff in across our company. And while we know that our company is trying to find a way to dodge this, they don't want to let go of that many people. There's no chance. There's no knowing that they can. They don't know what's going to happen when they try to do that. They don't know what the federal government's going to do. So my testimony today is against government mandates COVID-19, and I'm also in support of calling a special session so that you guys can pass a law to nullify this, because this is your world. This is not the government. The federal government doesn't have this authority. You do. It's not in their enumerated powers. The President of the United States is overstepping his constitutional authority, and he's governing like a king. The federal government doesn't have this right. It's not their place. Now, while there's a potential to receive religious exemption, medical exemption, there's no understanding if we're actually going to get those passed, or if people are just going to wipe the slate and say no. So if we don't stop this government overreach here, where's it going to end? Are they going to mandate a Green New Deal? And then are they going to mandate 91% incremental tax brackets to pay for it? I mean, where's it going to stop? They're going to take our guns? gonna pass, they're gonna, that's next. We all know that's next. We look to you, the legislators of the state of Kansas, to protect your citizens and take back your rightful power authorized in the Constitution. We know this won't be easy. Few things of importance are. We know there will be pushback from some of your colleagues, definitely from the governor. We know it'll take time and money to get it done. We, the citizens of Kansas, still ask that you take up the cause and fight for us. To close, I would like to remind you the words of John F. Kennedy. Life is never easy. There is work to be done, obligations to be met, obligations to truth, justice, and to liberty. Thanks for your time, and may God bless this country and the state of Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Short, and thank you for your children's service. Next, we have Sherry Graham, followed by Lauren Schiffman.
Sherry Graham from Mountain Ridge, Kansas. Thank you, Chairman Erickson and committee, for letting me come to you today. All authority comes from God. Romans 13:1 says that there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. What is the role of the authority that's been instituted by God? 1 Peter 2:14 says that those in authority are sent by him to punish those who do evil and to praise or reward those who do good. But who defines what is good and evil? God does. Not the culture, not our authorities, not the president, not our governor, not our pastors, not our legislators. When good and evil is allowed to be defined by anyone other than God, it's open to interpretation and authorities acting unjustly. I think this is what our founding fathers had in mind. When they wrote our Constitution, they felt the need to protect the God-given rights of the individual from a government that can become corrupt and unjust and not fulfilling their God-given role. You as Kansas legislators have been given authority by God to do his will, to be his servants in punishing those who do evil and rewarding those who do good. Instead, what we're seeing today is the exact opposite. We're seeing the result of people turning their back on God and the guidelines that God has given for authority. Good people are being punished while evil people are being praised. Good people are being fired for simply not wanting a shot. They're losing their businesses due to the shutdowns, while those in authority abuse their powers and are rewarded by power and money and greed. Federal and state agencies and employers are acting unjustly and outside of the Constitution in their God-given role. They're denying these individuals their rights given to them by God, which are upheld and protected by the U.S. and Kansas Constitutions. I've heard the arguments that it's not the place of the government to step in and tell businesses what they can and can't do, and I do agree with that, but it is the government's job and our state legislators' jobs to make sure that those individual rights are upheld and protected. Kansas employers are violating our fundamental human rights by mandating a vaccine, a medical procedure, on their employees, a medical procedure that has very serious known risks. Some have said that employers can mandate if there isn't a law banning it, but that's even wrong thinking. Our Constitution protects our God-given individual rights. No law should be needed to uphold the Constitution. Even these bills should not be necessary. If the power is not given in the Constitution, then it can't be exercised. But now it seems we're left with trying to stop authorities from exercising power they are not given under the Constitution with more laws. The Attorney General or our legislature needs to step in and enforce the Constitution in our state, enacting consequences for those entities that violate individual rights through these mandates. It always comes back to individual, God-given rights that are protected under the Constitution. Will those rights remain protected here in Kansas, or will we allow entities to continue to act unjustly, violating those rights again and again? Are you seeking approval of man or of God? Please exercise your God-given authority to stand for liberty. Please protect Kansas from this tyranny. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Next, we have Lauren Schiffman, followed by John Anderson.
Chairman Erickson, committee members, thank you for having me here today. We've established today that we have EEOC laws, we have civil rights acts, we have the rights to ask for accommodations from our employers, but I'm here to tell you that they are trampling over those rights. I am appalled that a body member today brought up about the cost of litigation. What is the price of our freedom? What is the price of what it means to be an American, to be able to make a choice? we're going to worry about litigation costs. I have worked for a medical supply company for 22 years. My sister has worked for another medical supply company for 27 years. My job is ending on December 6th. I followed the process. I submitted a religious exemption because I felt that it was a moral atrocity that these vaccines included aborted fetal cells or were studied with them. Do you all know how those fetal cells were procured? Do you know that it's a live birth that requires that? They actually, via C-section, harvest these babies and then open them up alive and pull out their livers because they have to have blood running through them to get the HEK293 cell that I'm so opposed to in this vaccine. What country do we live in? Do we live in China? Is that acceptable? Because I don't think it is. And that's why I morally objected to my vaccine and why I'm taking the consequence to lose my job. My sister, on the other hand, of 27 years, employed, she just got news that she has an elevated D-dimer, and that means that she has got a high risk of blood clots, which means she's in direct risk of a vaccine-induced thrombocytopenia. Yet I've spent hours on the phone with her, just even last night, because she's worried that her employer, just like my employer, is not going to accept her medical exemption, and she's going to be fired too. I can tell you my company has declined my exemption without any consideration. They declined 2 of my other colleagues' that had medical exemptions, and we were left with nothing. And to quote President Masterson, my employer closed all the exit ramps for accommodations because what they did is they just said, well, your job requires travel. You know what their definition of travel is? It's to go to the office 15 minutes from my home. I offered to have weekly testing. I offered to wear a mask. I offered to socially distance. I offered to take a huge pay cut and do any job just so I could keep my job. And guess what? I have nothing. My last day is December 6th. I mean, all I have to say is that what country is this? We have to protect our religious and bodily autonomy and our freedoms here. I'm asking you to act now because we don't have any time. So many of us are losing our jobs. So please, don't make Kansans choose between their livelihoods and their life, especially in my sister's case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shipman. Next, we have John Anderson, followed by Stephen Snitz.
Good afternoon. My name is John Anderson from Prairie Village. I don't want to kiss up to the committee, but Madam Chair and committee members, your work here today is very timely. American public is really angry. They're really, really angry. They're losing their individual ability to make choices. They're being dictated to by the government, and even worse sometimes, totally ignored. A gentleman mentioned a minute ago, our brave military soldiers who are defending our country are being told that they have to take this vaccine or they're going to be discharged dishonorably. That's inexcusable. It's just beyond comprehension. Parents want the opportunity to make the choices for their children. Don't you? I sure do. But what happens when the government's going to tell you that you will have your kids vaccinated? What is best for their kids is not up to the government. The parents should have a say-so. They want the say-so in the curriculum of their schools, which is another subject. And for sure, they want the decision of what is going to happen to their health care. How's it going to be, how are they going to be treated? They don't want Fauci tell them what to do with their 5-year-old or their high school kids. The CDC and countless other organizations of science all vary in their opinions. Everybody has the right answer, and it changes from week to week. You go to Europe, you go to Asia, United States. Everybody has a different answer. But madam, there is no solution to your question earlier, because COVID's going to be here forever. We're not going to find the answer. It isn't out there. Nature is taking its course. We have to deal with it. But it's not an excuse to lose our right to choose. We don't know anything about this vaccine. We don't know how it affects kids. We don't know how it affects animals. How can we sit there and have the government tell us, we're going to take that baby and you're going to be okay? I'm sorry. The boosters. Now we have a booster. Well, I guarantee you in 6 months we're going to have a second booster. Next year we'll have the third booster. When does it end? Certainly if somebody wants to take that booster, God bless them. But I don't want anybody in this room or anybody in Washington telling me what I got to do. It's kind of like, which expert do I believe? America relishes the individual chance to maintain their right, not to create the right, but to maintain the right to choose. This is not 1984. And I can tell you, Big Brother is not welcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next, we have Stephen Snitz, followed by Skylar Bird.
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity. Because of the 3-minute time limit, I'm going to skip the unconstitutionality and the urgency. It's very obvious. Probably everyone in this room knows somebody or of someone who is being forced to quit their job rather than take the shot. Okay, let's focus on the health issues regarding COVID, since that seems to be a huge area of misunderstanding. We've already heard today, can we trust the data that we're giving from our authorities? We've already heard today, oh, there's been over 700,000 deaths due to COVID. That said a lot. Can't prove that because the data is so screwed up. They don't know whether COVID caused it or COVID plus this, that, and the other thing caused it, so we really don't know. Those who have actually studied this are coming out with figures like less than 10% actually died of COVID and only COVID. Okay, that's less than 70,000 people, which puts it in the flu category. Okay, why is it that other countries are using other treatments that are banned or forcibly banned in this country? Hydroxychloroquine, well, President Trump happened to say that out loud, and all of a sudden, no, you can't have that. Germany, Russia, South Korea, Brazil, India, Turkey, and Israel all use hydroxychloroquine and have death rates that are far, far below what we have. In fact, Governor DeSantis of Florida, the state everybody wants to move to, he actually had his amount of hydroxychloroquine from the federal government cut in half, and he got some from Israel. Imagine that. Ivermectin, the same thing. Someone up here mentioned VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, okay? Well, I've already told you the data isn't very good, but VAERS data shows that in 2021, the death from this vaccine, these vaccines, is 54 times higher than all the vaccines in the last 10 years. So the vaccine could be killing people. It is killing people, okay? I won't go into the harm of policies in other health issues, mental health and so forth. We already know that, okay? We are being given a choice, and the committee has asked for suggestions. There are 1, 2, 3, there are 8 states, Arizona, Florida, Idaho, Montana, Texas, South Dakota, Arkansas, and South Carolina, all with Republican governors that have issued executive orders to ban passports for services, goals, goods, privileges, licenses, schools, and employment. We don't have a Republican governor, so we're not going to get that, okay? But I have 2 suggestions. I suggest that you investigate legislation that will require pharmacies to fill legitimate prescriptions from legitimate doctors for ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Many will not do that. Many doctors won't even talk about it, okay? And the second thing, the young lady mentioned a word that we don't hear, but we need to pay attention to, accommodation. We've been in the accommodation business probably since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Investigate what accommodations businesses can do for the unvaccinated so they do not have to be terminated. You can look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snitz. Next, we have Skylar Bird, followed by Anna Thanes.
Hello, Madam Chair, Senators, Representatives. I'm Skylar Bird. I'm 22 years old, and I'm currently a biochemist and researcher at the University of Kansas. And I'm just hoping to give you a perspective of a young person living through this pandemic. Growing up, we were taught if you worked hard and got into a decent college and earned a degree in something decent, that you'd be able to provide for both yourself and your family. And that principle and teaching has totally been turned upside down with these mandates. I know for myself, I've dreamt about being a successful biochemist and scientist since I was 10 years old. And it's a hard pill to swallow that I could lose not only my job, but my first job, because I refused to take a vaccine. And the truth of the matter is, if these vaccines continue to have support, I could never have a job because of what I choose to do with my life and because I choose to pursue research. I think it's imperative that you understand that these mandates impact your generation just as much as it impacts mine. When you're older and younger people take on more leadership roles, you want to know that we're going to fight for you and fight for your liberties. And this federal government and these mandates are teaching young people to handle adversity by compliance. How do you want young people to respond when you count on them to protect your liberties? Because if this is how you want us to respond, we're not going to understand how to properly. I finally want to say, I'm a very career-oriented person, but I also someday have dreams of having a family. And these past 2 years has drastically made me reconsider that goal. I don't want to bring kids into a world where they're filled with more fear than hope. I don't want to bring kids into a world where their constitutional rights are violated daily. And I don't want to bring kids into a world where I teach them hard work takes you places, but instead, in fact, the government is what determines how far you go. I know that by standing here, I can look myself in the mirror and tell my future kids that I fought for their constitutional rights, and I implore you to ask yourselves, are you doing the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Next, we have Anna Thones, I apologize, followed by Joanne Farb.
Hello, Chairman Erickson and committee members. I'm very thankful that you guys are all here and interested to hear our voices. COVID-19 as a virus has affected me hardly at all, but the mandates, the lockdowns, the shutdowns, the masks, the social distancing has affected me a lot, just like it's affected everyone. Several of these measures, or maybe even all of them, were not only unnecessary, but more harmful than they were helpful. And to quote my son, they were unconstitutional. I'm against government mandates of masks and vaccines, especially the COVID-19 shot. The health choices should be left to the individual person and for the parents to decide for their children, like we've heard before. And in the case of the COVID-19 shot, it has also done more harm than good. So far, it has killed, according to VAERS, over 17,437 people in the United States. This does not even represent the true number, and it does not include injuries that will last for a lifetime. This shot should be discontinued in general and especially for children. We should not have to have our livelihood depend on getting this shot. We should not have to get it to be able to live. And masks are another thing, excuse me to you three here, that we should not be forced to wear. Here again, there's enough evidence that it does not only help to help prevent the virus, but it can also do more harm than good. The Douglas County mask mandate for children between 2 and 11 is very insulting. It is clear that it is geared towards the children getting the shot, and to make the children wear a mask all day long at school is just crazy. Many, if not all, of the COVID-19 mandates have not made very much sense. Another thing that is upsetting is that there are places in Lawrence and Kansas City now that have the vaccine passports. So this is the new 2021 segregation. This should not be allowed to happen. And if someone is in need of an organ transplant and chooses not to get this shot, they can be refused and taken off the list now. This should not be allowed to happen. Only some people can enjoy the arts and not others, and this also should not be allowed to happen. And it's not enough that if you choose against the vaccine to have the religious exemption, but then to have to undergo testing every time you go somewhere. I would like to see laws in place in Kansas that ensure that children and people of Kansas who choose not to get vaccines, and especially the COVID-19 shot, are treated with dignity and respect and are able to work and shop and get medical treatment, go to school, live their lives. The United States has been the land of the free. Let us work together to keep it so. Thank you to all of you who are standing up and fighting for this cause. Thank you to Kansas for health freedom. Thank you, businesses that support freedom. We will support you. And thank you all for taking the time to listen. May it make a difference for Kansas.
Thank you. Next, we have Joanne Farb, followed by Phyllis Setchell.
Madam Chairman and committee members, I was a microbiologist with a global pharmaceutical company and saw how my company was able to bias science to support product sales, and then had an army of us making sure our biased science was seen by more doctors, scientists, and public health officials than science that contradicted it. So I'm not surprised we are here. Pfizer plans to make $30 billion from the shot this year, but I am surprised that people like you are so resistant to connecting the dots. Intelligence has been defined as the ability to make connections. So consider Vioxx, Roundup, thalidomide, DES, DDT. Each had lots of industry-funded science and the approval of regulators assuring the public it was perfectly safe. It took years, sometimes generations, to recognize the injuries that these products were linked with. The COVID shots use brand new technologies never before used in humans. They were warp speeded to market by people I do not trust, and there is no data to even suggest they aren't linked with injuries that may take years to diagnose, and they are facilitating the greatest upward transfer of wealth ever. But unlike Vioxx, thalidomide, and DES, if you are injured by a COVID shot, you can't sue Pfizer, Moderna, nor J&J, not even to pay your hospital bill. Yet we are all being coerced into injecting their liability-free product in order to hold a job or participate in society. For the first time in my life, I am facing discrimination and segregation. Ironically, I am prohibited from viewing the current exhibition at the Lawrence Arts Center called The Ghosts of Segregation. KU Med Center just informed me that if I need an organ transplant, my life will not be worth saving because I did not get injected. I am horrified to watch America transitioning to become a place where you must disclose personal medical history and carry and show documents to enter stores or events. Are you aware that the Lawrence Memorial Hospital is refusing ambulances from surrounding counties? The journal World says it's due to COVID-related challenges, but for weeks, the hospital has had only 5 to 7 COVID inpatients at a time. What they're really struggling with are terrible staff shortages. So why did they fire good nurses simply because they refused the vaccine? In an emergency, wouldn't you rather be treated by an unvaccinated nurse than to be refused treatment entirely? Clearly, the response to the pandemic has not prioritized saving lives, but serving for-profit interests, which biased science, captured regulatory agencies, and created unjust public policy. You can put the brakes on this mass catastrophe. Please say no to coercive government overreach and medical discrimination. Uphold the Nuremberg Code. Champion informed consent, and most especially, make our government's medical policy first do no harm. Please see my submitted testimony for additional details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barb. Next, we have Phyllis Setchell, followed by David Martin.
Hello, I am Phyllis Setchell from Topeka, and I'm against government mandates for COVID-19 vaccines. The federal government has limited constitutional powers. We've mentioned that, many people have said that. Each of the 3 federal branches has ignored the boundaries given to them over the years. We, the people, should have pushed back sooner, but we are now. Each elected official from precinct to president before taking office, swears an oath before God to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state constitution. This is where the protections come in for our rights. The Biden administration is violating all 10 of the Nuremberg codes from the atrocities of Hitler's Germany by forcing unwanted injections on citizens and their children. The job of our elected Kansas representatives and senators and governor is to protect the citizens of this state from violations of our God-given liberty. The administration is using agencies like OSHA to push mandates which are not law on businesses, the military, schools, and pretty much everywhere, but blocking choice to access early treatment that stops the virus. Where are our choices? The only choice is to take the vaccine. Why is that? Why do we not have the choice for treatment that has been proven by those who've used it recently and in science, and they're accepted as from CDC and FDA as acceptable? Extortion, coercion, and bullying by the federal government are the signs of how far socialists have pushed us toward communism. That's not America. How many of you have seen the 45 goals of the Communist Party? Those were put together in the 1958 region. The 45 goals of the Communist Party, if you look at them, it's America today. Please look it up, it's on the internet. And if you don't find a copy, I can give you one. America was founded on the Judeo-Christian ethics that each person has the rights that are God-given, not from government. The Declaration of Independence states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And then to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. The government derives its power from the consent of the governed. I do not consent to these unlawful, harmful, mandatory edicts from the federal government. We do not consent. So who cares if we don't consent? You, our representatives, having taken your oath for this very purpose, now have the duty and the honor to protect us, the governed, from unwanted violation of our rights to life, our very bodies, liberty, whether we can come or go, and we don't need a passport, and the pursuit of happiness, to have a job. Anyone who wants to voluntarily allow the injection is not prohibited, but no one should be forced, coerced, or punished for not consenting to it. Our Constitution does not enforce itself. It is enforced by you, our representatives, by following through to uphold your oath, thereby protecting our God-given rights to our lives, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'd like to see at least 101 legislators who want to uphold their oath. Can't we find 101? Can you talk to your colleagues? Everybody is going to call in. We need something before January. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Etchell. Next, we have David Martin, followed by Jack Poteet.
Hey, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Martin from Wichita, Kansas. I'm an airline transport pilot, and after a career in the Air Force flying B-1 bombers and then later doing experimental flight tests, I chose to settle down in the free state of Kansas in order to raise my kids and continue to try to help. When I was a cadet at the Air Force Academy, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, and that compels me to speak here today. I provided written testimony. However, I'm going to use my time to address your comments, sir, Mr. Miller, of what should we do. I've worked in the aerospace industry for the last 10 years as a civilian and 15 years as a military man before that. And the machinists are right. They want to see us do something. They want to see us take some action. Call for a special session. You may not get a quorum, but keep calling every day. Get on the news, speak up and speak out. Let these people know that you are standing up. This is not about vaccine. This is about choice. I'm, as an airline pilot for Federal Express, I'm fighting for my job. Half of us in the company are vaccinated, half of us are not. We test all the time. We have a testing center right in our main facility. Half of the people that test positive on a daily basis are vaccinated. The other half are not. There is statistically no difference between us. Today in Boston, one of my fellow pilots arrived home in a coffin, a vaccinated pilot who came back from Budapest with a lung infection. The vaccine may not be the answer. I've been a test pilot. When things go crazy, you do what you know. You land the plane. You don't take drastic action. Drastic action was in March of 2020 when we didn't know what we had. Now we know. Now we have data. Let's be slow, precise, and very mitigated in our approach to controlling this. It is not a pandemic. It is now an endemic. We are living with it. We are operating just fine. So I'm a little bit appalled when our companies are saying you've got to get a vaccine or you're not safe to do the job you've been doing for the last 20 months, delivering vaccines around the world. I find that a little bit ironic. The problem, what we need to do is we need to protect our Kansas workers. How do we do that? Yes, we're not in session, but as soon as the heck we are, we need to control that which we can, circle the wagons. Kansas workers are your responsibility. We could say no mandates for Kansas workers. Kansas kids, shots in schools is you, not the federal government. It's you. My kids are fully vaccinated. I'm on board with all of the required vaccinations as set by the state of Kansas. That's your responsibility. That's an action. That's a blocking maneuver you can do as soon as you get back into session. Get ahead of it. California is already requiring it for all students in public school. No. My kids, 3 of them, will not be guinea pigs. So protect Kansas workers and stand up for our religious liberties. Our Board of Regents is confused. That confusion is prevalent throughout the whole industry. I know of no single religious exemption that was approved and then accommodated. No single pilot that was allowed to return to the cockpit after getting an accommodation. So please act. Let's control what we can do. This is our state. Take control of our state and litigate when the time is right against the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, and thank you for your service. Next, we have Jack Poteet, followed by Joe Rod.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this hearing. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. Injection mandates are unconstitutional and a violation of basic human rights. Injections in the United States are emergency authorization only. They've not been put through the standard trials and tests. Therefore, this is an experiment, and the people who take this vaccine are test subjects. With reference to the federal database VAERS Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, over 17,000 people have died from this injection, and many, many tens of thousands have been seriously injured. Mandates for this COVID-19 injection are authoritarian, unconstitutional, and a violation of basic human rights, including those covered by the Nuremberg Code, which says in part, one must be able to exercise free power of choice without intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other alternative form of constraint or coercion, close quote. If the federal government is able to violate these basic human rights, or if the federal government is able to pressure private corporations or nonprofits or state and local governments to coerce their employees to take these injections, we have lost basic principles of freedom for which patriots have fought and died. I therefore urge your committee to call a special session on an emergency basis and ban any mandate for COVID vaccines in the great state of Kansas. Likewise, I request that you immediately ban any vaccine passports or any other requirement for presentation of any papers related to COVID vaccine status. As to masks, the science is non-conclusive. Certainly masks are dehumanizing, demoralizing, physically harmful if worn for long periods of time, and they're damaging for children. I ask that you have no mask mandates in the great state of Kansas. I understand the Attorney General's office may be monitoring the hearings here. I want the Attorney General to consider the source of COVID-19. Where did it come from? Consider a formation of a grand jury. Have Kansans died from COVID-19? Certainly they have. The grand jury may want to consider criminal charges be brought against Mr. Anthony Stephen Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. The grand jury may want to consider following gain-of-function research, laboratory activities in Wuhan, and funding related to Mr. Fauci and his associates. The grand jury may want to bring charges of murder, mass murder, and conspiracy to commit mass murder. Time is of the essence. Mr. Fauci may not be in jurisdiction, but the charges would be heard worldwide and may stop the release of additional bioweapons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Joe Rod, followed by Nicole Vanicola.
My name is Joe Rod, and Chairman Erickson and committee members, we're here today to express our strong position against the government overreach and this unconstitutional vaccine mandate. I am not anti-vax. I am pro-freedom. One good thing that has happened with this mandate is the sleeping majority is waking up. We are going to drain the swamp that Senator Marshall said was deeper and wider than he actually knew. I petition this committee to use the Kansas veto-proof majority to put a stop to these mandates. By the way, a mandate is not a law. Do your job. Protect Kansans. Put something on Kelly's desk she can't veto. Make these companies pay for damages associated with taking medical treatments. Make them stop holding our livelihoods over our heads. Make sure that the medical and religious freedoms are not violated. These companies will back down when their bottom line suffers. In 2020, we were told 2 weeks to stop the spread. This is a slippery slope. Where does it stop? They shut down our businesses, schools, and most importantly, our churches, violating our First Amendment right. If I would have told you that back in 2019 this was that this was going to happen, you would have told me it's a conspiracy theory. But look at what other countries are doing now in regards to vaccine passports. Is this what is next for Kansas and America? Communism and fascism is among us, but a Democrat never wants to let a tragedy go to waste. I'm a lineman, the forgotten first responder. My family and I will be affected by these mandates if they go into effect, and if you don't stand up for Kansans. As a lineman, we did not stop working day-to-day operations. We did not stop working emergency power outages, such as tornadoes, ice storms, car hit poles, or house fires. I will not give up my right I will not give up my rights as an American to keep my job. My faith and my honor and the Constitution mean more than this job. We will trim our lifestyle. I will find other work, or I will go out of state as a lineman. I've already looked at Texas and Florida. They are pro-freedom there. Earlier this year, I lost my dad. He was only allowed 2 visitors. I feel so bad for the dying. This nonsense needs to stop. If this vaccine was so great and wonderful, why do you have to threaten people's jobs or bribe them to take it? I feel sorry for the young people. They are being indoctrinated with all this craziness, whether it be the masks, the CRT, this new segregation. And I'll say our rights do not, the Constitution doesn't have a COVID clause. Our rights do not stop, and they cannot be infringed. Don't you think our founding fathers thought of this when they were writing the Constitution? This is the government our founders warned us about. Something was asked, what can we do? We need to get into session. We need those legislatures' names and be knocking on their doors. As a lineman, what are you going to do when half the people are out of work and you're without lights? The power outages take longer. The lady over there, keep my kids in school. What rate are kids dying? Keep me shopping, she said. Last year, we never stopped shopping. Let's be honest with the numbers. This is the smartest virus ever. Look at all of us in this room.
Mr. Rudd, can you please?
Time for your booster. Time for your booster.
Thank you, Mr. Rudd. Next, we have Nicole Vanicola, followed by Tana Gertz.
Hello, thank you guys, every one of you, for letting us all come and speak today and listening to us and hearing us. And I just want to start by saying that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. Now, this excerpt is from the second paragraph of our very own Declaration of Independence, and it speaks to how government is established for the purpose of securing the rights for the people, of the people, and that the power of the government comes from the consent of the governed. And as one of the governed, I do not consent to the overreach of this power as they have been doing most especially over these last 19, 20 months. I do not consent to the government telling us that we can't go to school, businesses, restaurants, and especially the impeding of our First Amendment rights by prohibiting the free exercise of religion by closing churches. This is not part of their power. I do not consent to the government declaring unlawful mandates and then forcing, threatening, bribing, or otherwise manipulating others to try to enforce mandates for them. This is also not part of their power. I do not consent to the government telling each of us what we must do to be safe, what to wear on our face or to put in our bodies. I do not consent to the wearing of masks or this experimental COVID injection. This is not part of their power. I do not consent to the government telling us that we have to be tested for COVID in order to participate in our unalienable rights, the things that we find that give us life, liberty, and happiness. This is not part of their power. I do not consent to the government attempting to steal my rights to my children as their parent, claiming that they know what is best for a child that they have never met and that they must be masked, COVID tested, or receive an experimental injection. I do not consent to experimentation on my children. This is not part of their power. I do not consent to the government telling, forcing, coercing, enticing, or otherwise trying to manipulate the people into taking an experimental COVID injection into their body for any reason if they should choose not to. I do not consent to the government threatening businesses with fines if their employees choose not to receive this injection. I do not consent to allowing employers to fire or place on leave those employees who choose not to receive this injection, and I do not consent to the government allowing businesses to refuse customers if the customer should choose not to get this injection. This is not part of their power. I do not consent to the governmental rape of the governed. I want you to understand that those that founded this country are not all dead. Some of us live today. And understand that we the people, we the governed, do not consent to this governmental overreach and will not stand for its continuation. Because when a long train of abuses and usurpations proves to be a plan to weaken us under absolute tyranny, it is our right, it is our duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for our future security. As quoted at the beginning, it is time for our government to either be altered back to being for the people or be abolished. Your actions will decide. This is your moment in history. Call the session. Don't allow these mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Tana Gertz, followed by Karen Hershey.
Hello, thank you so much for having us, me especially. I am Tana Gertz, as you just mentioned, and I am a parent, I am a patriot, and I'm a professional on a mission to end mask mandates. I am the executive director for Mask Choice for Kids USA. It started locally in Kansas, and it has grown nationwide. This is a movement that was started by people, parents, and patriots, also on the same mission to end mask mandates. It started by a young gentleman who couldn't stand back and watch his siblings suffer wearing that mask to school every single day. He saw the psychological and emotional trauma that the mask caused the children. I have seen that personally in my own family with my nieces and nephews. They do not want to go to school. They have anxiety. They have depression. I have seen the suicide rate skyrocket on the children that I have mentored. I received numerous emails from our Facebook page, Mask Choice for Kids USA. The emails from parents begging and pleading for someone strong enough to have a voice for them. Because our government has shown that having a voice doesn't get you anywhere. By being courageous, like 99.9% of the people behind me, who probably had to take a day off to come here, because as Republicans, we all have jobs. So we've taken time out of our busy day to be here, to be courageous, to have the voice, when so many people said our voice doesn't matter. So I am that person for this group, this organization of people who say, end the mask mandates. Masks aren't effective. Masks aren't working. Masks aren't prohibiting people from getting COVID. The facts are there. You all have in front of you all of the literature showing these facts. But yet why? Why have children become suicidal? Why am I receiving emails from mothers and fathers saying, my child doesn't want to go to school? My child is worried about their father or their mother losing their job because tension is high in the homes. As you've heard from numerous patriots behind me, they are going to lose their job because they will not comply. They are strong leaders like myself, and we're asking you all to do your job, the job that you were elected to do. Do the job that was asked of you when you campaigned and said you would do the job. You would be the protector of the children, of the government, of your people in your area. Do your job, and we'll do ours. It is a parent's responsibility to protect and to care for. It is their duty to protect and care for their children, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Karen Hershey, followed by Gary Morgan. And once again, audience, please, when you have outbursts, it just delays us having time to hear others. So please keep the outbursts down. Thank you.
My name is Karen Hershey. Thank you, Chairman Erickson and committee for coming together to address the critical issues before us. And I am speaking not to just you in the room, but to the legislators and the AG who are likely listening as well. I believe government overreach regarding COVID-19 mandates is wrong, as is the lack of legislation on the part of the Kansas Legislature to protect Kansans and their families from overreach by employers, businesses, schools, and governments mandating participation in the current pharmaceutical experiment. Who among you would drive, much less buy, a car that has over 612,000 reports of harm, including over 7,800 deaths and over 37,000 hospitalizations? That is the track record to date for COVID vaccines in the U.S. No one knows how they, themselves, their children, an employee, a patron, will react to any shot at any time. No one has the right to decide whose life is more important by mandating someone else risk their life by being injected with an unknown substance in order to keep or obtain a job, purchase groceries, use public transport, or attend school. Many in the Kansas Legislature and AG's office support the position that businesses should be left alone by the government, even at the expense of the individuals who work at those businesses. Mandated shots, whether authorized, approved, or experimental, for employees or patrons is not the same as employment policy that requires a strong work ethic or no shoes, no shirt, no service. These shots have the grave potential for lifelong or life-threatening injury long after the job ends or the visit to the grocery store is over. Consider an employer requiring an employee to point a gun at their own body and then telling the employee to pull the trigger without the employer or the employee knowing how many bullets, if any, are in the chamber. Only those who pull the trigger get to keep their jobs. Consider the same scenario for businesses and their patrons, or for those who attend K-12 schools, college or trade schools. To those who profess faith in God, this hearing is an Ezekiel 33 moment. In this hearing, you are being informed of dangerous knowns pertaining to these shots. For you to continue to allow businesses and government to mandate these shots for Kansans is to knowingly be complicit in mandating any harm, including death, injury, job loss, that comes as a result of said mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gary Morgan, followed by William Mize.
Madam Chair Erickson, Representatives, Senators, I am Gary Morgan from Shawnee, Kansas. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today as a lifelong resident of Kansas, a Christian, a husband of 38 years, a father, a grandfather, and a mechanical engineer, and I'd love to talk about filtration and my story about mosquitoes and chain link fences, but I think you can get the connection. This is the first time I've ever felt so passionate and strong in my entire life about something like this. We are at war, a war against fear. I also must say, as a lifelong resident, that I'm utterly ashamed of what Kansas has become politically. We've let the radicals run amok in our local and state governments. The county I live in is a great example of that. We also have several rhinos protecting their turf by going with the flow instead of following their constituents' desires and push back. November 2022 cannot come soon enough. We will remember. As you've heard from so many of before me today, the utter disappointment in our federal, state, and local governments, including sometimes the Chamber of Commerce, runs gravely deep with most Kansans. The very institutions that were established to serve we, the people, have now turned on us and have become dictators led by unelected world oligarchs such as Bill Gates and George Soros, not to mention the NIH officials such as Dr. Fauci, applying Scientology instead of science. We, ladies and gentlemen, are calling upon the lions of this great state to wake up and stand up against government tyranny and medical apartheid. That's why many of us are here today and tomorrow. I want you to stand on most of my testimony that I've written. I want to talk about a month ago, I was sick with COVID, came down with COVID when I was traveling on a business trip in Dallas. I had been taking a prophylactic prescription of ivermectin, and I knew I had been exposed a week earlier. I did come down with extreme fatigue. For 2 days, I took hydroxychloroquine every evening as I was in my hotel room, and my case lasted a total of 3 days, no fever. I had no other symptoms other than slight head cold. That could be different, I understand, but to many of the other people that have spoke today, it's very evident that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin should be legalized, and we should also follow the Attorney General's actions of the state of Nebraska, which now allow that to be used. The second thing I wanted to talk about briefly is the fact that I talked with my employer yesterday about the email sent out 2 weeks ago. I, too, am probably going to lose my job because I am not going to subject myself to needless testing, nor am I going to subject myself to the EGT, experimental gene therapy shots. Please refer to the last 7 points of my written testimony, but I'm going to echo what I think is the most important things of all that I'm here for today with grandkids involved. Most of all, do not allow any government to mandate EGT shots be given to our young people. This may become my full-time job to stop this insanity of giving shots to young people. First it's masks, and then it's going to be shots, and it's you that can stand in the way of that. Kids are not getting seriously sick, and they're not carrying the virus to anyone else. To say otherwise is just a bold-faced lie. I wished I could talk for a little bit longer, but I'm going to finish with this, that ladies and gentlemen of the Special Government Overreach Committee, we are in a war with fear. Fear is the virus, but the truth is the cure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Next, we have William Mize, followed by Melissa McAllister.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, my name is William Mize from Lewisburg. In working with Kansas for Health Freedom, we have been contacted over the last few months, in fact inundated with calls from people who are about to lose their job because they will not vaccinate. Never mind that many of these workers have worked for these same employers for many years without any kind of problem, decades in fact, and they're being told they'll be fired. Never mind that many of these employees are healthcare workers. They've worked on the front line during COVID, and they've risked everything for that, maybe even help some of your friends and relatives. Never mind that this vaccine is fairly untested. It's not tested in the normal sense. You have manufacturers who are not liable for any damage that comes in the future, and we should keep that in mind. The employers may say, well, this is justified because we have to walk this line between the government agencies that are going to enforce edicts on us. I say if you look at the way they treated the religious exemption, I think that's not the case. The religious exemption, you talked about that this morning, that's etched in the law. You can't discriminate based on somebody's religious views, but rather than accept these statements by these employers, the employers set out to come up with any way they can, or at least a lot of these, any way they can to deny these exemptions. We have the questionnaires. We talked about the questionnaires today. We have questionnaires that are easily 20 questions. You have questions about what friends and members of your family do you have that can attest to your religion. We have requests for statements from your pastor about your religious beliefs. We have statements, requests for, give us your documents from your church that will tell us you're following these kind of beliefs. We have even requests for medical records from these people. And we even have requests about the medications that these people take. As it turns out, a lot of these medications are developed with aborted fetal cells. So if these people are taking ibuprofen, Pepto-Bismol, Tylenol, ones like that, then they're subject to being criticized for declaring a religious exemption. One health care center in this part of the state, Ascension Healthcare, they probably win the award. They have an online questionnaire you fill out, but in order to get that submitted, you have to check the box that says you authorize them or you will agree to terminate your employment voluntarily if the employer decides that your religious exemption is not valid. And as far as I've heard, they haven't granted any religious exemptions at Ascension.
Mr. Mize, your time has expired. If you could
we
please,
think we would ask you to take these Kansas situations into account and immediately act on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Melissa McAllister, followed by Robert Davis.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, and each legislator. My name is Melissa McAllister, Americus, Kansas. I am so proud to hear my fellow patriots speak up here. I did not know how brilliant the citizens in this state are and their articulation of what is true about our government. This is an encouraging, wonderful experience to sit here and listen already today. I'm also very proud of my husband. My husband is showing tremendous leadership in our family. He's showing our children that making difficult decisions to say no to a vaccination that violates his conscience is more important than capitulating to fear and coercion of someone else's demand, namely his employer, Tyson Fresh Meats. Today was his last day. Monday, he will pack up his desk. He was denied his medical exemption, which was a valid request. He was also given an accommodation for his religious beliefs that puts him on LOA indefinitely, with no benefits and no pay, of course. So, why did he do this? Mostly because there is no safety information, no data safety monitor board sheet, no data safety sheet from the pharmaceutical companies, no adverse reaction data sheet, no risk assessment data sheet. My husband chose not to give his informed consent because he couldn't have his questions about safety satisfied. On October 7th, he submitted to Tyson Fresh Meats 14 vaccine safety questions, which they have not answered, none of them. So the remainder of our story then flows from those unanswered questions, and they fall into two categories: spike protein and messenger RNA. So the spike protein is a lethal abnormal protein, and it does have adverse reactions in the body. Tyson could not answer if spike protein was safe or if it was ethical. Neither could they answer about messenger ribonucleic acid, its origin, or how it reacts in the body. You see, to use a genome, it hasn't been done before. And why, without safety data, would we ask
employees to do such a thing, especially when you can't answer their questions, and give them the safety question responses that must be present before you can give informed consent. And a signature should not be put on an informed consent form, like I have here, unless your questions have been satisfied, reasonable, valid questions. On this particular form, it says, I have been offered a copy of the COVID-19 emergency use authorization. Do you know that emergency use is if there does not exist another treatment, and also there does exist emergency need? We don't have either one of those. Please, I ask, support and protect our constitutional rights, both in the state and in the federal level. And also, I have included in my testimony this resolution 2021-878 from Coffee County. This is an excellent piece, I believe, and I would encourage all of you to have the 105 counties of Kansas look at this, especially
Ms.
the
McAllister.
final paragraph. Thank you
Ms.
so much.
McAllister, thank you, thank you. And lastly, we have Mr. Robert Davis.
Madam Chair, committee members, thanks for having us. Appreciate you being here. My name is Robert Davis. I'm from Shawnee, Kansas. I've been in Kansas for 33 years. I've been a business owner and employer for more than 20 years. I guess I get the honor of wrapping it up, and this has been awesome. So the one thing that really strikes me is that every one of the comments today, at least from the individuals that I've heard since I've been here, has had a consistent theme. So I would challenge every one of you to set aside any personal beliefs you have and pay attention to what's being said today. I think there's an obligation here to listen, set aside your own beliefs, and stand up for what people are voicing here. I've had COVID. Many of my friends have had COVID. We've recovered from it. We've all had our hardships from this, but some of the stories I've heard here today are amazing. People losing their jobs, losing their livelihood, 20 plus years working for the same company and seeing that rug pulled out from under their feet. So I would implore you to do whatever you can to call a special session and make something happen. I don't know how you create a law to go against something that's an illegal mandate, but I'm not an attorney, so I don't understand that part. But I do know that this can't wait until January. If the session doesn't start back up until January, have you heard what's happening here right now? We have people losing their jobs. And for what? We're talking about a virus that has a 99% plus recovery rate, all right? Not to minimize the things that some people have gone through. I appreciate that fully. But even on the CDC website at one point, there was a statement that as few as 6% of the reported deaths from COVID may have actually been caused from COVID. When you've got a system where incentives are being paid to medical facilities for individuals that have been treated with COVID, how can you expect that there's going to be accurate reporting? There's a problem with that, okay? I'll make it fast. When this all started, we had a conversation of herd immunity. What was the concept of herd immunity? It was based on a percentage of individuals who recovered from a given disease. Now that concept, and there was nothing spoken about vaccines. In fact, vaccines were an uncertainty. The one thing that was a certainty was your natural immunity. That natural immunity has served us pretty well for many, many years as humans. While I was driving in here today, I was just thinking about all of the things that we're talking about here right now. We're talking about vaccines and why. Why is this the only part of the conversation? Why is there not more legitimate conversation among medical professionals about treatment of this disease? I commend some of the governors who have stood up and said they will allow off-label usage of medication that's shown to be tremendously effective in the treatment of COVID. Why are we not talking about vitamins and supplements, things that can help not only keep us from getting COVID, but help us recover? Look at India. They did a great job of not spreading fear, but spreading vitamins and medications that have all but eradicated COVID in much of their territory. So I ask you today, and also a really good point someone else brought up, there's no legal liability here. Kansas doesn't want it, right? In terms of the matter of choice, another thought I had is that, you know, myself, like many other business owners, what do I need to do business? I need electricity, an internet connection, and a friendly environment. That doesn't have to happen in Kansas. If Kansas business owners are forced out, the next conversation you'll be having is regarding the lack of income taxes and corporate taxes. I don't think Kansas wants to be there. So here's what I would say. We are on a slippery slope. We need to stop this mandate issue right now. I'm less concerned about the spread of COVID than I am the spread of government overreach. I've heard today...
Mr. Davis, your time has expired. Can you please finish?
Absolutely. I've heard today, what would you do? I've heard we need to go down the same path. I've heard we can't use the word fight. We need to at least make noise. If we're talking about a mandate that's not legal, at minimum, we need our representatives to make noise.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Davis.
you.
With that, now we do have, are there questions? I believe we still have some conferees available. Do we have questions for any of the conferees at this point? Representative Miller.
I'll try to get through these quickly. I don't know if Dr. Hand is still here. Actually, I didn't have any questions today for her, but I did want her to get my contact information because I would like to have an extended discussion. I know her time is valuable as a medical doctor, but she raised a number of issues that can't be addressed in 3 minutes. So if we can get the message to her, well, I've got her address. I'll try to get the message that I would like to have an extended discussion about some of the issues that she raised. I found her testimony to be fascinating. A couple people raised issues relative to the military. One thing I learned in trying to research this subject prior to today's hearing is that the military regulations already require our troops before they're enlisted to be immunized against tetanus, diphtheria, influenza, hepatitis A, measles, mumps, rubella, polio, and yellow fever. So it's not a novel concept in the military that you are required to be vaccinated. One curious thing about the military aspect is that the Supreme Court has actually upheld those requirements even against a religious exception. That's not really a question unless the people that raised that issue would like to respond. There were, I counted at least 3 people that raised, and it may be in their written testimony, I didn't have time to keep up with it, but for anyone that raised the issue of the deaths, the fatalities directly related to vaccination, I would very much appreciate their source of information. I have sources that are directly contrary to that, but if they have sources that document fatalities or even serious injury relative to the vaccinations, I would appreciate getting that information. And lastly, and this may require a question of the person that brought it, and I'm sorry, but I don't know if it was Lauren Schiffman, but it was right around that area relative to fetal tissue being used in the production of the vaccines. I've heard that, but I've never seen any source material. In fact, I have source material that refutes that. So if we could, that is a question for the person that raised it. What is your source material for stating that? I'd appreciate it.
You are not to speak unless you are addressed to speak. Are those your questions, Representative?
Yeah, most of that was just commentary, and it was a request for further information, but specifically I would be asking the question relative to the allegation that the vaccines are made or produced with the use of fetal tissue, because Again, I've not seen any documentation of that, but would appreciate seeing it. And by the way, I support a special session. I think this subject's serious enough that the entire body ought to give it its full attention with nothing else on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do see that we have a conferee who would like to address one of those issues. If you would please restate your name.
Yes, I'm Greg Short, father of 2 Marines, and I do want to address that. So my daughter, when she joined the Marine Corps, she got the cocktail, right? They give them all those, whether they've had them or not, they give them all again. My daughter now has an immune disorder since she got that. They also required my granddaughter to be vaccinated. She didn't have any choices. She got a cocktail because she gets TRICARE, and she didn't have any choices. My granddaughter's no longer with us. She died of a seizure when she was 6 months old. She had seizures from the day that she got vaccinated. So that is the rest of the story. No one wants to talk about it, but that's the truth. So thank you for your time.
Well, if I may, I was not abdicating it. I was simply stating it that it is existing regulation and has been for decades if you wish to join the military. I'm not trying to argue that it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is already required for a number of communicable diseases.
Agree, and if COVID vaccine had been there, my children may not have joined. They didn't have a choice. So, thanks.
Would you like to address one of Representative Miller's question? Please restate your name again.
Yeah, Dave Martin, U.S. Air Force retired. Yes, sir, I can address that. All of the vaccines authorized for military service, which I've all had, including anthrax, are all fully FDA approved, tested, and cleared. To my knowledge, there has never been a vaccination that was administered to our military under an emergency use authorization. And in fact, all the rights that are afforded to every citizen here, including religious and medical exemptions, are fully afforded to military personnel. In fact, the district court just ruled today in D.C. to stay the order dismissing any military service members who have applied for religious exemptions. So just because you're in the military does not mean you surrender your rights when you pick up a gun to fight. So thank you.
Do we have a conferee who can address the request for the source of the fetal tissue statement? Yes, please step to the microphone and repeat your name, please.
Hi, my name is Skylar Bird. I actually have a lot of research files on my computer. The timing is unfortunate. But also, if you just simply research, HEK 293 fetal cells, COVID vaccine, a link pops up that I've seen shared by many people from the University of Nebraska Medical Center, and I can actually read directly from this link for you. When it comes to the Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines, fetal cell line HEK 293 was used during the research and developmental phase. All HEK 293 cells are descended from tissue taken from an abortion that took place in the Netherlands.
You rattled that off too quickly, the site. You don't have to do it again. Would you write that down so I can follow up?
Sure.
Thank you. And lastly, I do want to, first I want to say thank you to everybody who offered testimony, but I particularly want to thank Tana Gertz because she gave me more sources than I'll ever be able to get through, but it was welcome information. This whole mask debate, I'm interested in reading her 2 pages of sources, or as many as I can get to. So I want to particularly thank her for that, and anybody else that can provide sources. That's very helpful as we study these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative, I have a feeling your inbox is going to be flooded with sources. Any other questions?
Interspersed with hate mail.
Any other questions for our conferees this afternoon? Seeing none, I would like to take this time to again thank 1861 for lunch today. Thank you to our staff for their hard work in on the fly providing the resources requested by the committee. And most importantly, to our conferees for taking time to be here today. With that, we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.